Chapter 1, A Cute Baby Dropped from the Sky? I'm really not your baby daddy. China, the City of Demons. The Ritz-Carlton Hotel, 8th floor, Royal Suite. Sigh. With a hangover, Yi Xian rubbed his groggy head and woke up from his sleep. As he opened his bleary eyes, he saw an extraordinary girl lying next to him. When he saw the face in front of him, which looked as if it had been kissed by an angel, he felt a shiver run through his body and all traces of sleepiness vanished. Her fair cheeks, the slightly upturned corners of her small mouth, and her slightly parted red lips were inviting. It was a revelation. The memories of last night flooded back to him. This was the girl from the bar. He had slept with her last night and had no idea that she was such a goddess-level beauty. Beautiful. Yes, the girl in front of him was no exaggeration to be called a fairy, and then he looked at the red spots on the quilt and was stunned. Was this the first time such a goddess-level girl was taken by him? No, to be precise, that girl tore him apart. Seriously, last night was the most wonderful night he had ever spent. He thought it was a dream until he woke up completely, and who would have thought that everything was real? Yesterday was the day he received his acceptance letter from Shanghai University. He had a few friends over and got drunk at the bar. At that time, the same drunk girl pulled him into a taxi, and then the scene happened. Grandma, this happiness came too suddenly. Just as Yi Xian's eyes burned with passion, the girl woke up from her sleep with a hum. They locked eyes. Ah! A scream came from the girl's mouth, and Yi Xian was directly startled, and there was no longer any half-passionate thoughts. Cough. What shall I say? Do you believe it was a misunderstanding? As a time traveler, I was comforting her with my mouth, but I was panicking inside. Are you kidding me? This girl can afford such a room, her identity is definitely not simple. What should I do? I just graduated, if my father finds out about this, he will definitely be furious, and my father's health is not good. The girl was also flustered. Her father had been pressuring her to marry the man she didn't like for a while, and that's why she ran out to buy alcohol to relieve her sorrows. Who knew? That when she thought about it, the girl's pretty face suddenly flushed. She really couldn't imagine that was her in yesterday's scene. Obviously, what happened yesterday wasn't entirely the guy's fault, because she was the one who pulled Yi Xian into the taxi and into the hotel. Soon, Hanshe bit her red lips and forced herself to remain calm. She must not let the outside world or her father know about this. If her father found out that she had slept with a man for a whole night, he would definitely skin her alive. As for the bastard in front of her, he would definitely die an unparalleled death. After weighing the gravity of the situation, Hanshe, who had taken a deep breath, decisively tapped a bank card on the coffee table. Here are 100,000 yuan. The password is 6SIXS. You'd better forget about what happened yesterday. If a third person finds out, believe me, you will die a miserable death. The cold voice echoed in the air, and the room was already devoid of the girl's figure. Shanghai University. A handsome boy is sitting on a bench by the willows by the river, while a girl with a beautiful figure and very attractive appearance is standing opposite him. 3 years have passed really quickly. Yi Xian, I like you. Between memories, the girl with a beautiful figure let out a deep breath and gathered her courage to confess her love boldly. Looking at the first schoolboy crush recognized by the University of Magic, Lu Shirlan thought for a long time before speaking her mind. As a genius in the art department and a top student, she is also one of the most beautiful girls at the University of Magic. The line of guys waiting to ask her out stretches from the library to the front gate of the university. Yi Xian. Cough, Shirlan, stop it. You're Xiaoqian's best friend, and we're friends. The sudden confession really caught Yi Xian off guard. To be honest, Lu Shirlan is very pretty, with a great face and figure. It's just that they know each other too well, and as 3-year friends, it really feels a bit strange. Lu Shirlan shook her teeth when she heard this. I don't want to be friends with you. Who says friends can't become lovers? Besides, I liked you on the first day of freshman year. At that time, I decided that you were my Prince Charming. And because of this, Xiaoqian was able to get together with Xiaoya. Because of you, Xiaoqian was able to get close to Lin Xiaoya. Having already confessed, having taken the first step, Lu Shirlan's gums bit together, making clear the secret love of the past 3 years. Holy cow! Yi Xian was really shocked by the news. 3 years of unrequited love, that's a pretty deep secret to keep. Even though he was the school hunk in Demon City, there were still a lot of girls who liked him. But on second thought, Yi Xian realized why his younger brother's girlfriend kept sending him gifts every other day, which almost got him into a fight with his younger brother. He even thought that he had an affair with his younger brother's girlfriend, Xiao Qian. To be honest, it is impossible for Yi Xian not to feel a little bit moved when a girl has such a secret crush on a guy, especially when the girl is a beautiful schoolflower with online appearance. Even if they are very familiar with each other, it is just too sudden at first. If they can get along for a while, maybe. Baba. Just as Yi Xian was about to speak, two crisp, cute voices came over. By the time Yi Xian and Lu Shilan reacted, two cute, little elves, each about 2 years old, were excitedly hugging Yi Xian's thighs from the left and right. Lu Shilan. Daddy. This is Yi Xian, he has children. The two adorable babies clung to Yi Xian tightly, not letting go. Looking at their similar expressions, a sudden loud noise resounded in Lu Shilan's head. Yi Xian himself was also dumbfounded. Looking at the babies, who could just barely walk steadily and were hugging his thighs, he coughed and said, well, although you are very cute and I like children very much, you can't say things like that. I'm not your daddy. As Yi Xian's voice fell, 7 or 8 burly bodyguards who looked like they were no pushovers surrounded the field, and in the middle of the 7 or 8 bodyguards was a pretty girl wearing a wrap skirt. Judging by her clothes, she looked like a secretary. Lu Shilan, who had originally wanted to go up and speak, saw the 7 or 8 burly bodyguards who had suddenly appeared, all of whom were at least half a head taller than her, and swallowed the words she was about to say. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have met your biological daughter. The strongest father system is being activated. Yi Xian. As a time traveler, of course, knows what the so-called system represents, but at the moment, he has no mind to care about it. Damn it, you son of a bitch system, when did I ever have a daughter, and there are even 2 of them? Mr. Yi Xian, right? The young lady has something to ask you to go to. The girl who accompanied the 2 cute kids was also very attractive, not inferior to Lu Shilan at all. Her name was Xioli, Mu Hanche's assistant and female bodyguard. After a pause, she continued, my lady said that if Mr. Yi Xian does not cooperate, we can forcibly take you away. She looked calm on the outside, but inside, Xiaoli's heart was racing. Tong Tong and Meng Meng called this person Baba, and there was absolutely no way they could be mistaken. She just couldn't accept the fact that the person who had had sex with her lady 3 years ago was actually a junior in college. Then she thought, Xioli's eyelids started to twitch uncontrollably. Was her lady that avant-garde 3 years ago? She was worthy of the name lady, amazing. Yi Xian. Forcibly taken away, your sister. Is this the attitude you should have when hiring someone? Immediately, Yi Xian's impression of the young lady Xioli spoke of plummeted. How could a woman like that teach such a cute and adorable child? Fine, I'll go with you. Without hesitation, Yi Xian decisively spoke up. It's not that he couldn't beat them, but rather, because he wanted to know what that woman wanted. Daddy, hug. Me too, me too. Yi Xian. No hug. The tone of his voice had slightly increased by half a point, but the 7 or 8 bodyguards around this room all stepped forward at the same time, which made Yi Xian feel a lot of pressure. His mouth twitched uncontrollably. Damn, do you have to bully people like this? Okay, I'll hug them. With that, he took the 2 cute kids in his arms, 1 in each hand, and the 2 kids giggled and laughed happily while their 4 little hands firmly wrapped around Yi Xian's neck, and they kissed his face with a moa sound. Lu Shilan. This is strange. Feeling the kisses of the 2 cute kids, Yi Xian's displeasure dissipated like a deflated balloon, and it was replaced by a trace of sweetness. Damn it. Yi Xian, you bastard, what are you thinking? For a split second, Yi Xian actually had the urge to become a father. I don't know if it was a brain fart. Ding. The strongest father system binding is successful. Ding. The host has successfully recognized his 2 biological daughters, and is rewarded with the passive ability, Charismatic Aura. Charismatic Aura, both men and women are to a certain extent convinced under the influence of the host's charismatic aura. Of course, the closer the relationship, the better the effect. The host's 2 daughters have no resistance to this ability at all. This is the system's tailored protagonist aura for the host, hoping that the host will soon achieve the right result and become the strongest dad. Yi Xian, ### at. Daddy, you look like a baby, damn it. Yi Xian was furious. The system was so unscrupulous, just wanting him to be a daddy, overflowing with fatherly love or something. Wow, Daddy, you're suddenly so handsome. Yes, I do. Meng Meng really likes. While talking, the two cute kids Mua Mua gave Yi Xian another intimate kiss on the cheek. One has to say that the system is very efficient. Watching this, Lu Shilan can't help but doubt life. This can't be real even if it's acting. The cute and adorable sound rang in his ears, as if the enchanting sound was assaulting Yi Xian's mind. However, the corners of his mouth were twitching more and more, and he looked up at the sky speechlessly. What? I really am not your father. Chapter 2, Mom, we found your father. I really am not your father. His cheeks were once again being attacked by the two young kids, and although Yi Xian didn't dislike it, no, to be precise, he was enjoying the feeling. He could not bear the responsibility of two lives. Thinking about this, he turned to Lu Shilan and said, Shilan, don't listen to the nonsense of the two young kids, I really am not their father. How could you be their father? We won't make a mistake. That's right, Mommy said you're our father. Yi Xian, listening to the two cute kids, was speechless. Well, he was in his 20s, but he was debating with two cute kids who were just over 2 years old. Bitter and shaking his head, Yi Xian left the field with the two cute kids and 7 or 8 bodyguards, leaving only Xiaoli and Lu Shilan in the field. Xiaoli looked at the pure and lovely Lu Shilan opposite her, whose appearance and figure were not inferior to her in the slightest, and she gave a slight smile before raising her foot and stepping forward, causing Lu Shilan to subconsciously take a half step back. Lu Shilan, Miss Lu, a top student in the Department of Fine Arts in her 3rd year. I am, you. Just had 7 or 8 burly bodyguards and what happened, making Lu Shilan unable to accept it for a moment, looking vigilantly at the super good-looking Xiaoli opposite her. You like Mr. Yi Xian? Xiaoli didn't beat around the bush and spoke directly, while Lu Shilan's pretty face flushed slightly as she played with the hem of her clothes with her delicate hands. I'm not. Okay, it doesn't matter if you like him or not. Xiaoli gave a slight smile and waved her hand, followed by a warning, hoping that this would be the last time. If she ever again thought any evil thoughts about Yi Xian in the future, the young lady would be very angry, and the consequences would be very serious. You understand what I mean. Xiaoli aggressively took another step forward. Although she was facing a pure and lovely school beauty, as long as she was the enemy of the young lady, she didn't care who the other party was. Yes, I know. Lu Shilan clearly felt the hostility from the other party. She had no doubt that if she had any thoughts about Yi Xian again, her family and friends would be implicated. That would be best. Li Xia looked at Lu Shilan and said leisurely with deep meaning, This is not someone you, a small person, can offend. After the words fell, she turned around and left with ease, leaving Lu Shilan alone in shock. The conference room of Shanghai University. A girl dressed in professional women's clothing and with a stunning appearance sat in her seat, with an invisible aura of a powerful woman radiating from her and spreading in all directions. Her face is like a lotus flower, her eyebrows like willows, her skin like white jade, and her slender hands elegantly supporting her chin. Unconsciously, her mind returned 3 years ago, to that night's encounter, and even now, thinking about it still makes her heart race. Because it was that guy who took her virginity and also made her the mother of 2 cute children. Click. The door to the meeting room opened, and 7 or 8 bodyguards lined up on either side. Yi Xian strode in, hugging the 2 cute kids, and Mu Hanshue looked over when she heard a noise. It's you! Yi Xian, who had been full of confidence and wanted to question him, saw the beautiful woman in front of him, who was none other than the woman who had been haunting him for 3 years. In 3 years, this woman came looking for him, could it be? Yi Xian's gaze once again turned to the 2 cute children in his arms. Could these 2 little things really be his 2 little lovers? It's just that the chances of hitting the mark with one shot and getting twins are really too small, or perhaps these 2 cute children belong to someone else and this woman is looking for someone to be her spare tire. System. If the system could speak at this moment, it really wanted to say, Meow, host, do you really want to be so shamelessly irresponsible? Long time no see. Mu Hanshue looked up and saw Yi Xian. Her beautiful eyes paused at the first impression. There seemed to be a mysterious magic about this guy, making her unable to control her gaze and wanting to look at him. This aura? It seems that in the past 3 years, this guy has changed a lot. Of course, all of this is due to his aura of charm. That woman, after 3 years, is even more charming than she was back then. Unfortunately, I should have had the heart to come back again, because that fluttering butterfly was really something to be missed. Feeling Yi Xian's sparkling gaze in his eyes, Mu Hanshi snorted, Men are all pigs trotters. Sure enough, after 3 years, that guy is still the same, except that he is a bit more handsome than he was 3 years ago. Ah, long time no see. Yi Xian was slightly embarrassed to see him again, but in this room, the two cute kids were struggling to slide down from Yi Xian's arms. "Mommy, we found Daddy." The older child, Tong Tong, took the lead in speaking as if she wanted to take the credit. Her cute and quirky appearance was irresistible. "Tong Tong, how can you do that? It was obvious that I found Daddy first." The younger child, Meng Meng, was unwilling to accept this and whined and complained. Seeing his two adorable daughters, Hanshe's mouth curled up into an arc that made countless people crazy. He spoiled them by rubbing their little heads with his slender, onion-like fingers. His eyes shone with maternal love. He said, okay, you both discovered Daddy together, right? Humph." Upon hearing their mother's words, Tong Tong and Meng Meng looked at each other. Meng Meng gave a cute little snort and turned her head to the side, acting like she wasn't paying any attention to her mother. Yi Xian was a little confused by this scene. But before he could react, the two little girls started to speak at the same time. "Daddy, you speak." Puff cough. A sudden turn of events almost made Yi Xian choke on his own saliva. What the hell? These two little things called him Daddy again. Glancing at the dumbfounded Yi Xian, Hanshe snorted coldly, secretly thinking to herself, "Who do I blame for the sins I have committed in the past?" Seeing the two cute kids being difficult, Hanshe actually felt a sense of relief. Pop. Hanshe, who was full of maternal love, looked at her two cute and adorable daughters, then glanced at Yi Xian, and placed a document on the conference table. The cover read the words marriage agreement. It said that every month after the two got married, they would give Yi Xian 100,000, and after 1 year, they would pay an additional 1 million, and after 2 years, they would pay 2 million, and so on. If it was 10 years, they would give Yi Xian 10 million. Seeing this, Yi Xian's mind went blank, and a million expletives flew through his head. Damn, this woman really went all out. But before Yi Xian could react, 2 more sheets of paper and 2 transparent bags fell on top of the marriage agreement. The matter is right in front of you, you have to believe it whether you want to or not. Tong Tong and Meng Meng are your 2 daughters. This is there in your paternity test, and the other 2 transparent bags are Tong Tong and Meng Meng's hair. If you don't believe it, you can do your own paternity test. Obviously Hanshe came prepared, while Yi Xian's eyes fell on the 2 paternity tests. The test identified Yi Xian and Mu Yutong. According to the DNA test results, the paternity of the child cannot be ruled out. Based on the analysis of the results of 15 different genetic loci, the probability of this biological kinship being established is 99.9999%. This probability is calculated based on the comparison with any unrelated unmeasured male. Identifying Yi Xian and Mu Yutong, based on the DNA test results, the probability of this biological relationship being established is 99.9999%. This. Yi Xian opened his mouth, but in the end, he didn't say anything. The paternity test, this woman is ruthless, bringing this all out, but with this woman's energy, it's not impossible to make a fake paternity test. Then Yi Xian's gaze glanced thoughtfully at the 2 transparent bags that said Mu Yutong and Mu Yutong respectively. Although this was most likely a plot by that woman, he had to give himself an explanation. If these 2 cute kids were his daughters, of course he would take responsibility, but if not, no matter what, he would not take the blame. Although a monthly income of 100,000 yuan was very attractive, he, who had the system, could not be bothered with this kind of spineless soft food. Seeing Yi Xian's gaze fixed on the 2 transparent bags, he obviously sensed that he still had doubts. Since he still didn't believe it. Take Tong Tong and Meng Meng's hair, go to the paternity testing center, find someone you know to do the test, and come to this place tonight. After finishing speaking, he got up and dragged the 2 young children towards the conference room, followed by the 7 bodyguards. Shouli's expression was complex. She had never seen her young mistress compromise so much for someone, for the sake of her 2 little princesses. Sighing slightly, Shouli left behind the transparent bag containing the 2 sprouts' hair, and then put away the marriage agreement and 2 copies of the paternity test. Mr. Yi Xian, my lady has been alone with the children for the past 3 years, defying the pressure from the master and others, giving birth to the 2 little princesses without being married. You should know what this represents, so please consider this carefully. Also, Yi Xian. Having a child out of wedlock and a woman raising a child for 3 years, if those 2 children are really his, I'm afraid he owes the mother and daughter too much. Thinking about this, Yi Xian directly dialed the phone number of his childhood friend Zhou Zitian. On the other side, Lu Shirlan, who had been warned by Shaoli, was taking physical education class. Her best friend Feng Xiaoxian came up to her and, seeing her best friend's lost and dispirited appearance, anxiously asked out loud, "What, did the confession fail?" Lu Shilan shook her head slightly. Feng Xiaoxian, that was a success. No, if it was a success, you wouldn't be so sad. Feng Xiaoqian frowned slightly and spoke up, and then said, "Why don't I ask my husband to talk to Brother Xian?" Lu Shilan still shook her head absent-mindedly, and the image of the two cute kids calling Yi Xian daddy kept popping up in her mind over and over again. Yi Xian, he has a child. Oh, Xian has a child. Ahem, Shilan, what did you say? Feng Xiaoqian was in the middle of speaking when her beautiful eyes locked onto her best friend's. With a surprised expression that only the two of them could hear, she said, "Xian has a child? You've got to be kidding me, Shilan. Xian doesn't even have a girlfriend, where would a child come from?" Lu Shilan ignored her best friend's words and continued talking to herself. "I saw it with my own eyes, and there were two of them. They're over 2 years old, they're very cute, and the mother is extraordinary." Feng Xiaoqian. Immediately afterwards, Lu Shilan recounted the scene that had just happened, and Feng Xiaoqian, who heard this scene, opened her mouth wide, her eyes rolling, and then her mind went blank. Conan possessed her and deduced in the second dimension. Do you think that Brother Xian was noticed by some rich woman and then wanted to support him? This. Hearing her best friend's words, Lu Shilan thought of the threat from that woman, as well as the 7 or 8 fierce-looking bodyguards. Could it be that Yi Xian really had been noticed by a rich woman? The author has something to say. Second chapter. Chapter 3. 150 million is nothing, it's all pocket change for a lady. Paternity Testing Center. Zhou Zitian, his best friend who grew up naked, came out with 2 paternity reports in his hands, patted Yi Xian on the shoulder, and exclaimed in envy, "Damn, Yi Zi is doing well, but you, Zhou, are still single, and you even have a child." After a pause, Zhou Zitian teased out loud, "If Auntie Jian knew, she would definitely be very happy." Boone took the paternity report. Although it was just 2 pieces of paper, it was heavier than 1,000 caddies at the moment. Looking at the paternity report, which was exactly the same as Tong Mu Hanshue's, Yi Xian's mind kept replaying the scenes he experienced today over and over again. It's true. All of this is actually true, those 2 little guys are really his daughters. Yi Zi, are you okay? Seeing Yi Xian's shocked expression, Zhou Zitian said with some concern. After all, this is his childhood friend who grew up in the same village with him, Bear asked. Jokes aside, their relationship is still very good. Let's stop here, Brother Zhou, I need to calm down first. Learning the truth, Yi Xian still found it hard to accept for a while. After all, he suddenly had 2 daughters for no reason, and it would be hard for anyone to accept. And most importantly, he was still a student. If this news spread back to the University of Devil Metropolis, it might cause some kind of storm. After all, he is a celebrity at the Demon Capital University. Unable to hold back his thoughts, Yi Xian thought of that night 3 years ago. Only that time, how did he win the lottery? He let out a long sigh, took the 2 identification reports, and walked out of the Paternity Identification Center, staring blankly at the address of the Kowloon Villa in his hands. "Mr. Yi." A familiar voice interrupted Yi Xian's hesitant thoughts from the side. Looking around, he saw a beautiful woman standing tall in front of the sports car. This beautiful woman was no one else but Mu Hanshe's assistant and bodyguard Xiaoli. Seeing Yi Xian's stunned expression, Xiaoli smiled slightly, and the result was identified. Yi Xian's silent expression made Xiaoli know everything. Obviously, the appraisal result was the same as the one they showed Yi Xian. After a pause, her expression became complicated. "After you left, the young lady said that she would give you a choice, either sign the agreement, or never appear in her in Tongtong Mengming's world in the future." Yi Xian. "But before that, I can tell you how Miss has spent the past 3 years. 3 years ago, Miss gave birth to 2 children without telling anyone. When Miss's father learned about it, he was furious, and Miss became the laughingstock of the family. At first, Miss threatened to die and refused to sever her relationship with her father, and the Mu family was humiliated as a result. Her father fell seriously ill because of it." Hearing Xiaoli's words, Yi Xian's guilt grew even stronger. If he left, he was afraid that he would never be able to forgive himself in his life. Then the scene fell silent, and Xiaoli didn't speak again. 5 seconds. 10 seconds. Half a minute. It lasted more than a minute. Yi Xian let out a deep sigh of relief. He finally let go of his stubbornness. At this moment, if he still didn't know how to make a choice, he was afraid that he really wasn't human. Then he gave a bitter smile and said, "Bring the marriage agreement, I'll sign it." Oh. It seems that the young lady was right about you. Upon hearing Yi Xian's decision, Xiuli's opinion of Yi Xian improved quite a bit. As for the change in address, she had long been prepared for it, and it didn't sound so abrupt. Haha, young master? Xiao Li's words made Yi Xian secretly mock himself. After more than 2 years, he had no idea that he already had 2 daughters. The night 3 years ago was still fresh in his memory, as if it had just happened yesterday. Xiao Li then took out a gold card from the car. It was a Huaxia Bank Supreme Gold card, with 100,000 yuan inside. It was from Miss for this month, and in the future, the money in the marriage agreement will be transferred to this card. Yi Xian saw the gold card in front of him and was stunned. 100,000, and again 100,000. What a familiar number. 3 years ago, Mu Hanshua paid a hush money of 100,000 to buy her silence. Now it's 100,000 again, except that things have changed a lot. Taking a deep breath, Yi Xian began to look at the luxurious interior of the car, the comfortable seats, and the user-friendly layout design. This Bugatti must be very expensive. Yi Xian had previously learned that the Bugatti was one of the top 10 famous cars in the world, and it was even ranked among the top 10. Hearing Yi Xian, "Oh no," the young master's question, Xiao Li of course did not dare to neglect at the moment. "Young master, this car is called the Bugatti Chiron, and it is the most expensive car in the young lady's name. The top configuration is worth 100 million, but this car has been modified with bulletproof glass and tires, and after a set of modifications, the value of this car is almost 150 million. Hiss. 150 million, this car. Looking at the glass in front of me, it is bulletproof. The modification cost a full 50 million. Damn, that woman is so wasteful, so wasteful. Wouldn't it be better to save the money for milk powder?" Seeing Yi Xian's surprised expression, Xiao Li smiled slightly and said nonchalantly, "This is nothing, only 150 million. To the young lady, this is all pocket change." Yi Xian, 150 million is still pocket change. Just how rich is that woman? Does that young master know that we are going to Kowloon Villa? Of course, that is the most expensive villa in the Demon City. It is said that each villa costs over 100 million, and even if you have the money, you may not be able to live there. Yi Xian of course knew something about Kowloon Villa in the Demon City. It could be said that every resident of the Demon City knew about Kowloon Villa. That's right. Xiao Li nodded and said, "Each villa in Kowloon Villa is indeed worth over 100 million, and the top 10 villas are even more expensive. The second one is the villa of the Jiang family of the Li Jiang Group in the Demon City, which is worth 2 billion. 2 billion for a villa, the price is really outrageous." Hearing Xiao Li's words, and seeing no change in her expression, Yi Xian's heart sank. If the second one is worth 2 billion, then the first one must be. "Ha, young master is right, the destination of our trip is villa number 1 in the Kowloon Villa, which is worth 3 billion. Yi Xian. 3 billion? Damn, he really doesn't understand the world of the rich. A 3 billion villa, plus a 150 million bulletproof limo, this can't help but make Yi Xian curious about Mu Hanshua's background. So I've been mercilessly supported? At this moment, a feeling of hopelessness appeared on Yi Xian's face, which made Xiao Li beside him smile. Although it didn't sound good, it was the truth. Young master is unaware of his blessings. The treatment he is receiving is the kind that many people in the city and even the whole of China would kill for. While talking, Xiao Li put the accelerator to the floor. The roar of the beast spread out, and they sped directly through the busy road, almost racing. Yi Xian was reminded of the term Akina mountain car god by her driving skills. That woman, even her assistant, is so awesome. To be taken care of by such a strong woman, if it weren't for the system, it would really be stressful. Squeak. The sound of a sudden brake. After 10 minutes or so, it stopped in front of villa number 1 in Kowloon. He pushed open the door and got out. The first thing he saw was the beautiful scenery, the fresh air, and the pleasing layout of the villa. It combined the beauty of the east and the west, and there were more than 10 bodyguards around the villa, dedicatedly guarding it. They greeted the young master. The dozen or so bodyguards, who had long since learned of Yi Xian's identity, dared not be presumptuous and all bowed. As they walked towards the villa, they heard a pleasant voice coming from inside the villa before they had even taken a few steps. "Wow! Daddy, you're here." The 2 cute kids ran over with their little feet, throwing themselves into Yi Xian's arms like birds returning to their nests. At this moment, seeing the two cute kids again, Yi Xian's face was full of affection and fatherly love, knowing that these two little ones were his biological daughters. Holding one in each hand, he carried the two cute kids into the villa, and Tong Tong and Meng Meng, the two little cotton-padded jackets, gave a kiss to each other on the left and right. Ding! The host and his daughters have kissed 3 times, and they are rewarded with god-level cooking skills. After the two cute kids kissed Yi Xian, a voice from the system sounded in their heads, and then a flood of memories rushed in. Sorting out the extra memories in his head, Yi Xian noticed that his body and sense of touch had undergone obvious changes, and even his taste buds and sense of smell. God-level cooking skills? The first ability is cooking. It seems that the system really wants to make him the strongest dad, but this coincides with what he is going to do next. Tianji Group, top floor of the building. Hanshe sat in the president's office chair, looking at the villa surveillance on the computer. A smile appeared on the corner of her mouth, obviously seeing Yi Xian go to the Kowloon villa to accompany his 2 daughters. Hanshe couldn't help but think of that night 3 years ago. Somehow, ever since she first saw Yi Xian, every time she saw him, she couldn't help but feel her thoughts uncontrollably wander, and a blush would rise to her pretty face. I hope that guy can make up for the 2 little ones, otherwise I'll make you look bad, young lady. Hanshe stared at the screen with a hum, and the corners of her mouth couldn't help but curve into a mesmerizing arc. This scene had never happened in the past 3 years. Before long, it was nightfall. Master, what would you and the 2 little princesses like to eat? Auntie Chen, the nanny at the villa, a woman in her 30s, came over and asked with a smile. She was very happy to see the 2 little princesses so happy. She knew that normally they might be noisy. Swish! The 2 little cuties opened their big, watery eyes wide, and their cute voices came out, "Whatever daddy eats, I'll eat." Me too, me too. The 2 young maids next to Auntie Chen were extremely attractive, definitely the school flower level of existence. However, looking at Yi Xian, the number 1 school flower in the Demon City, coupled with the aura of his charm, Yi Xian here was no different from Prince Charming. Seeing the 2 cute kids staring at him with big, wide eyes, Yi Xian, who had just acquired god-level cooking skills, felt a sudden urge to show off. He then gave them a charming smile and said, "Why don't I cook a big meal for you tonight?" The author has something to say. 3 o'clock in the morning. Chapter 4, How can I spoil my kids so well and give them such sweet treats? Wow, Daddy can cook. Daddy is awesome. The 2 adorable children looked at him like little fans, their eyes full of admiration. Yi Xian, who was already a father, felt quite satisfied. It was a treat to be able to do that for his own daughter. Before he knew it, being a father was quite nice. He pamperingly scratches the porcelain white little noses of his 2 adorable children. Of course, Daddy is super awesome. Wait, Daddy will cook for you now. He squeezes the cheeks of his 2 little cuties and laughs. The 2 cute kids would never wait obediently. They were being cute and spoiled, saying, "No, we want to watch Daddy cook." Daddy is much better than Mommy. Mommy can't even cook. Li and Chan and the others. Do these 2 little guys know what they're saying? Your mommy is much better than Daddy. Daddy, we really want to watch you cook. Yes, you just let us go. The pitiful look made them even cuter, and Yi Xian's heart melted. Auntie Chen and the maids were all overwhelmed with maternal love. Mom, I really want a pair of cute kids like this. They're so cute. This wave of dog food really came out of nowhere. Yes. Being spoiled by the 2 cute kids, Yi Xian's heart was filled with a sense of satisfaction and accomplishment. Damn, what more could you ask for in life with these 2 kids? Of course, there is also a goddess wife with a stunning appearance. Daddy is so good, Tong Tong loves you so much. After saying that, Tong Tong gave Yi Xian a kiss on the side of his face. Meng Meng, who was standing nearby, saw her sister kiss her father and acted cute, saying, "I want one too, a kiss from Daddy." No surprise, another wave of dog food came their way. Shaoli, Aunt Chen and the others were envious and said, "That's so sweet, what should we do?" The dog food set was a combination of punches that really confused Shaoli and Aunt Chen. The 2 little princesses were really, really cute. Although they hadn't eaten dinner yet, they both felt full and even had the urge to burp. Then, under Yi Xian's command, Aunt Chen had someone deliver a variety of fresh ingredients, which were piled high in the kitchen. Judging from the ingredients alone, it was definitely going to be a big meal. His hands itched with excitement, and seeing a piece of tofu among the ingredients, Baba first made you a dish of Wenshir tofu. As soon as the words fell from his lips, a piece of tender tofu, rinsed and cleaned, appeared on the table. Then, day. The sound of the cleaver hitting the cutting board came out, frequent and rhythmic, so fast it was like a ghost. Yi Xian's right hand seemed to turn into an invisible hand. The young maids watching him were dazzled, and they couldn't help but blush. This speed, and such precise control, and more importantly, the young master was also so handsome and super charming, so they couldn't help but blush. It's really Wensa tofu. Auntie Chen, as an expert in the field, was also shocked by Yi Xian's operation. This knife work alone is enough to prove his extraordinary cooking skills. Auntie Chen, this Wensa tofu was a maid's eyes drifting, looking at the ghostly speed of the young master, her pretty face flushed and asking. Wensa tofu is a classic dish in the culinary world that puts knife skills to the test. It can be said to be almost divine craftsmanship. This small piece of tofu has to be cut into thousands of toothpick-like, thin vermicelli-like strips of tofu. Moreover, after a few days of soaking with the tofu strips, each one has to be clearly visible, even in thickness, as thin as a hair, and not sticky, not broken, not cut off. Auntie Chen spoke with confidence, and the maid and Xiaoli were stunned. My goodness, this Wensa tofu is so difficult. Not to mention making it, just hearing about it makes your scalp tingle. Yi Xian in this room has already cut the tofu, and then placed it in clean water. No surprise, the result is generally as Auntie Chen said. Wow, the tofu is superb. It's amazing. Meng loves it, he. Seeing the tofu make a big splash, the two cute kids cheer and congratulate him, their little faces flushed with excitement. If you didn't know any better, you'd think they made the tofu. If he wasn't so busy, they really couldn't help but rush up and give him a kiss. Master, it's a success. This is the effect Auntie Chen was talking about, it's amazing. Several maids saw it in their eyes, and their beautiful eyes grew even more fervent. Master is amazing, with that speed and precision. Master, this. Chen's eyelids twitched slightly. Not only was he amazing, she had once gone to a 5-star hotel to learn from the 5-star head chef, and she had seen that 5-star chef's incredible knife skills back then, and even today, she still remembered it vividly. In contrast, she found that Master's knife skills were even better than the 5-star chef's. And that was just the beginning. Fish bones removed, shredded pork, meat in pagoda shape, etc. all appeared one after the other in the eyes of Chen's maid and the two cute children. Watching the kitchen knife dance, as if completing the operation of a piece of art, was truly pleasing to the eye. The movements were smooth and natural, and Chen's maid and the others realized here that their new master was a master chef, a true master. Tianji Building, President's Office. Mu Hanshua, with her pair of beautiful eyes and radiant face, looked at the surveillance on the computer and her eyes flashed with surprise and astonishment. That guy, his knife skills and cooking skills were so high. Although she couldn't cook, she had seen many culinary masters, and there was no denying that this guy's knife skills were the highest she had ever seen. However, this speed. Seeing Yi Xian's speed, which was like a ghost's, her pretty face couldn't help but flush with red. 3 years ago, she hadn't seen him so fast either. This guy seems to have some hidden skills. She let out a soft grunt, put down her work, picked up her jacket, and walked towards the underground garage. She wanted to see what kind of dishes that guy could cook. When Mu Hanshua rushed to Villa 1 in Kowloon, Yi Xian had already prepared all the ingredients and then began to methodically prepare the various dishes. Although there were many steps in the cooking process, under Yi Xian's control, everything was progressing in an orderly manner. He flipped the wok, tossed the pot, and skimmed the oil. Simple actions, but they looked extremely beautiful when performed by Yi Xian, and suddenly became very impressive. In particular, the tossing of the pot, which easily stumps many chefs, was incredibly easy for Yi Xian, as if the iron pot in his hands was not 20 or 30 caddies in weight, but a toy. Before long, the aroma of each dish wafted out from every corner of the kitchen. Braised tofu with black bean sauce. Stir-fried shredded pork. Westlake vinegar fish. Buddha jumps over the wall. Flying dragon soup. These young and beautiful maids served the expensive dishes to the dining table in the living room, and there was not just one table, but two. Because there were so many dishes that the table could not hold them all, the delicious aroma of the food filled the living room and spread to every corner of the villa. Miss. At this moment, a beautiful figure walked in from outside the villa. This person was none other than Mu Hanshua, who had hurried over from Tianji Building. This fragrance. Mu Hanshua's eyebrows twitched slightly as she sniffed the scent that wafted up to her nose and tickled her taste buds, obviously guessing something. Wow, Mummy's back. The two adorable children strutted towards Hanshe, happily running over to her. "Mommy, look, Daddy has prepared so many dishes for us." "Hee, Meng Meng really likes them, Daddy is amazing." The two adorable children beamed with pride, their cute giggles echoing through every inch of the villa. As expected. Upon hearing her daughter's words, Hanshe's beautiful eyes glanced at Yi Xian, who had just come out of the kitchen. "He's back." Seeing Hanshe, Yi Xian felt as if her husband was greeting his wife after work. At this moment, he could not help but feel guilty. Someone else had helped raise his two daughters for more than 2 years, while he had never fulfilled the responsibilities of a father for even a single day. Guilt and self-blame welled up in his heart, which then turned into tender eyes. Feeling Yi Xian's tender gaze, Hanshe replied stiffly, but a sense of sweetness welled up in her heart. She felt that the suffering she had endured over the past 3 years had been worthwhile. "Let's eat, the food will get cold." The tender gaze made Hanshe afraid to meet his eyes, for she was afraid that her cold appearance would melt away in the depths of those eyes. After saying that, she looked at Auntie Chen and said, "Auntie Chen, there are so many dishes that Hanshe and I can't finish eating, so please ask the brothers from the security team to come in and let's eat together." "Auntie Chen, miss, this." Hearing Yi Xian's words, Chen Yilin was taken aback, and her gaze quickly turned to Hanshe. Even Shaoli was taken aback. Calling the bodyguards to eat together was something that had never happened before. Several maids also gazed at Hanshe, waiting for her response. Seeing the gaze of Chen Yilin and the others, Yi Xian looked at the domineering female president Hanshe and asked, "Is there a problem, Hanshe?" Feeling the gaze of Yi Xian and Aunt Chen and the others, Hanshe's pretty face flushed slightly, and she was momentarily flustered. This title obviously made her a little uncomfortable, although she didn't reject it. "What are you looking at me for? Go and get them." Okay." Aunt Chen was stunned for a moment, hurriedly answering, and as she went to call the bodyguards, she looked meaningfully at Yi Xian, secretly thinking, this young master seems to have a very high status, and he has just arrived and already made an exception for the young lady. Wow, the boss is awesome. My mom never lets the bodyguards eat in the villa. At this time, the two cute kids revealing of their mother's faults attracted Hanshe's glare, so the two kids hurriedly stopped talking. Their dumb and cute appearance made Shaoli and several maids unable to hold back their laughter. Before long, more than 10 bodyguards came in from outside. They learned from Auntie Chen that it was the new master's idea, and they were immediately trembling with fear, thanking the master and miss for their reward. Obviously, the more than 10 bodyguards looked at Hanshe with awe in their eyes. 3 years ago, they knew very well that the young lady was extremely protective of her children. Her tone was so strong and overbearing that she almost caused the Mu family to fall apart. In the end, the old master had no choice but to let things go. They will never forget that night. The young lady threatened their old master Mu to the death in order to protect the two little princesses. And that was also the time when they truly got to know this young lady again. It can be said that in order to protect their children, everyone, including old Master Mu, was unrelenting that time. We are not outsiders, so there is no need to thank us. Yi Xian gave a faint smile. If I say thank you, then in the past 3 years, thanks to the dozen or so brothers who have taken care of Hanshe and Tong Meng Meng, I, Yi Xian, will remember this kindness. My subordinates dare not. This is our duty. Upon hearing these words from the young master, the dozen or so Mu family bodyguards were flattered. Hanshe glanced at Yi Xian, and could not help but think that this guy was good at winning people over. Gul Yubing. The two cute kids listened to their father's words, pursed their lips and swallowed. Dad, can we eat first? We're so hungry. Haha, okay. With a slight smile, he picked up 2 pieces of fish, removed the bones and placed them in the bowls of the two cute kids. That's not all, then, under the watchful eyes of Hanshe and Shaoli and the others, he picked up some of the best parts of each dish and put them in the bowls of the two cute kids. This young master is really spoiling his kids. The author has something to say. For more chapters. 13,000 words on the first day. Chapter 5, the son-in-law who comes to the door will never be possible in this life. Wow, the baba is delicious. The baba is superb. While eating, the two cute kids didn't forget to praise the baba, and even kissed the baba's cheeks to the left and right. Unsurprisingly, a wave of dog food was once again spilled on the dining table. Seeing the dog food of the young master and the little princess, the 10 or so bodyguards around them were flooded with fatherly love. Holy shit, these two little princesses are so lethal that for a moment they all had the urge to have a daughter of the same model. Mu Hanshua saw the two cute kids showing off their affection in front of her, and her heart was sour. To be honest, the two little guys rarely behaved like this with her. This bastard, as soon as he arrived, he started fighting with me for the two little ones. But this guy's cooking skills are really something. A conservative estimate would be that he's a 5-star chef. I can't tell, this guy's got some skills. Mumbling to himself, Mu Hanshua's impression of Yixian once again changed slightly. Belch. After about half an hour, the two cute kids had eaten their fill, but looking at the table full of dishes, their appetites remained unabated. Oh no, they still want to eat, but Baba Tong Tong is already full. Yes, me too. Puff. Seeing the two cute kids' dumb and pitiful looks, Xiaoli and Auntie Chen all burst out laughing. The two little princesses are really cute. Even Mu Hanshua couldn't help but smile when she saw the two girls. The two little ones had smiled more today than they usually did in a week, so it seemed that she had made the right decision. The meal, which included conversation and laughter, lasted about an hour before it was over. The large table of dishes prepared by the dozen or so bodyguards was completely cleared, a true testament to the Clean Your Plate campaign. Even so, the dozen or so people still felt that they hadn't eaten enough, even though they were actually full to bursting. As Mu's bodyguards, they obviously didn't lack money. They had long since grown tired of eating at fancy restaurants, but they had never tasted such delicious dishes. They were even more impressed by such an affable young master with such high culinary skills. Thank you, young master, for your hospitality. The 10 or so bodyguards were extremely satisfied with their new young master after the meal. They thought to themselves that they would definitely work even harder to protect the young lady and the two little princesses in the future. Auntie Chen and the maids were also lost in thought as they cleaned up the dishes, thinking that the young master was so handsome and had such good cooking skills, they would be very lucky in the future. In particular, the young and beautiful maids couldn't help but imagine the young master's speed with their own hands. Ding dong. Yi Xian, who was playing with the two cute kids, received a call from his mother. He couldn't help thinking about the paternity test that Zhou Zitian had been asked to take during the day, and already had a guess as to the reason for his mother's call. Hello, Mom. He went out onto the balcony, breathed in the fresh air and the slightly cool night breeze, and answered the phone. Then, the expected voice came from the other end. You little brat, you've got some nerve. If Xiao Zhou hadn't called me, your old mother would still be in the dark. He said you have 2 twin daughters. Is that true? Explain yourself clearly, or I'll come over right now and break your legs. Yi Xian had expected this from his mother, and had already put the phone far away. Mom, don't worry, take care of your health. Take care of your health, you brat, don't give me that useless nonsense. Jiang Yuanqing, who was completely unmoved, knew her son's tricks too well. She snorted and said, Tell me the truth, how old are your 2 daughters? Cough cough. Well, they're a little over 2 years old. I'll send you a photo. Yi Xian said this and took a photo of the 2 cute kids playing in the living room, and then sent it over. However, as soon as he sent it, he realized that it was bad, because he had also included Mu Hanshi in the photo. Sure enough. The 2 cute kids are quite cute, just like when you were a kid. Yi Xian. But then Jiang Wanqing changed the subject, but to be honest, the girl next to the 2 little ones is that girl, right? Cough cough, that mom, do you believe me if I say no? Yi Xian knew he couldn't hide it anymore, so he might as well just come clean. Like I would believe you, you little brat. You're not even 5 or 6 years old, but I didn't expect you to have such high standards. The 2 little ones are both over 2 years old, doesn't that mean you? As a teacher with more than 20 years of teaching experience, Jiang Yuanqing suddenly felt that her education had gone a bit astray. Such a simple question, more than 2 years ago, her own son had not yet gone to school. Then Yi Xian told the general story of what had happened, from the time after his college entrance exam when he had a dinner with his classmates, then he had slept with Mu Hanshue without knowing it, and then the 2 cute kids went to school to find him, and then he casually mentioned the marriage agreement. After listening to this, Jiang Wanqing was silent for a moment. You're lucky to have a conscience. If you really abandon this girl and the 2 children, I'll be the first to sever the mother-son relationship with you. Ahem, wise decision by the mother. The mother and son opened up about their feelings, and Jiang Wanqing continued, By the way, what does that girl do? I think the background of the photo is a villa, and the decoration is quite nice. Upon hearing her mother's words, Yi Xian rolled his eyes. It's more than just good. Mom, you may not believe me when I tell you, but you know the Kowloon Villa in the demon capital, right? Yes, isn't it a place where the powerful and wealthy of the demon capital gather? It said that you can't even buy it with money. Upon hearing her son's words, Jiang Wanqing spoke up, but soon realized that something was wrong. As an old teacher who has been mingling with students for more than 20 years, she still has some guile. Could it be? That's right. Your future daughter-in-law lives in Kowloon Villa, and it's Villa 1. Jiang Wanqing. Upon hearing her son's words, Jiang Wanqing was silent for a long time, clearly stunned by her son's remark. Villa 1 Kowloon Villa, are you sure you got it right, son? Although Jiang Wanqing was an ordinary teacher who had worked hard all her life but could not afford the toilet of a Kowloon Villa, she still knew the name of Kowloon Villa. The cheapest Kowloon Villa is said to cost hundreds of millions of dollars, and some of the better ones cost billions. Villa number 1, as the best of the Kowloon villas, is worth at least $1 billion. A villa worth $1 billion, you only need to use your toes to figure out what such a family represents. Rotten kid, you're not going to become a son-in-law, are you? As a teacher, although Jiang Wanqing is not pedantic, people's words can be feared. She doesn't care about being a son-in-law, and it doesn't sound good to say it out loud, although there are countless people who want this son-in-law. Yi Xian. Ahem, Mom, what did you say? A son-in-law, it's impossible in this life. Listening to his mother's out-of-the-blue idea, Yi Xian was speechless. Regardless of the system, he is at least the school hunk in Shanghai, so how could he be a son-in-law? I live here simply to make up for the 3 years of debt to the 2 little guys in Hanshe, but I guess I'll be a full-time dad for a long time to come. Thinking about the system I gave my mom a heads up in advance. Well, that's for sure. But son, although that girl is very rich, you must not lose your backbone. Jiang Wanqing spoke with deep meaning, saying, you can spend that girl's money, but don't be subservient to her or even try to please her because of that. Cough cough, Mom, do you think I'm that kind of person? Okay, I'll stop talking now, I have to bathe and put the 2 little ones to bed. Do. Between the stunned Jiang Wanqing, her son hung up the phone, and Yi Yunfei, who had been listening on the speakerphone, his cold face finally turned from cloudy to sunny. Jiang Wanqing gave Yi Yunfei a blank look, relieved. What kind of person is your own son? You're worrying for nothing. Rolling her eyes, although Jiang Wanqing was also very worried. Cut it out, you're the same. Yi Yunfei glared at his wife, but due to their family status, he didn't raise his voice. What did you say? Seeing his wife's glare, Yi Yunfei's heart lurched. I didn't say anything. I said that my son did the right thing. That's right, it's not like you're not looking at whose son it is. Jiang Wanqing spoke arrogantly, and then flipped through the photo that her son had sent. Hey, Lao Yi, don't say it, this girl and our son are quite compatible. While the old couple were chatting, Villa Kowloon number 1. Yi Xian was playing with the 2 cute kids after their bath. With a loud noise, the bathroom door opened, and then a girl wearing a nightgown, with a pretty face and a slight blush appeared in the view. Yi Xian's eyes were fixed. Beautiful. So beautiful. Loose pink pajamas, a cute little bunny rabbit shower cap on her head. At this moment, Mu Hanshua was shy but also a little enchanting. After all, this was the first time she had looked like this in front of a guy. Does it look good? Seeing Yi Xian, who was looking at her in a daze, Mu Hanshua asked in a sweet voice. As this voice entered his ears, Yi Xian suddenly felt giddy. This girl, she was a demon. Very pretty. Gula swallowed, looking up and down at Mu Hanshi, who, although wearing loose pajamas, still had a figure that was hard to hide. Unconsciously, Yi Xian thought of that night 3 years ago, those butterflies that were so beautiful they were impeccable. Chapter 6, the teacher said that if you have a fever, you need to see a doctor. Humph. Mu Hanshua let out a cute little grunt, her heart full of satisfaction and joy. This made her happier than when she defeated one opponent after another. Tung tung meng meng, go to bed with mommy. Mu Hanshua, who had rolled her eyes, pulled the 2 cute kids and headed back to the bedroom to go to bed, wanting to leave the guy alone in the empty room. No, I want to sleep with daddy. Meng Meng also. And they ran to Yi Xian, clasping his legs with their little hands, as if to say, we don't want to be separated from daddy. Mu Hanshue couldn't help but feel a blush rising to her face when she saw Yi Xian's still slightly glowing gaze. She couldn't help but think of the night she had lost her virginity, a night she would never forget in her life. Then you guys can sleep with daddy, and I'll sleep by myself. Her face was burning hot, and Mu Hanshue really didn't dare to stay here anymore. Wow. Mommy, don't go, I want to sleep with daddy and mommy. Me too, sob sob sob. The 2 cute kids once again started their divine assistance. Seeing the two little ones crying so sadly, Mu Hanshue panicked directly. Okay, we'll sleep together, don't cry, baby. In this way, Mu Hanshue, with a stiff upper lip, dragged the two cute kids into the bedroom. Yishen looked at the graceful back and the nice fragrance, and a smile curved his lips. Happiness came so suddenly. Then, the two cute kids were in the middle, and Yishen and Mu Hanshue were on either side. Hey, mommy, your face is so red, do you have a fever? Mu Hanshue. No, I'm fine. At this moment, Mu Hanshue didn't dare to look at Yishen. Even so, what came to mind were the unforgettable scenes from 3 years ago. Really? The teacher said that if you have a fever, you need to see a doctor. Meng Meng innocently cared about her mother, and then looked at Yishen. Her father is so amazing, can you help her? Yishen. Heard Meng Meng's words, Yishen felt an urge to burst into flames. Fix it? Of course he knew how to fix it, but he wasn't sure if your mother would agree. Mu Hanshue let out a deep sigh of relief. These two little ones are really restless. Steady your mind and change the subject. By the way, I'll tell you a story. When they heard the words tell a story, the two Manghua kids' little faces paled. No, I've heard your stories many times before, they're not interesting at all. Mu Hanshi heard this and her pretty face flushed. This was a very appropriate retort. Of course, what the two cute kids said was also the truth. She had been busy with work and had no time to learn the stories. The two little ones' eyes dropped and they looked at Yishen next to them. Daddy, why don't you tell the story? Yes, Daddy is so amazing, the story he tells must be super interesting. But listening to the two little ones, he glanced at Mu Hanshue's slightly resentful gaze. This, no good. Come on. Daddy, we really want to hear you tell a story. The two cute kids' coquettish and cute persuasion was finally unable to withstand the persistence of the two little lovers. Okay, then Daddy will tell you the story of the ugly duckling. Once upon a time, there was a swan egg that was hatched by a duck in a duck nest. After being hatched, it was treated like an ugly duckling because of its unusual appearance. Therefore, since crawling out of the eggshell, it has been beaten up everywhere, excluded, and ridiculed, not only among the ducks, but also among the chickens. Then, the story of the ugly duckling was told in Yishen's voice. After listening to the fairy tale, Mu Hanshue looked at Yishen in surprise. She was a little stunned. This guy can also tell such an interesting fairy tale. The two cute kids were listening with relish, deeply engrossed in the story, as if they themselves had become the ugly duckling in Baba's mouth, being ostracized and mocked by everyone around them since birth. However, they never got discouraged, until they finally turned into beautiful swans. Wow, that's beautiful. It's so interesting. The ugly duckling was so pitiful at first, but in the end I envy it. The two cute kids chattered away, and Yishen rubbed the little guys' heads. In fact, setbacks and pain are inevitable in our lives, but as long as we face them with strength, we can get what we want, just like the ugly duckling, which eventually became a swan. The moral of the story is a fairy tale education. When Mu Hanshue heard it, her eyes sparkled. It seems that she has underestimated this guy. He has blended words of parenting into a fairy tale. This guy is really just a junior college student. Well, Daddy is right. I want to be an ugly duckling with ideals. Me too. The two adorable children nodded their heads seriously, their innocent expressions really endearing. Really? That's great. Then Daddy will congratulate the two future beautiful swans in advance. Hearing Daddy's congratulations, the two little ones smiled and revealed two pairs of dimples, so sweet that the whole room was filled with dog food. Mu Hanshi was gratified while eating the dog food from the two little ones and that bastard. Thank you, Daddy. Tong Tong said with a smile, and then gave Mua an affectionate kiss. Meng Meng was not to be outdone, and kissed in the same position. Mu Hanshi felt her sense of existence plummet. Mu Hanshi's heart was full of jealousy, but she was unable to get angry. It was really whether it was right or wrong to find this guy. Daddy, Meng Meng wants some more. Meng Meng is so happy, she blinks her pretty, cute eyes at the omnipotent Daddy after kissing him. Haha, okay. A story warms the bond between a father and daughter. Rubbing Ming Ming's little head, I continue. Next, I'll tell you the story of Snow White. Once upon a time, the queen of a certain country sat by an open window. The winter snow pricked her fingers like needles, causing 3 drops of blood to fall onto the snow and ebony window frame. She admired the way the three colors blended, and said to herself, "Oh, how I wish I had a daughter with skin as white as snow, lips as red as blood, and hair as black as ebony." Not long after, the queen gave birth to a girl in the winter. Her skin was pure white like snow, her lips were red like blood, and her hair was black and supple like ebony window frames. So she was named Snow White. The queen passed away not long after giving birth to the princess, and the king married another woman who was beautiful, proud, vicious, and evil as the queen. Listening to another story from their father, the two children blinked as they listened, because they had never heard this story before. It was completely different from what their mother had told them. It was so exciting and interesting. The new queen had a magic mirror, and she often asked it, "Mirror, mirror, on the wall, who is the fairest of them all?" Finally, after about 5 or 6 minutes, the beautiful story of Snow White came to an end, and in the end, Snow White married the prince from the neighboring kingdom and lived happily ever after. Hee hee, Snow White is so happy. Well, but that wicked queen was super annoying. The two little ones commented with relish on the story their father had just told them, as if it were a movie playing out in their minds. Snow White? 7 dwarfs? Wicked queen? Prince from the neighboring country? How did this guy come up with such a story? Daddy is awesome, kisses Mua. No surprise, Mu Hanshe once again ate the dog food of the Boya people, and she was jealous in her heart. Ding! The host rewards the god-level musical ability for the first time he tells a story to his daughter. As he watched the two cute children fall asleep, Yi Xian suddenly heard the voice of the system in his head. God-level musical ability? Before Yi Xian could react further, another voice from the system came through, ding. In view of the host's possession of 2 god-level abilities, the system mall is now open. Immediately afterwards, Yi Xian's eyes were filled with an array of items in the system mall. A friendly reminder, everything in the system mall requires daddy points to redeem. The method of obtaining daddy points is very simple, just improve your relationship with your daughter and make her happy, and you will get the corresponding daddy points. Struggle, host. Daddy points? But in this room, looking at the two little ones' dependence on Yi Xian, Mu Hanshue's heart was full of envy, which turned into resentment. The more she thought about it, the more she felt aggrieved. She had raised the two little ones for more than 2 years, and although she hadn't received any praise, she had at least done her best. But ever since she met Yi Xian, she felt as if she didn't even exist, and couldn't help but give Yi Xian a disgusted look. Muxiangsu, who was sulking, glared at Yi Xian in defiance. What's the big deal? It's just a fairy tale, meant to fool children. You try to trick me. Yi Xian, I'd rather not. I don't want to see you cry. He, mommy's crying, shame on you. Muxiangsu. Listen to your daughter. Mu Hanshue's pretty face flushed, and her competitiveness was aroused. Humph, just determined that she would win, what a big mouth. How about we make a bet? Mu Hanshue must take the initiative and show this guy a little color, otherwise in the long run, where will she have any status in her daughter's heart? It is imperative to win back a city. A bet? What's the bet? Yi Xian's heart leaped at Mu Hanshue's words. This girl seemed to have no idea how to take a loss. Mu Hanshue's beautiful eyes twinkled, and the pajamas that faintly revealed her springtime beauty made Yi Xian unable to help but be distracted. Mu Hanshue snickered inwardly at this, man. In that case, if you lose without any tricks, your monthly allowance will be half to 50,000 in the future. Yi Xian. You're serious about cutting your allowance in half? Hearing Mu Hanshue's words, directly cutting the bet in half was no small matter. What, are you afraid, or do you have no confidence in yourself? Mu Hanshue said in a tone that was sure to win Yi Xian over, confident in the next move. How could I be afraid? But if I lose, my allowance will be cut in half, so what if you lose? While talking, his eyes scanned Mu Hanshue's body up and down, making Mu Hanshue break out in goosebumps all over, as if he had been seen through by him. What do you say? Seeing Mu Hanshue's determined look, the corners of his mouth curled up into a wicked smile. If you lose, I want you to kiss me. Chapter 7, Should I kiss the butterfly or the cherry? I'm so torn. You. Mu Hanshe saw Yi Xuanda's face getting more and more cheeky, and her pretty face turned slightly red. Thinking about that guy's arrogance, she said, okay, I promise. She said this, but in her heart she was thinking that she would definitely cut your pay in half later. Wow, Daddy and Mommy are going to play a game. He, I'm so looking forward to it, who will win? The two cute kids were beside themselves, adding to the atmosphere with their divine assistance. The two little guys, Hanshe and Yixian, told themselves that they could not lose, and that they must win back the city. Then don't try to weasel out of it if you lose later, because I'm a weasel. Suddenly, Hanshe seemed quite cute, even though she usually acted aloof. Hanshe, you're the mangy dog. We'll see how cocky you are when your pay is cut in half. After pausing for a moment, she glared at Yixian and suddenly realized that this guy was becoming more and more insolent and hateful. Hanshe, who gritted her teeth, glared at Yixian hatefully. If looks could kill, Yixian would have already returned to hell countless times. The two cute kids heard that the game between Mama and Papa was about to begin, and hurriedly cheered them on. Go Papa! Go Mama! For a moment, there was quite a tense atmosphere, and it was full of fun. I'll start then. He gave a slight smile and looked deeply at Hanshe, the peerless beauty in front of him, who was concentrating 120%. If I can't cure you, little girl, I've wasted my 2 lives. The question is very simple, it's a test of reaction speed. After I ask the question, you have to answer as quickly as possible, and if you answer correctly, I lose. Do you understand the rules? The big bad wolf lured the little white rabbit into a pit by telling lies. Understood. Hanshe, who was on her best behavior, said in a serious voice that she was ready to use her absolute intelligence to crush and conquer this jerk. The two cute kids were even more excited when they saw that the battle was about to break out, and they were looking forward to it. How many is that? While Yixian was speaking, he held up a slender finger, his eyes staring straight at Hanshe, giving her a certain pressure. As expected, under the aura of Yixian's charm, Hanshe's heart slightly lost its defense, and her face flushed a little. 1. A crisp response, completely subconscious, and after answering the question, her heart calmed down quite a bit. Mommy is so amazing. Seeing Mommy's quick response, the two little guys cheered for Hanshe. Hanshe loved odd even smiles the most, so this is it? Then, what's this? Ignoring Hanshe's disdainful glare, because this was just a setup, he then raised 2 fingers again. 2. Sure enough, Hanshe, who continued to fall into the trap, responded faster than the first time, and when she saw Yixian's subtle and meaningful smile, because that was exactly what he wanted, this girl's competitiveness was completely aroused. What's 1 plus 1? Yixian's speed also increased by several points, and at the same time, he held up 3 slender fingers in his hand. 3. Murmuring Hanshe, without any thought at all, directly said an answer, and after she finished speaking, she did not forget to cast a disdainful glance, as if she wanted to stump her with this question as well. Wow, wife, you're amazing. Yixian, who was smiling wickedly, looked at the beautiful person in front of him wearing pajamas, with a bewitching smile on the corners of her mouth, and the intimate address made Hanshe's face burn. That's right. The smug Hanshe momentarily ignored Yixian's address, and proudly tilted her swan-like neck. The two cute kids saw their mother's smug look and widened their beautiful eyes, tilting their heads suspiciously. That's not right. Mom, isn't 1 plus 1 equal to 2? How can it be equal to 3? The voice of the dumbfounded fox sounded in Hanshe's mind. She was stunned for a moment, her eyes suddenly widened, and her pretty face flushed. That touch of charm was so intoxicating that it made people want to peck at it. Bastard, you did it on purpose. Hanshe, who had come to her senses, thought about the scenes that had just unfolded, from the beginning of the problem to the next, when she had held up 3 fingers but asked the question of what 1 plus 1 equals. This was clearly a trap set for her, and she had even congratulated herself on her clever answer. This guy just loves to make a fool out of her. That guy is so annoying. Whether it was intentional or not, you have to honor your bet. It's a once-in-a-lifetime sight to see a beautiful woman in her pajamas losing her mind. Wow, mommy is going to kiss daddy. I'm so looking forward to it. The 2 adorable kids are beside themselves, staring with wide, beautiful eyes at their beautiful mommy, and they don't forget to add, Mommy, you have to honor your bet. Hanshe saw the 3 of them, her face flushed, her teeth clenched. Deliberate, absolutely deliberate, damn bastard. If you want to kiss, you've kissed before. Biting her silver teeth, she gritted her teeth and blushed. She kissed Yixian's cheek, and moved away as if she had been electrocuted. Her mind replayed the various images from that night 3 years ago. Oh yeah. I'm shy about kissing my papa. The 2 cute kids were chattering away, but it didn't seem to make the situation any less awkward, which was the only thing Hanshe was grateful for. Kiki, let's do it again, papa. This game is super fun. Yes, Let's do it again. The two little ones are not afraid of anything, and Yi Xian fondly pinches the cheeks of the two cute kids, not realizing that their mother is embarrassed. While saying this, her mind is reminiscing about the brief kiss just now, which was soft and cool, and felt super good. Who is embarrassed? Come on. You have to. Mu Hanxue, hearing this, felt like a kitten with its tail stepped on. She gritted her teeth and said, okay. If I win, I'll deduct all your pay of 100,000. Biting her silver teeth, Mu Hanxue was also desperate, and directly increased the stakes. Dare you? The little tyrant's voice was loud, and his bright eyes stared directly at Yi Xian. Are you really going to do it? If you lose, how about if I kiss you instead? A big deal would do Yi Xian no harm, but Yi Xian was thinking, if he won next, should he kiss her on the lips or the cheek? Good. Mu Hanxue, who was overwhelmed by her old grudges and new hatred, spoke loudly. Cough cough, listen carefully. In the zoo, there is a giraffe called I Don't Love You and an elephant called I Love You. One day, I Don't Love You dies, what's left? The question is very simple and clear, but there is a big pitfall buried by the unscrupulous Yi Xian. I love you. Mu Hanxue blurted out, even faster than the first question. She couldn't wait to see this despicable guy act as a free babysitter for her. The thought of that image was exciting. Hearing the impatient voice of the beautiful woman, Yi Xian smiled, wife, I love you too. But the rest is an elephant, not a name. Mu Hanxue? You. Stared with wide eyes, and Mu Hanxue obviously realized that she had fallen for it again when she thought about it. Wow, Daddy is amazing, he made Mummy lose again. He, it's still never happened before for Mummy to lose twice in a row. Daddy, hurry up and kiss Mummy, it must be so sweet. The two little ones, who were not calm, gave their godly assistance. Yi Xian, who had been ready for a long time, held Mu Hanxue's face in his hands and kissed her deeply while she was still in a daze. He cheered himself on in his heart, thinking that this was his wife, and that it was fine to kiss her. When Mu Hanxue came to her senses, her mind went blank, and she lost the ability to think. Her beautiful big eyes were wide with disbelief as she looked at the guy in front of her. He was so bold as to kiss her in front of the two little ones. Quietly, with the two adorable children staring with wide eyes, a long French kiss that lasted several minutes rose up. The two little ones, grinning from ear to ear, watched their father sprinkle dog food all over his face. They giggled, I like it, it looks super good, I wish I could see that every day. It wasn't until Mu Hanxue's pretty face turned red and she almost suffocated that she used all her strength to push Yi Xian away, gasping for air, feeling as if she was about to run out of breath. You rascal, how dare you kiss me? Mu Hanxue's rosy face was red, and her murderous gaze stared at the damn bastard across from her. What a loss. This is a big loss. Not only did she not make the guy lose money, but she herself was taken advantage of so much by that rascal. You have to accept your losses if you make a bet. You can't afford to lose, wife. While saying these words lightly, in her heart she was reminiscing about the wonderful taste she just experienced. Gee, that taste was really good. Spit, you're the one who's the wife, don't call me that. After reacting to this bastard, who had taken advantage of her many times, Mu Hanxue hated him even more. How could this guy be so hateful, not only kissing her but also calling her his wife? Damn, what a bastard, I really want to bite him to death and eat him. Really? How about we bet on another game? Pausing for a moment, Yi Xian was prepared to dig an even bigger hole this time. If I lose, not only will I not want the 100,000 per month, I won't want the extra money each year either. How about I become a full-time dad for free? Oh. Upon hearing Yi Xian's wager, as expected, Mu Hanxue became interested. This wager was much bigger than the one she had proposed. Seeing that his wife was hooked, Yi Xian also began a new round of attacks of his own. Of course, if I win by chance, then in the future you can't object if I call you my wife, and you have to call me my husband, at least in private. Mu Hanxue, don't even think about it. Hearing the unreasonable demands of that detestable guy, Mu Hanxue's lungs exploded with anger. She couldn't object if he called her his wife, and she also had to let him call her husband. What was this bastard thinking? It's just that. I really want this guy to use me as a free nanny. It's so hard to choose, what should I do? Chapter 8, the show begins, and it's bad for Mu Hanxue. Kowloon Villa, bedroom. The two cute kids watched their parents argue, smiling heartlessly. Is Mama being bullied by Baba? I feel like I like seeing this. After weighing the pros and cons, Mu Hanshue finally agreed once again. That bastard was really arrogant and wanted to teach him a lesson. This time, she would definitely defeat that rascal. Phew. Okay, I agree. With a deep breath, Mu Hanshue stared at Yi Xian with sharp eyes, bracing herself mentally. This time, she would play it safe. If I lose this round, I'll let you call me wife. I won't object, and in private I'll call you old husband. Her sweet, adorably feminine voice made Yi Xian's bones feel a little weak. Damn it, in his previous life, just how much good fortune did he accumulate to get such a stunning wife? Eh? Listening to Mu Hanshue's adorably feminine voice, Yi Xian responded with interest. You're shameless. Mu Hanshue saw the bastard's unscrupulousness, her pretty face flushed with anger, and she was so mad that she was about to go up and strangle Yi Xian. He. The two little ones were watching their father constantly bully their mother from the side, which was really fun and interesting to watch. Their father was super awesome, and even their strong mother had been conquered. At this moment, the image of Yi Xian was infinitely magnified in the hearts of the two cute children. Congratulations to the host for gaining +1 daddy points from Daddy Tong. Congratulations to the host for gaining +1 daddy points from Daddy Meng. Congratulations to the host for gaining +1 daddy points from Daddy Tong. Congratulations to the host for gaining +1 daddy points from Daddy Meng. Hearing the daddy points ringing in his head, Yi Xian was slightly startled, and then he thought of the system mall that had just opened, and he was overjoyed. You can spoil your daughter and harvest daddy points at the same time. The system is quite user-friendly. Just kidding. A man's spirits are lifted when he is happy, and Yi Xian in this room is full of energy, manipulating his wife, spoiling his daughter and harvesting daddy points, killing 3 birds with 1 stone. This is the pinnacle of life, and this is only the beginning of Yi Xian's life. Teasing Mu Hanshue for a while is quite interesting. The feeling of the French long kiss just now is still lingering in the mouth, a feeling that can only be understood but not described in words. Humph. Mu Hanshue snorted in contempt, but in her heart she was shameless. She thought to herself, this rogue really is a piece of work, and she secretly made up her mind that this time she would definitely make that shameless and detestable guy look good. Straighten your voice and listen carefully. Next, I'll say a tongue twister, and if you can imitate it, you win. Tongue twister? Mu Hanshue's mouth twitched in surprise at the shameless guy's words. Does this kid not like the fact that he lost quickly enough? Back then, she had studied tongue twisters with a master and had a good grasp of the tricks involved. Come on. Upon seeing the hateful guy in front of her, Mu Hanshue snorted and prepared to teach the kid a lesson with facts. Mu Hanshue's determination to win made Yi Xian smile slightly. It's better not to cry later. He still cares a lot about the title of husband. Black fertilizer will volatilize. The two cute kids started to blink their big, sparkling eyes when they saw their father, but as soon as the sound faded, Mu Hanshue's heart gave a small smile. Black fertilizer will volatilize. It was smooth and natural, without the slightest trace of hesitation, and the speed was not inferior to Yi Xian at all. Wow. Mommy is so awesome. The two little ones clapped their pink little hands as they listened to their mother say it directly. The two cute kids cheered, and Mu Hanshue's mouth just revealed a smile. Hey, my dear, this tongue twister of mine is not that simple, and don't forget the bet if you lose. With a wicked smile, Yi Xian glanced meaningfully at the beautiful woman in her pajamas. Black fertilizer turns gray fertilizer turns black. Ha ha. You think you can trick me with that? With a cute pout, Mu Hanshue gave the guy a contemptuous look. Still reciting Yi Xian's tongue twister with precision, she didn't slow down at all. Oh. I didn't realize that my wife was so good. Hearing his rich wife's tongue twister, he didn't drag it out and just sped up the process. Black fertilizer volatilizes and turns gray, which will cause flowers to fly. Gray fertilizer volatilizes and turns black, which will cause flowers to fly. The two cute kids heard their father's words and opened their mouths wide, feeling their heads buzzing. Although they didn't know what their father was talking about, they knew it must be super awesome. Then, their eyes fell on their mother, who they knew could say something so awesome. Go, Mom! Kisses. The two energetic little ones cheered Mu Hanshue on, while Mu Hanshue was listening, stunned, her eyebrows slightly furrowed. Black fertilizer volatilizes and turns gray, and gray fertilizer volatilizes and turns black, and it will turn gray and fly away. Stammering, barely managing to say the tongue twister, which had once again been upgraded. Mu Hanshue was not daring to be careless at all, and she had a very bad feeling in her heart. Sure enough, Then the shameless guy across the street continued. No, to be precise, the tongue twister confirmed her suspicions. Gee, it looks like my beautiful wife's husband is going to win. He smiled meaningfully at Hanshe's crooked mouth, and the black and gray chemical fertilizer will volatilize and turn gray and black, and the taboo is that the black and gray flowers will fly, and the black and gray chemical fertilizer will volatilize and turn black and gray, and the taboo is that the flying flowers will turn to ash. Black and gray fertilizer ash will erode, volatilize, and turn gray. Upon hearing Yi Xian's tongue twister, Hanshe's eyebrows furrowed into a frown, and her pretty face turned red. As soon as Yi Xian finished his tongue twister, she knew she had lost. She won. Daddy won. Daddy is the best, but Mummy is also super awesome. He, if Daddy wins, then from now on Daddy will call Mummy wife, and Mummy will call Daddy husband. Of course, Mama has always taught us to be willing to accept the consequences of a bet and to be honest, hasn't she, Mama? The divine assistance of the two cute kids made Hanshe feel like bursting into tears. Is this really her own flesh and blood? She's raised two little ones herself, but they're not as good as this guy. No wonder people say that daughters are father's little lovers in their past lives. Hanshe deeply understands this saying. Moo-ah. The two little ones gave their father a kiss, and then Meng blinked her big, sparkling eyes and asked curiously, if you just won against Mom, is there anything more awesome? Of course there is, he said with a laugh. The most impressive thing about the tongue twister that Dad won against Mom is that, blackening black ash fertilizer ash will volatilize and turn gray, blackening black ash will fly back, graying gray black fertilizer will volatilize and turn black, and blackening black ash will fly back and turn gray. Hanshe was stunned by Yi Xian's rambling speech. The person who had just won against her was not even the most impressive thing about him. Congratulations, host, you have gained +2 daddy points from Tong. Congratulations, host, you have gained +2 daddy points from Meng. Congratulations, host, you have gained +2 daddy points from Tong. Congratulations, host, you have gained +2 daddy points from Meng. Immediately afterwards, Yi Xian's eyes were met with an attribute panel. Name, Yi Xian. Age, 21 years old. Skills, divine cooking, divine music. Items, none. Passive skills, charismatic aura. Daddy points, 36. Yi Xian reaped another wave of daddy points and looked at the attribute panel with a knowing smile. He was full of hope for the future and wondered how many skills he would have in the near future and how many daddy points he would have. Hey, wife, you have to accept your losses if you bet, don't forget. You. Poof. Hanshe saw Yi Xian's smug look and was so angry that she turned her head away and ignored him. She was really afraid that she couldn't help but bite the damn guy to death with one bite, but apart from the shamelessness and detestability of that guy, he is not only super good at cooking, but also good at telling stories and making his daughter happy. For the time being, it seems that she can only take advantage of this guy. It's just that she has been taken advantage of so much today, The two little ones were excited for a short while, but then they fell asleep one after the other, and Hanshe on the side also fell asleep without knowing when. Yi Xian, who had wanted to go and say goodnight to Hanshe, saw Hanshe sleeping soundly on the other side of the bed. The light was dim, but her face was exceptionally charming, with curved eyebrows, a face as white as snow, skin that could be broken with a finger, and especially those seductive red lips. For some reason, Yi Xian, who had been licking his lips, didn't know where he got the courage, bowed his head, and took a small sip. It was soft, sweet, and felt super good, and most importantly, Hanshe didn't seem to react to it. Unavoidably, a feeling of being even better than 3 years ago welled up in his heart. Yi Xian had a bold idea. Carefully, he embraced the peerless beauty who had made countless people in the demon capital in China admire her. Smelling the pleasant fragrance in the air, Yi Xian completely forgot all his concerns at this moment. This night was destined to be a sleepless night. Yi Xian also fell into a drowsy sleep and had a beautiful dream. In the dream, between illusion and reality, Yi Xian saw Hanshe's long-lost butterfly, eating cherries with abandon and happiness, and faintly heard a beautiful, heavenly-sounding murmur. I don't know when it started to rain outside the villa, but inside the room there were 2 sleeping children and 2 people entwined together. Chapter 9, Although Daddy is very handsome, Mummy is super fierce, you won't stand a chance. The next day. The golden morning sun poured through the window and dispelled the last vestiges of darkness. A sleeping beauty-like girl lay on top of the bedding, opened her sleepy eyes, lazily peered through the gaps in her vision, stared at the bedroom for a moment, and then a memory surged from her mind, causing her face to flush with embarrassment. Her mind was filled with the scenes from last night, and that bastard actually After her two daughters fell asleep, 3 years ago, a scene that looked exactly like it did last night happened. Hanshe really wanted to crawl into a crack in the floor. If she hadn't been worried about waking the two little ones, she would have killed that bastard yesterday. She had to make a sound many times because he was so annoying. Looking at the 5-inch shreds of clothing, Hanshe's face turned redder. That shameless guy must have seen everything. Sure enough, men are all pigs, taking advantage of people in distress. Shameless, despicable bastard. She got up carefully, putting her clothes back on one by one, afraid of waking the two little ones, before leaving the bedroom. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have successfully redeemed 4 glasses of chilled watermelon juice, which has cost you 4 points of daddy points. In the kitchen, the system's voice fell, and by Yi Xian's side were 4 glasses of chilled watermelon juice. It was fortunate that Hanshe didn't see it at the moment, otherwise, seeing 4 glasses of watermelon juice appear out of thin air, she might have been suspicious. Chilled watermelon juice, a product of the system, it is a precious drink. This watermelon juice has the effect of refreshing the mind, beautifying the skin, and making the drinker feel happy for 24 hours. It is a must-have drink for the home, and long-term use can even achieve the effect of delaying aging. It is precisely because of the miraculous effects of chilled watermelon juice that Yi Xian exchanged it. Just kidding, of course it is the best for his daughter, but... Thinking about last night's dream, Yi Xian couldn't help but let a smile curve his lips. That feeling. Even he didn't know that without saying a word, he and Hanshe had already had a second time. Watermelon juice is delicious. Yes, it's sweet. Daddy, let's drink chilled watermelon juice every day, okay? During breakfast, the two adorable children reminisced about the superb taste of the watermelon juice, unable to bring themselves to stop, unaware that this was a sacred object that their father had spent 4 points of daddy points to redeem. Oh, Daddy, you're so great, the buns and sandwiches are delicious. Daddy, breakfast is delicious, Zoxo. The two little ones gave their father a mua kiss, beaming with satisfaction. No surprise then that the invisible dog food was in the center of the table, overflowing and spilling out in all directions. Auntie Chen and the maids were full of dog food, and they were all, "Oh no, this dog food is so sweet, I'm going to choke to death, what should I do?" After breakfast, Yi Xian took the 2 cute kids in the 150 million luxury Bugatti Veyron to their destination, the Starlight Kindergarten, the school for the 2 little ones. This Starlight Kindergarten is no ordinary place. The average family cannot afford it. You need to have a net worth of over 100 million to enroll your child. Wow, that handsome guy is even more handsome. Whose parents are those, and they drive such a luxurious car as a Bugatti? The Bugatti Veyron became the focus of the entire crowd. The teacher of the 2 little guys was a sweet-looking girl full of youthful vitality named Zhao Yun. In the past, Auntie Zhou was responsible for picking them up and dropping them off at school, smiling and introducing, "Teacher Zhao Yun, this is our son-in-law, the father of Tong Tong and Meng Meng, and in the future, my son-in-law will pick them up and drop them off." Oh. Zhao Yun, who is definitely considered beautiful, looked at Yi Xian with surprised eyes. She didn't expect that the father of Tong Tong and Meng Meng was so young. It was the first time they met, and she was very happy to meet you. After a few words of small talk, Yi Xian spoiled the 2 cute kids by scratching their noses. "Tong Tong and Meng Meng, be good at school, and I will pick you up at home in the afternoon." "Okay, bye-bye, Daddy." Moo-ah. The 2 little ones kissed intimately to the left and right, which made many parents around them envious, especially the young female parents among them. Seeing Yi Xian, who was surrounded by charm, they really wanted to rush up and hug him. When the parents came to their senses, the Bugatti Veyron had already disappeared from in front of the Starlight Kindergarten, whizzing away with the roar of a beast. Looking in the direction the car left, Zhao Yun couldn't help but feel a little lost in her heart, her beautiful eyes looking but not leaving. "Teacher Zhao Yun, you like my dad, don't you?" "Although my dad is very handsome, my mom is super fierce, so you won't have a chance." As 2 sensible and cute kids, they tried their best to stop other girls from seducing their dad, because their dad only belongs to them and their mom. Zhao Yun. Cough cough, teacher, no. Shanghai University, not far away. 2 best friends with a school beauty level walked towards the school. These 2 beautiful schoolgirls were none other than Lu Shilan, who had previously confessed to Yi Xian, and her best friend Feng Xiaoqian. "Don't worry, Shilan. Xian will be fine." Feng Xiaoqian comfortingly persuaded her best friend. Yesterday, they already had some suspicions, and it was very likely a conspiracy by the rich woman. But... Squeak! Lu Shilan's words had not yet left her mouth when a screeching noise appeared in the two girls' field of vision, and when they saw the supercar, they were both shocked. Bugatti Chiron. Feng Xiaoqian frowned slightly. When did our school have such a wealthy student? Who knows, I guess it's a new transfer student. Lu Shilan glanced at the Bugatti Chiron and lost interest. Obviously her mind was not on it at the moment. Ahem, WH. What? Shilan, look, oh my god, what do I see? It's Xian. I can't be dreaming. With a flash, Xiaoshan took out her phone and snapped a photo to record the evidence. Ha! Hearing her best friend's words, Lu Shilan looked around and happened to see the figure of someone getting out of the door of a luxury supercar. It was none other than Yi Xian, the person she had been worrying about and thinking about. Boom! Seeing the respectful manner in which the driver greeted him, Lu Shilan's mind exploded. How did Yi Xian get out of the supercar? Did he stay out all night? Has that rich woman's plan succeeded? This is bad, brother Xian has been taken down by the rich woman. Shilan, you must hold on. Feng Xiaoqian analyzed the situation while comforting her best friend. The situation was clear. Brother Xian has gone too far. As the #1 school hunk, he is actually living off a woman. For a moment, Yi Xian's impression in Feng Xiaoqian's heart collapsed, her entire persona crumbled, and she felt even more sorry for her best friend, who had wasted 3 precious years on someone like him. Furious, Feng Xiaoqian immediately sent the evidence of guilt she had taken to Yi Xian's roommate, Lin Xiaoya. Then she dialed the phone number and said directly that if they didn't break up with Yi Xian, they would break up. After that phone call, a dormitory in the music department of a junior college in Shanghai exploded. Lin Xiaoya, who was looking at the computer and watching League of Legends, stood up with a start, scaring the other 2 people in the dormitory. Holy shit, something terrible has happened to the boss. 3rd and 4th years, come quickly and take a look. Lin Xiaoya didn't pay any attention to his girlfriend Feng Xiaoqian's words, but instead stared straight at the screen of his phone. What, something happened to the boss? Damn, how dare you touch the boss, you must be tired of living, which one of you is looking for death? Lu Feihu, the 4th in command, who had the most explosive temper, took a steel rod he found somewhere and brandished it, as if he was about to start a fight. Lin Xiaoya, what the hell, Feihu, what are you doing? Put that away. Seeing Feihu's appearance, Lin Xiaoya's eyelids twitched, and he scolded with a smile. When I said something happened, I didn't mean that the boss got beaten up, but... Xiangu, cough cough, it seems that he has been taken care of. Wow. A sugar daddy? No way. Damn, even if I believed the world was ending, I still wouldn't believe that brother Xian is that kind of person. Are you kidding me? The 3rd and 4th oldest members, Wang Lin and Lu Feihu, both spoke out with conviction, but when their eyes fell on the person getting out of the luxury car, they were both dumbfounded. The Bugatti Veyron is worth at least 100 million yuan. How is that possible? Could brother Xian be that kind of person? What are you still standing there for? Hurry up and find the boss. There must be some kind of misunderstanding. Good. Agreed. The 3 dorm mates rushed outside with a loud noise, their hearts filled with confusion. What had happened to the boss? Had he really been taken care of by a rich woman, or was he a hidden super 2nd generation? After a few minutes, Yi Xian, who had only been at school for a short while, was dragged by the 3 to an isolated corner. Holy shit, boss, fess up, what's going on? Lin Xiaoya yelled, took out his phone from his pocket, and then called up the secretly taken photo. Yes, Feng Xiaoshan is threatening to break up with you because of this. Boss, what's the secret? Don't tell me you're really living off someone else. Seeing the dormitory trio chattering away, Yi Xian gave a small smile. What has given him so much joy over the past 3 years is meeting 3 roommates with similar interests. He then gave a general account of the ridiculous incident that had happened yesterday. When Lin Xiaoya learned of what had happened, he was wide-eyed and full of disbelief. Boss, what did you say? You have 2 biological daughters. Chapter 10 Boss, you didn't save the universe in your past life, did you? 2 biological daughters. The words fell like thunder in their minds. They had considered all kinds of possibilities, and although they didn't believe that the boss was a deadbeat, they had never thought that it would be for this reason. Then Yi Xian recounted the encounter 3 years ago. Listening to the boss's great achievements, Lin Xiaoya and the others' eyes widened. 3 years ago, wasn't the boss made such a simple calculation? 3 years ago, I'm afraid the boss hadn't even started university yet. Then the 3 of them looked at Yi Xian with changed expressions. Admiration, 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 excitement. Awesome boss Yi. Awesome. I'm impressed. Lin Xiaoya and the other two put up their thumbs. The boss is the boss, so daring to be the first, and here they also understood the so-called soft living dog plot. Are you kidding? The boss is more than 2 years old with that woman and child. Is this considered supporting someone? Is this considered soft living? Wang Lin, the third oldest, thought of something and looked at Yi Xian suspiciously. Boss, since your wife is so rich, why do you still go to school? The Bugatti Chiron is said to cost at least 100 million, so it's hard to imagine how rich your wife is. Gee, the boss's current life is something I'm afraid I'll never be able to achieve in a lifetime. The fourth brother, Lu Feihu, sighed with emotion, and overnight their boss had become someone they looked up to. I came to school for this reason too. Today may be the last time I come to school. I came here to withdraw from school. Lin Xiaoya and the others, After hearing what the boss said, they admitted that they were jealous. After talking for a while, Lin Xiaoya winked with a wicked smile, and said to the boss, Hey, do you have any photos of your wife so that we can take a look? Oh. Upon hearing the second son's words, Wang Lin and Lu Feihu both had a bright sparkle in their eyes, and their expectant gazes were fixed on Yi Xian, their intentions obvious. They obviously also wanted to see their sister-in-law's appearance. I knew you guys would ask this. Seeing the three of them ask, Yi Xian gave a slight smile. Of course my wife is presentable. Look, this is your sister-in-law. As he spoke, Yi Xian took out his phone and opened a photo. Holy cow, this is my sister-in-law. This, boss, this isn't some big star. No, even big stars don't have this kind of charisma, this face value, this figure, my god. Holy cow, boss, you must have saved the entire universe in your past life. Lin Xiaoya's eyes bulged, staring straight at the phone screen, and there was no denying that they were all amazed by their sister-in-law's appearance. No wonder the boss can't even look at the art school beauty Lu Shirlan. It turns out that he has such a beautiful wife in his heart. Gee, just this temperament and appearance are a big step above Lu Shirlan. Wang Lin commented on the appearance of the woman, and if you didn't know, you would think he was a critic. Lu Feihu, who had previously carried a steel pipe to support the boss, set his eyes on the two cute kids next to him. These two little guys must be his nieces, gee. No wonder the boss can't wait to drop out of school. Damn, if it were up to me, I'd drop out too. This is the pinnacle of life. Smacking his lips, Lu Feihu was full of envy. The boss is, as usual, awesome. I wish the boss a bright future. Lin Xiaoya unobtrusively flattered him, and the four of them had a good chat. Then they headed together towards the principal's office. A quarter of an hour later, at the door of the principal's office, Lin Xiaoya and the other two were holding paper cups and pressing them against the door, obviously wanting to know what was being discussed. Hey, Xiaoya, Xian and I went in. At this point, Feng Xiaocan and Lu Shirlan arrived after hearing the news. When Lin Xiaoya saw it was Feng Xiaocan, he looked at Lu Shirlan next to her, took out 2 paper cups from his jacket, and the meaning was clear: if they wanted to listen, they should do what he did. Student Yi Xian, there is only a year or so until your graduation from university, so it would be a real shame to drop out at this time. I have a way to solve this problem. Principal Li Zifeng was beaming from ear to ear. As the head of the school, Li Zifeng of course knew who the person looking for Yi Xian was. It was none other than Mu Hanshe of the Tianji Group, a woman with a mysterious background. As far as he knew, the Tianji Group was involved in a wide range of fields, including finance, real estate, and venture capital, etc. No one knew exactly how much money the Tianji Group had. And to be able to be seen by Mu Hanshe, even if it is for an affair, then this is also a relationship that they have taken advantage of. Once they get involved, they can say that their Shanghai University is set to become the veritable #1 university in Shanghai, and its status will be unassailable. Therefore, he must take action, because the opportunity is fleeting. Keeping Yi Xian's student status at their school is undoubtedly the key to using the two to connect. Seeing Yi Xian's slight hesitation in his eyes, Li Zifeng, who was taking advantage of the opportunity, continued, How about this? You, Yi Xian, will still be at our school, but only as a nominal student. We will issue you a certificate of completion at the end of your studies. And, you don't have to come to school during this period of time. I will take care of this personally. One door apart, outside the office. Lin Xiaoya, Feng Xiaoshan and the others. What the hell? They didn't hear it wrong, being registered at school, graduating with a certificate of completion, and not having to attend classes, this treatment. My goodness, what kind of person is your sister-in-law that she has the principal go to such lengths? Lao San Wang Lin gulped and swallowed. As for Lao Si, his eyes were glowing. Damn, she is worthy of being the boss's woman, awesome. Listening to the two of them, Lu Shirlan felt a strange feeling in her heart. She couldn't help but think of the threat from that woman yesterday, and her mouth was full of bitterness. Cough cough, this is not good. In the office, listening to Li Zifang's words, which had always been upright and just, he was obviously extremely surprised. This treatment was completely beneficial to him and did him no harm. The father can do both his studies and his work, and it couldn't be better than this. Originally, he felt that after dropping out of school, he was guilty towards his parents for all the years of hard work they had put in for him. Student Yi Xian, you are too formal. If you don't mind, you can call me Uncle Li in the future. The principal's words are too formal. Li Zifang took the opportunity to once again draw the two closer together, but Lin Shui, who was listening outside the door, almost bit his tongue off. Sister-in-law, you are a god. The conversation between the two completely refreshed the woman who had been supporting Yi Xian. Uncle Li, then it's settled. Then I won't see you off. The two had a very pleasant conversation, completely devoid of the atmosphere of a conversation between a principal and a student, more like a family catching up. Pushing open the door, they arrived outside the principal's office. Lin Xiaoya and the others all looked at Yi Xian with changed expressions, and at the same time, they were even more curious about the woman who had caused Yi Xian to drop out of school. Holy cow, boss, this is too awesome, you can get a certificate of completion without going to school. Exactly, if this news gets out, I guess the entire Demon Capital University will blow up. Wang Lin and Lu Feihu, two guys, chattered and complained, their eyes looking at Yi Xian full of envy. If possible, they would also like to have a rich woman like that. I'll invite the class tonight to Drunken Immortal Restaurant, my treat. With his academic matters settled, he could also feel a sense of relief towards his parents, and was also full of anticipation for the upcoming life as a stay-at-home dad. Wow, having a rich wife is really different, boss, this is a big spending spree. Lin Xiaoya's eyes sparkled when he heard the name Drunken Immortal Restaurant. Drunken Immortal Restaurant was one of the most famous high-end restaurants in the Demon Capital. Each private room cost at least 10,000, and some cost tens of thousands. Hey, we're in for a treat tonight. Wang Lin and Lu Feihu exchanged glances, their mouths watering. The boss is treating, and he's being so generous. Lin Xiaoya saw Lu Shirlan's lost look and laughed to make things better. Shirlan, we can still be friends after we can't be lovers. Lu Shirlan gave a forced smile and left with Feng Xiaoqian in a despondent mood. Yi Xian could only wish them luck. After all, now that he had such a beautiful wife and two young lovers, he really couldn't fit any other woman in his heart. Soon, there was no one left in front of the principal's office, and at this moment, Wang Zifang also received a phone call from a high-level official in the education department. Don't worry, leader, Yi Xian has agreed to be on the school's roster. Very good. Be sure to maintain a good relationship with Mu Hanshua and Yi Xian. Wang Zifang nodded in reply, and then asked suspiciously, leader, who is that Mu Hanshua, who has even alarmed the people in the education department? Don't ask if you shouldn't. A rebuking voice sounded in Wang Zifang's ears, and Wang Zifang's heart trembled as he listened. The education department is so afraid of it, and the identity of Mu Hanshua is probably far beyond his imagination. It's just that how can such a being be related to Yi Xian, the school grass of their Modi University? Is it really just as simple as the so-called keeping? Chapter 11 Little Brat, you try telling me again. Drunken Immortal Restaurant. One of the few high-end restaurants in the Demon Capital, where none of the guests are not leaders of society. The price of the private room alone is tens of thousands of silver dollars, not to mention the cost of the food and drinks. Of course Yi Xian didn't pay, but had Xiaoli book it for him. It is estimated that Drunken Immortal Restaurant would not dare to charge the so-called private room fee. At the moment, the Fengming private dining room at Drunken Immortal Restaurant is filled with dozens of young people, all looking around at the understated yet luxurious decor. Wow, it's no wonder it's called Drunken Immortal Restaurant, the decor is really something. Hey, I heard the school hunk hooked up with a rich woman and told the principal he was dropping out of school. This is a farewell dinner. He got rich overnight, has Boss Yi gone soft? In the private room, the sound of chatter and discussion could be heard, causing Lin Xiaoya to frown. Shut the fuck up. His angry shout instantly silenced everyone, and the room fell silent. All of you are just a bunch of noisy prattlers. Which one of you said that the boss is being capped? Do you know why Boss Yi dropped out of school? It's because his wife came to find him with their 2 daughters, not wanting their children to lack a father's love from an early age. Lin Xiaoyao was furious. How could you possibly understand the boss's mindset? The boss had previously undergone a paternity test and confirmed that the children were his. He then decided to drop out of school to make up for the debt he owed his sister-in-law and the 2 children. He was really drunk. Just because his sister-in-law is rich, the boss was falsely accused of being a kept man by you for no reason. The boss kindly invited you to a farewell dinner, because he values our friendship of 3 years. Don't you have any sense? If you don't want to eat, just get out. Lin Xiaoya spoke angrily, and Wang Lin and Lu Feihu also looked displeased. Obviously, the words of a few classmates had touched their bottom line. Ha! Hearing the misunderstandings of his classmates and Lin Xiaoya's angry words, Lin Xiaoya let out a deep breath and boldly took a step forward, his eyes faintly looking at Yi Xian. I can testify to this matter. As soon as Lu Shirlan's voice came out, it once again attracted the attention of the students in the box. Lu Shirlan calmed her mind and then spoke out, I was also there at the time. 2 very cute babies called Yi Xian Daddy Yi, and later. At this point, Lu Shirlan's face flushed slightly, and the woman with the 2 cute kids warned me, saying, if I ever had any thoughts for Yi Xian again, her lady would not be kind to me. Shirlan. Hearing Lu Shirlan's words, Feng Xiaoqian, her best friend, spoke up to stop her, this girl is crazy. Boom. Lu Shirlan's words, without sparing her own reputation, caused everyone's attention to turn to Yi Xian. What was it about this guy that made the beautiful girl of the school so infatuated? Lin Xiaoya and the other 2 looked at each other in shock. Is this really happening? However, their sister-in-law's move was quite domineering, directly threatening their school beauty. Hearing Lu Shirlan's testimony, the faces of several students who wanted to stir up trouble burned hot and raw, as if they had been slapped hard. Just as there was silence in the box, the familiar sound of a child crying came from outside. Yi Xian heard the crying and rushed out. It was completely subconscious, without the slightest hesitation. Lin Xiaoya, boss. Seeing the sudden change in the boss's face, Lin Xiaoya and the 3rd and 4th sons slowed down for half a beat, and then chased after him. What's going on? What happened? Dozens of students in the box saw Yi Xian and his 3 roommates leave in a hurry, and a big question mark appeared in their minds. Was that the sound just now? Feng Xiaoqian recalled the image of Yi Xian's sudden change in expression just now. Could it be a coincidence? Could that sound be Xian Ji's 2 daughters? After hearing Lu Shirlan's bold guess, and then thinking back to the voices of the 2 cute kids, her face sank slightly. Let's go out and take a look. Lu Shirlan and the other 2 followed and left the box, and immediately dozens of classmates were also unsettled, and they followed after them in a flurry. Oh no, we have a daddy. The 2 cute kids were looked at with disgust by a 5 or 6-year-old boy. He grunted, everyone knows that you 2 are wild kids with only a mommy but no daddy. You're talking nonsense, oh no. Tong Tong and Meng Meng were only a little over 2 years old, so they definitely couldn't beat the boy who looked like a round mound. Li Xiaodao, stop it. Zhao Yun, the teacher leading the trip, was having a headache. Every student here is a little brat. After all, their parents are no ordinary people. Although they earn a high salary, the pressure they face is not ordinary. It should be like this. Wild children born without a father. Pop. Li Xiaodao hadn't finished speaking when he was slapped by someone who was crazy about spoiling his daughter. Damn it, little brat, don't you dare say another word to me. A palm decisively flew Li Xiaodao, and this little brat had already broken his bottom line. A dragon has a vulnerable spot, and if you touch it, you will die. As long as you offend his daughter, it doesn't matter if you are a man, a woman, an old person or a child, just beat the living daylights out of them. Wow. Daddy, oh. When Tong Tong and Meng Meng saw their father teaching the little fat boy a lesson, they all rushed into Yi Xian's arms and cried their hearts out. Lin Xiaoya and the others, who had been charging forward, saw the little fat boy get knocked into the air and all of a sudden stop dead in their tracks. Holy shit, the boss is ruthless, beating up a 5 or 6-year-old kid. Piss off, that little brat is looking for trouble, daring to insult my niece, he must really want to die. Lu Feihu glanced at Li Xiaodao, whose face was swollen like a pig's head. Damn, as usual, brother Xian is protecting his son. Feng Xiaoqian saw her man's big brother unleash his fury and not even spare a 5 or 6-year-old child. Such a deranged way of protecting his children is undoubtedly the white knight every girl wants to marry. If she hadn't known she wasn't good enough for Yi Xian, she estimated that Feng Xiaoqian would have already become Xian Ji's woman by now. This. Zhao Yun, the lead teacher at Xingguan Kindergarten, was so scared that she lost her 3 souls and 7 spirits. Oh no, something big is about to happen. Ding! The host successfully stood up for his daughter and was rewarded with God-level martial arts abilities. God-level martial arts, the host with this ability has mastered a level of skill that is beyond the understanding of humans. They can catch bullets with their bare hands, and even the host's fist can shatter bulletproof glass and tear apart a tank at this moment. The boastful introduction made Yi Xian's blood boil. What the heck, grabbing bullets with your bare hands? Smashing bulletproof glass? Ripping apart a tank? Damn it, do you know who I am? How dare you hit me? The little fat boy Li Xiaodao gritted his teeth and came forward to scratch Yi Xian, but with a pop, another slap landed. Ow! A piercing shriek spread out, followed by a whoosh as the little fat boy crashed directly onto the ground, emitting a dull sound of thud. The excruciating pain made the little fat boy's face contort in agony. Bastard, I'll make sure you never leave Drunken Fairies. Clatter. At this moment, the bodyguards of Drunken Fairies quickly surrounded them, and when they saw the disfigured Li Xiaodao, their eyes flickered. Young master. What? Lin Xiaoya and the others heard the 5 or 6 bodyguards address, their eyelids twitching. Young master? Damn, that little fat kid is the son of the owner of Drunken Fairy Inn. This is a big deal. Fight. Get on me. Beat him up. Evil thoughts arose in his heart, and the surrounding bodyguards were also pale with anger. Are you kidding? This is their drunken immortal residence, their home court, and that kid actually dared to beat their young master here. He is completely looking for death, and if the boss finds out about this, they are afraid that they will all be in trouble. What they have to do at the moment is make this kid pay 10 times the price to reduce their boss's anger. Kid, you dare to touch our young master? You want to die? Go! With a loud noise, 5 or 6 bodyguards with decent skills charged towards Yi Xian and hit him without holding back. Boss! Quickly dodge, damn it, this is too much. Lin Xiaoya's face changed. Although he knew that his boss was good at martial arts, the bodyguards on the other side were from Drunken Immortal Manor. Each of them was a match for 10 people, and their boss was no match for them. It was also in this room. Before Lin Xiaoya and the others could react further, boom, 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 boom. Boom, 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 boom. Boom, 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 boom. Congratulations, you have gained plus 6 points from Daddy Tung Tung. Congratulations, you have gained plus 6 points from Daddy Meng Meng. Congratulations, you have gained plus 6 points from Daddy Tung Tung. Congratulations, you have gained plus 6 points from Daddy Meng Meng. Wow, Daddy is awesome. Daddy is so cool, go Daddy. Seeing Daddy's amazing skills, the bad guys were no match for him at all. The 2 cute kids smiled and applauded Daddy, completely like 2 little fluffy cotton padded jackets. Zhao Yun, Lin Xiaoya and others. My goodness, when did the boss become so skilled? 5 or 6 good fighters were suppressed with a flick of the hand. Awesome, my brother. At this moment, many classmates in the class were silent. No, to be precise, they were dumbfounded. Damn, is he being supported by a rich woman? A kept man? Are you kidding me? With such skills, there is no need to be a kept man. No matter where he is expected to be snapped up by all sides. Indeed. Are those 2 little ones Yi Xian's children? Lu Shilan's last glimmer of hope was dashed. Yi Xian's reaction had already said it all. If they weren't his own flesh and blood, why would he go to such lengths to offend Drunken Immortal Manor? How dare you? Just then, a man walked down the 2nd floor of Drunken Immortal Manor, followed by 100 people. Woohoo, beat it, that bastard hit me, ow. Upon seeing his father arrive, Li Xiaodao let out a theatrical wail of grief, while Li Xingkong, upon seeing his son being beaten, his anger soared to the extreme, and what's more, he was beaten in his own drunken immortal inn. Kid, if you can walk out of here today, I'll take you as my son. If you can fight, I'll see how much you can fight. As the words fell, Li Xingkong's eyes surged with ferocity. With a wave of his hand, hundreds of people surrounded Yi Xian and the two cute kids, and a major battle was about to break out. Chapter 12, Mu Hanshe arrives, domineeringly protecting her husband. Damn it, no one dares bully my boss. Lin Xiaoya let out a deep breath, shouted, and strode into the arena. Wang Lin and Lu Feihu were also among them, their attitude clear. They vowed to stand by their boss through thick and thin. Moreover, they didn't want to see their niece bullied on her first meeting with these people. You're all no match for them. Even if you four teamed up, or even if you were 10 or 100 times stronger, you won't be able to walk away today. Li Xingkong snorted coldly. This drunken immortal residence is his territory. Fight. If anything happens, I'll take responsibility. Dare to hit my son Li Xingkong? I'll make you wish you were dead. No one, not even the King of Heaven, can save you today. Hearing the order, hundreds of people surrounded the group. Lu Shilan and the others' hearts were in their throats. They didn't expect things to have evolved to this point. Stop. At the critical moment, a cold voice came, followed by the door to the drunken immortal inn being pushed open. Then, more than 10 people entered in an orderly manner. The people who came were none other than Mu Hanshe and his entourage. Li Xingkong, how dare you? You dare to touch Mu Hanshe's people. Then a beautiful figure appeared in the middle of the room, and a cold gleam of murderous intent flashed from her eyes. The domineering aura emanating from Mu Hanshe's mouth suddenly caused the temperature in the entire drunken immortal hall to drop by more than 10 degrees, causing everyone to shiver. Gulub. Gulub gulub. Lin Xiaoya and the other two men heard the peerless beauty who was overflowing with domineering power and fiercely protecting her children. They all widened their eyes, swallowed their saliva, and secretly thought, my goodness, this is my sister-in-law. She's amazing. Her aura is so strong that the average person can't hold it at all. Immediately afterwards, Lin Xiaoya and the other two men once again glanced at the calm and composed boss. Damn, he's worthy of being the boss. Such a domineering and fiercely protective sister-in-law was able to win him over 3 years ago. Is she the mother of Yi Xian's 2 children? Lu Shilan also looked at the beautiful woman in front of her, overflowing with domineering and peerless charm, secretly comparing the two. She gave a bitter smile at the corner of her mouth. There was more than 1,000 differences between the two. She was afraid that she would never be able to reach such a level in her life. Dozens of classmates were also dumbfounded here, their eyes fixed, each one gulping down their saliva. Mu Hanshe's appearance directly refreshed their perception of beauty. Wow, you finally come, Mama, those bad guys want to hit Baba. Oh, they're all bad guys, Mama, arrest them all. When the two little ones saw their mother arrive, they stared at Li Xingkong with hostility in their eyes. Anyone who wants to deal with Baba is a bad person. Ha! Upon hearing her daughter's words, Mu Hanshe's murderous intent grew. Her sharp gaze bore down on Li Xingkong. You want to touch the man I, Mu Hanshe, love? Hiss. A cold chill surrounded every inch of the drunken immortal's residence, causing everyone to involuntarily gasp. Domineering. How dare you touch the man I love, Mu Hanshe? You're so cool. Yi Xian, this girl has such a domineering side, she's amazing. Seeing Mu Hanshe for the first time really made him angry. He sighed with emotion, thinking to himself, I'm really lucky to have married such a wife in this life. Having such a domineering wife, what more could a man ask for? Li Xingkong was also dumbfounded here. When he saw the person coming, a chill ran down his spine. Mu Hanshe. Mu Hanshe, the president of the Tianji group, rarely shows his face, but he knows that this woman is very powerful, and not just any powerful. 6 months ago, there was a listed company in Shanghai with a market value of about 10 billion. Somehow, it seems that the son of the chairman of that company offended her. The next day, that listed company changed hands directly, and the one behind all of this was the Tianji group. Although he has never seen it with his own eyes, just hearing about it makes him feel fear. Li Xingkong knows that such a presence is not something he, the owner of a small drunken immortal restaurant, can afford to offend. To put it bluntly, he is not even comparable to that listed company with a market value of 10 billion, let alone challenging Mu Hanshe, which is completely not on the same level. Miss Mu, it turns out that it is you. Li Xingkong's attitude made a 180-degree turn, with a smile on his face, and he quickly looked at his son, who had been beaten into a pig's head. Xiao Dao came over and apologized. Dad, I don't. Pa. Li Xiaodao's words had not finished when Li Xingkong slapped him directly in the face, leaving Li Xiaodao stunned. Dad, you. Damn it, apologize to me. If you delay for even a second, I'll beat you to death. As he spoke, Li Xingkong raised his hand again and was about to start fighting, scaring Li Xiaodao so much that his mouth twitched and his eyelids flapped. Yes, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have called you wild children, I was wrong. Pop. Damn it, get down on your knees and apologize. Li Xingkong slapped his son directly on the back of the head, immediately knocking him to his knees on the ground, while the two little guys were staring at him from across the room. Humph. The two cute kids let out a cute little sound, and just now that villain even said he was going to spank them. Miss Mu, you see, is that okay? Li Xingkong did not dare to breathe a word in front of Mu Hanshua. He knew that he could easily get rid of the existence of a listed company, and it would be no different from running over an ant. It's not me you have to apologize to. Mu Hanshua's face was cold. Yi Xian, do you think this is okay? Wow. Upon hearing Mu Hanshua's words, everyone at the scene took a collective gasp, especially the classmates who had previously suspected keeping a mistress. This position can be a mistress. That's it. Yi Xian looked coldly at Li Xingkong and the little fat man kneeling in front of him. If there is another time, your entire family will be destroyed. The domineering voice resounded, and Lin Xiaoya and the other two looked at their boss with changed expressions. Holy cow, the boss is so cool, is this the legendary bullying people with power? Zhao Yun's mind was buzzing at this moment. Although she knew that the mothers of the two cute kids were very capable, she didn't expect them to be so overbearing. This parent is really overprotective, and she even protects her own man. She is a crazy woman who dotes on her daughter and husband. However, she couldn't and didn't dare ask about the scene in front of her. A wave of pretentiousness, and unsurprisingly, Tong Tong and Meng Meng had once again contributed a lot of fatherly value. Daddy was so handsome. Let's go home. After such an incident, Yi Xian didn't have the heart to eat again. He took the two little ones left and right, bid farewell to Lin Xiaoya and a few others, and walked towards the outside of Drunken Immortal's residence. Behind them, Li Xingkong, who was trembling in fear, and Li Xiaodao, who had been beaten into a pig's head, were left behind. The hundreds of employees of the Drunken Immortal restaurant were all dumbfounded. Holy cow, what just happened? The person who beat their young master just walked away. Moreover, just now their boss actually beat their most beloved son. This is crazy. Who exactly is that woman? Just her appearance alone made Li Xingkong so. Ha! Is this Brother Xian's woman? My goodness, she's so domineering. Shirlun, you. Feng Xiaoqian looked in a daze in the direction Mu Hanshua and the others had left. Brother Xian is no longer someone ordinary people like us can match. I know. Lu Shirlan pursed her red lips, and from the time Mu Hanshua had made her domineering entrance, she knew she had lost, and lost completely. Guliolu. Lin Xiaoya and the other two were very excited. Their sister-in-law was so awesome and domineering, and she was so domineering in protecting her husband, there was really no one like her. Even now, the words "How dare you touch my Mu Hanshua" still echoed in their minds. They had to say, such a wife was definitely what all of them wanted in their dreams, and they were willing to eat this wave of dog food. Especially, there were also a pair of such cute little cotton padded jackets. As for the other classmates, they all had a bitter look on their faces. Obviously, they never expected that the woman who had been sponsoring Yi Xian would do so much for him. One of the most shocking was Tong Tong and Meng Meng's teacher Zhao Yun. She had seen Mu Hanshua more than once before, and she had never seen her get angry before. And when she did get angry, it was terrifying, and it gave people the feeling that it was a disaster. In the Bugatti Chiron. Daddy, you're amazing, Mua. MMHM, me too, me too. The two cute kids gave their daddy a kiss intimately, directly leaving the most powerful mommy to dry in the corner. Mu Hanshua was stunned, and jealousy immediately welled up in her heart. That big pig's foot really just came for a day. Not only did he have sex with her again, but he also feels that his sense of existence in his daughter's heart is getting lower and lower. You know, she was the one who saved the day today. Hoof. I saved you, and you're not even grateful. Hoof. The arrogant Mu Hanshua, a different scene, was heard by Shelley, who was driving, and her mouth twitched. Her lady had such a side. Was this being spoiled? Grateful? Isn't it natural for a wife to save her husband? They're an old married couple, and she still expects this. You heard what Yi Xian said, and Mu Hanxue was furious. Her murderous eyes fixed on Yi Xian. This despicable, shameless bastard. But what could she say? Their child was over 2 years old, so they were an old married couple. Seeing her usually strong young lady being silenced by the young master, Xiaoli's face turned red with anger. But she couldn't laugh, and she didn't dare to laugh. One thing can overcome another. In the past, Xiaoli never believed that anyone in the world could suppress her young lady, but now, the appearance of Yi Xian has made her believe. It can be said that young lady is completely controlled by her husband in every way, just like her husband is her nemesis in life. But then again, this is quite good. After all, this is the real young lady who has truly removed all her defenses and pretenses. The appearance of the young master is like a ray of warm, colorful sunlight on a winter's day, bringing many colors to the young lady's life. The young master is truly a strange person. Chapter 13. Don't you dare say poop. Poop is not a heartless man. Jiulong Villa. Upon returning to the villa, Yi Xian called up today's battle record. Name, Yi Xian. Age, 21 years old. Skills, God-level cooking, God-level music, God-level martial arts. Items, none. Passive skills, charismatic aura. Daddy points, 108. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have redeemed chilled watermelon juice X1, which cost you 1 daddy point. The system voice finished speaking, and he flipped his hand over, and suddenly a glass of chilled watermelon juice appeared. He tilted his head and drank it down, feeling instantly refreshed and a little giddy. Gee, this feels really good. With a double G, he enjoyed the miraculous effects of the chilled watermelon juice. That feeling can only be understood, not described. Humph, daddy is bad, just drinking the watermelon juice by himself. We want some too. Enjoying this rare moment of leisure, 2 cooing and coquettish voices came out. Looking at the empty glass in daddy's hand, the little face was full of baby is unhappy, come comfort me quickly. Oh, how could I forget my baby, give daddy a kiss, daddy will go make it for you. He placed a big hand on their heads, petted them, and whispered, looking at Mu Hanxi, who had just come out of the bathroom in her pajamas, and was greeted with a wave of dog food. Really, daddy, don't be a bad guy. The 2 little cotton padded jackets Moa successively kissed Yi Xian's cheeks, cooing and flirtatiously, Daddy, is that okay? Of course it's okay. Daddy will go do it for you now, so wait. He squeezed the cheeks of the 2 cute kids, saying like a crazy man who dotes on his daughter. That look made Mu Hanxue envious. The bastard was so good to the 2 little ones. If he could be half as good to her, she would be so happy. Right, don't forget about mommy, daddy. The 2 cute kids saw mommy on the side, who wisely reminded daddy to go to the kitchen. A few minutes later, she came out of the kitchen, holding 3 glasses of chilled watermelon juice in her hands and placing them on the coffee table. Here you go, daddy, go take a bath. Wow. It's delicious, daddy, go ahead. Sipping on the chilled watermelon juice, the 2 adorable children waved their rosy little hands at daddy without even looking up. Mu Hanxue wanted to tease something, but when she saw the chilled watermelon juice in front of her, she swallowed the words she was about to say. Mommy, is it because we don't have butterflies and cherries that daddy doesn't want to give us a bath? Meng Meng looked curiously at daddy in the direction he was taking a bath, and asked her omniscient mother thoughtfully. Pooh cough cough. Hearing Meng Meng's question, Mu Hanxue coughed, and all of the chilled watermelon juice came out in one go. She knew exactly what the butterfly and cherry represented, and she had taught her 2 daughters about it. What nonsense is this? Tong Tong and Meng Meng are now big babies, and they can't bathe or go to the toilet with their father anymore. Big babies? When Tong Tong heard her mother's words, she tilted her head super cute, but why, I still don't have the same butterfly as my mother. Mu Hanxi. Just as Mu Hanxi was about to explain again, a phone call came in, which relieved her and finally allowed her to get rid of the 2 cute kids. Hello. After going to the balcony and answering the phone, it was her mother, Chenichio, calling. What? Mom, you're coming to the Magic City. When she learned the purpose of her mother's call, Mu Hanxue's mouth twitched slightly, and a bad feeling welled up in her heart. At this time, her mother coming to the demon capital was undoubtedly very bad news. Originally, Mu Hanxue had wanted to kill the messenger before the message. No need. Although she had had a bad relationship with her father for a long time, she had not had a bad relationship with her mother. After all, 3 years ago, her mother had stood on her side, even if she refused to say who the father of the 2 children was. What? Do you have a secret you don't want me to know? Chen Ichio knows her daughter too well. Whenever her daughter stammers like this, there is definitely something she doesn't want them to know. Feeling that the strength is a bit lacking, Chen Ichio continued, "Could it be that you want your father and I to go to the Magic City together?" No way. Mu Hanshe's scalp tingled when she heard her mother say that she wanted her father to come to the Magic City. Fess up, what's the secret? Pinpointing the weak spot of her daughter, she threatened to make her speak up, and looked as if she would go to Shanghai with her father if she didn't confess. Mom, I found the fathers of Tong Tong and Meng Meng. Mu Hanshe thought about her mother's trip to Shanghai and the fact that she would have to find out sooner or later, so she decided to come clean. His name is Yi Xian. He's very good to Tong Tong and Meng Meng. Instinctively, Mu Hanshe tried to give Yi Xian a good impression, because after all, the 2 of them were so different. What does he do? How many people are in his family? Is he nice to you? Muxi Angso stammered as she asked one question after another. The problems between him and I are a bit complicated, you'll know when you come to the demon capital. Ugh, you girl, forget it, I'll tell you when I get there. The mother and daughter chatted for a while, and when it was time to hang up, she said, "By the way, send me a picture of the father of the 2 little ones, I want to take a look." Okay, I'll send it to you later. After saying that, she found an excuse to hang up the phone. Mu Hanshe let out a deep sigh, hoping that everything would go well. She casually sent a photo of Yi Xian and the 2 cute kids that Xiaoli had sent to her. Then she returned to the villa and saw that Yi Xian had already started cooking dinner for his 2 little lovers in the kitchen. Daidu, the Mu family Seaview Manor. This is where the Mu family lives, and this is also where Mu Hanshe grew up until he left here 3 years ago to go to the Devil's capital. This Seaview Manor is only higher than the Kowloon Villa where Mu Hanshe lives now, and there are hundreds of hidden masters here, so under such protection, not even a fly can fly in. Humph. A gigolo, I don't approve of this boy. Mu Yutian glanced at Yi Xian on his phone and snorted, directly vetoing. Cut it out. Does it matter if you disagree? Chen Ichio gave Mu Yutian a blank stare. Have you forgotten what happened 3 years ago? Hanshe was the one who overreacted in the beginning, but don't you have any responsibility? Mu Yutian, I'm warning you, if you're as stubborn as you were 3 years ago, I won't come back from the demon capital this time. You'll be on your own. After 3 years of pent-up anger, the daughter forced her father to commit suicide 3 years ago, and the father and daughter almost severed their relationship. Mu Hanshe took the 2 newborn children and left home in anger to go to the Devil City. In the past 3 years, they can be said to have not spoken on the phone once. It was only in the past 2 years that Chen Ichio occasionally sent Mu Yutian photos and videos of the twin granddaughters that eased their relationship. Mu Yutian heard Chen Ichio's words and didn't say anything, just buried his head and ate. After taking care of the company's affairs, I will set off for the demon capital. During this time, you should reflect on yourself. From beginning to end, you have always put the Mu family's reputation first, but as a father, are you really clear in your conscience? On the other side, with Yi Xian's preparations, a rich dinner was laid out on the table, and the aroma of the dishes filled the air. But at this moment, an unexpected guest walked up from outside the villa. Oh, it smells good, Hanshe. Have you changed chefs? A beautiful figure then walked over, followed by a nice smell. Yi Xian was taken aback when he looked around. Ning Shuang'er. The most popular singer and actress in China right now, Ning Shuang'er. Wow, Frosty, you're here. When Ning Shuang'er was seen by Tong Tong and Meng Meng, they slid down from their seats and trotted towards the person, the queen of the music world, and gave her an affectionate kiss. Yes, Ning Shuang'er is Mu Hanshe's best friend, and also the godmother of Tong Tong and Meng Meng. This relationship was confirmed when they learned that Mu Hanshe was pregnant before marriage, and it was also Ning Shuang'er who accompanied Mu Hanshe through that lowest period. Ha! This person, I don't think he's the cook. When she arrived in the living room, Ning Shuang'er noticed that he was handsome and had an aura that made people want to get close to him. She could tell just by looking at him that he was no ordinary person. Hee, Shuang'er, this is our dad. Boom. When Ning Shuang'er heard the 2 cute kids' words, her pretty face immediately lost all its smile. She stared at Yi Xian for a while and noticed that he did look a lot like Tong Tong and He Meng Meng. Hanshe, is he really the father of Tong Tong and Meng Meng? Although she was somewhat convinced, she still asked her best friend for confirmation. Mu Hanshe saw her best friend's questioning gaze and nodded silently. Ning Schwanger saw her best friend admit it, and her pretty face was full of ice and hatred as she looked at Yi Xian. You are the heartless man who made Hanshe suffer so much and almost severed the father-daughter relationship with her father. Yi Xian. Frosty, don't call him Baba. Baba is not a heartless man. If you keep calling him Baba, we won't like you anymore, humph. Before Yi Xian could say anything, Tong Tong and Meng Meng stood up, furious, and glared at Ning Schwanger. In their opinion, no one could call Baba a good name, including Frosty's mother, and even their own mothers. Tong Tong and Meng Meng, don't let this guy fool you. The reaction of the two cute kids also made Ning Schwanger's heart suddenly jump. She had never seen the two little ones treat her like this before. Okay. Here's what happened. Mu Hanshe saw how her two daughters were protecting their father, and her heart was full of jealousy. They had never protected their mother like this before. She then gave a rough account of the intricate events between the two. Upon learning what had happened, Ning Schwanger's face turned slightly embarrassed. It wasn't entirely the heartless man's fault, oh no, it was the handsome guy's. I'm sorry, Mr. Yi. And Tong Tong and Meng Meng, Godmother has wrongly accused your father, forgive Godmother, okay? Ning Schwanger squatted down, her curvy figure on full display. Humph. Humph. The two little ones, Tong Tong and Meng Meng, kept their little heads to the left and right, looking like they wouldn't let me speak and I wouldn't forgive you. Anyone who offends Babier is their enemy, a bad person, and everyone is the same, including Mama. Chapter 14, if that doesn't work, let Schwanger Mama kiss Babier like we do. It's Schwanger Mama's fault. Mama apologizes to you and Babier, okay? Ning Schwanger obviously cares a lot about the attitude of the two little guys. If the outside world sees this scene, it may cause a huge sensation. Okay, your Schwanger mommy is also worried about you. Seeing the two cute kids, she is willing to make enemies with anyone to protect Baba, and she can't help but feel gratified and fond of them. Really? Tong Tong and Meng Meng blinked their big, curious eyes and asked their Baba. Of course. Schwanger's mother and father love you all very much. Schwanger's mother and father love you all very much. Schwanger's mother and father love you all very much. Schwanger's mother and father love you all very much. Schwanger's mother and father love you all very much. Schwanger's mother and father love you all very much. Schwanger's mother and father love you all very much. Schwanger's mother and father love you all very much. Schwanger's mother and father love you all very much. Schwanger's mother and father love you all very much. Schwanger's mother and father love you all very much. Schwanger's mother and father love you all very much. Schwang. Oh. Since Babier said that, we forgive Schwanger Muma. Ning Schwanger let out a sigh of relief as she listened to the words of the two little masters, while looking at Yi Xian with gratitude in her eyes. At the same time, her heart was even more surprised. She never expected this Babier to hold such a high status in their hearts. Really? Of course, Babier said that everything we said would count. Tong Tong and Meng Meng, two little brats, tilted their little swan-like necks proudly, their hearts filled with pride, not for anything else, just because that was what Baba had said. What Baba said must be right, for no reason at all. Oh, yes, all these delicious dishes were made by Baba, and Frosty Mama definitely has never eaten such delicious food. Meng Meng glanced at the food on the table and said to Baba, Daddy, can we eat now? My tummy is talking. Right, you guys start eating. There's one more main course. He said, turned around and walked towards the kitchen. The two little ones couldn't wait to start tucking in, and Mu Hanshe and Ning Schwanger also started eating. After taking a bite of the scrambled eggs with green peppers, Ning Schwanger was taken aback when she tasted it. Hanshe, that guy's got pretty good cooking skills. It's okay. He said with a dry cough, but it attracted Ning Schwanger's secret belly laugh. This is not okay, it's too good. Ning Schwanger, who originally had a small appetite, ate some scrambled eggs with green peppers, which opened up her taste buds and increased her appetite. After about 10 minutes, Yi Xian walked over from the kitchen with a tray, and placed it in front of Tong Tong and Meng Meng. It looked like golden rice grains, each one crystal clear, with a few carrot cubes mixed in. Just looking at it was aesthetically pleasing and made you hungry. This is fried rice with egg. Even Mu Hanshe was taken aback. He obviously didn't expect fried rice with egg to be cooked to such a high standard, and just by looking at it, he could tell it was going to be super delicious. Amu, wow. It's delicious, Baba. Your fried rice with egg is super delicious. M'chem, I've never had such delicious fried rice with egg before. The two little kids gobbled up the food without stopping, and they didn't forget to praise Baba. Congratulations, host, you have received plus 10 daddy points from Tong Tong. Congratulations, host, you have received plus 10 daddy points from Meng Meng. Congratulations, host, you have received plus 10 daddy points from Tong Tong. Congratulations, host, you have received plus 10 daddy points from Meng Meng. No surprise, a dish of fried rice reaped a lot of daddy points, which made Yi Xian even more motivated to reap future daddy points. Wow, this is really fried rice. Ning Schwanger, the diva of the music world, also looked at the fried rice on her plate with disbelief. It was delicious, a kind of delicious she had never tasted before. Mu Hanshe's eyelids twitched slightly. After all, had she underestimated this guy's cooking skills? More than half an hour later. Belch. Ning Schwanger belched, and even though she did, she still couldn't get enough of it in her mouth. Yi Xian, your cooking is amazing. A fried rice dish can actually be cooked to such a wonderful taste. However, she then sighed slightly, but unfortunately, for a long time in the future, I'm afraid I won't be able to taste it again. What's wrong? Mu Hanshe asked with concern. Ning Schwanger sighed slightly. It's not about the new song. Although I am now a diva in the music world with high popularity and fame, I haven't released a new song recently, which has caused my popularity to plummet. If this continues, I am afraid that in half a year or a year, I will no longer be a diva in the music world. Speaking of this, Ning Schwanger gave a bitter smile. It's that serious. Mu Hanshe heard her friend's brow furrowed in worry. She had heard that her best friend was in trouble before, but she had never imagined that the trouble would be so difficult to resolve. So this is probably the last time I'll eat at your house for at least half a year. Too bad about all those delicious dishes. Ning Schwanger was still thinking about Yi Xian's cooking skills, and wondered if her manager would go crazy if he found out. Upon hearing Ning Schwanger's words, Tong Tong tilted her head and blinked her big, sparkling eyes. No, Schwanger, didn't your father study music? Maybe he can help you. Your father is omnipotent. He, that's right, your father is so good at cooking, he must be super good at music too. Oh. Upon hearing her goddaughter's words, Ning Schwanger really entertained the idea. She said that before, she might not have, but if someone who studied music had such good amateur cooking skills, then his expertise would really be able to help her, and her problems would be solved. If your father can really help me, then he will be Schwanger's great benefactor. Really? Dad, why don't you help Mum? If that doesn't work, then let Mum kiss Dad like we do. When she heard this, Ning Schwanger's pretty face turned red, and Mu Hanshe glared at the two little ones, saying, What are you talking about? Humph, that's what it is. Whenever we kiss Daddy, he'll agree to whatever we ask. Why can't Frosty Mummy do the same? Mu Hanshe? That reasoning sounds somewhat reasonable, but is that really the case? Yi Xian, if you can, why don't you help Frosty? After all, over the years, Frosty has helped me and taken care of Tong Tong Meng Meng a lot. Haha, okay. Yi Xian agreed without hesitation. Since Frosty is the benefactor of you and the two little ones, she is also my benefactor, so I will help. Tung Tung Meng Meng, go to the study and help your father get a pen and paper, while I help Frosty write a song. Oh, really? I told you that Daddy can do it, let's go now. Sister, wait for me. The two little ones ran towards the study room one after the other. Ning Schwanger was stunned to see that he had agreed. Although they had only met once, Yi Xian gave her the impression of being inscrutable, and maybe he could really write a good song. Here, Daddy, here's a pen and paper. The two cute girls, Tong Tong and Meng Meng, took the pen and paper and returned. They knew that Daddy was going to show off again next. After receiving the pen and paper, Yi Xian did not pause, and directly wrote down in a flourish, and the 7 characters, the brightest star in the night sky, appeared in the center of the top of the paper. Can you hear the loneliness and sighs in the heart of the person looking up at the brightest star in the night sky? Oh, can you remember the figure that disappeared into the wind as it walked with me? I pray that I have a transparent heart and eyes that can shed tears. The lyrics and music were composed in one go, and the process flowed like a cloud without the slightest hesitation. Just like Yi Xian's previous operations in the kitchen, from this smooth operation alone, he is definitely an expert. Ding! I wrote a song for my daughter's godmother as a reward for her superb calligraphy skills. The song The Brightest Star in the Night Sky came to mind. The lyrics and music were all completed in the reward. As the person who knows the most about music, Ning Schwanger began to softly sing along to the score, and her beautiful eyes could not help but sparkle. This song undoubtedly was not simple, and Ning Schwanger could see that. The way she looked at Yi Xian's eyes had changed. Seeing Ning Schwanger's excitement, Yi Xian gave a small smile. However, it was a bit far-fetched to think that a song could regain the popularity lost before. In that case, I'll write another song for you. He did as he said, and the next song, The First Dream, sprang onto the page again, only this time the calligraphy was much better than that of The Brightest Star in the Night Sky. When she saw The First Dream, Ning Schwanger took a deep breath. The scene in front of her was truly shocking. 2 songs in a row, and each had the potential to become a hit. I created these 2 songs in my spare time at school. If they can help you, that would be great. Ning Schwanger was seriously making nonsense up, and of course no one was paying attention to this at this time. Both Frost and Mum are looking stunned. The songs written by Daddy must be really good. That's for sure. The 2 cute kids chattered away, while Ning Schwanger took a deep breath. Is this the daddy of her 2 goddaughters? What a genius! I can't thank you enough for your great kindness. Ning Schwanger suppressed her excitement. With these 2 songs, she would definitely be able to turn things around. Then she quickly took a check out of her bag and wrote the amount of 1 million. To be fair, I will consider this 1 million as the exclusive singing rights for the 2 songs. Wow! Daddy is amazing, just 2 songs and he got 1 million from Frosty. Daddy is awesome. As Frosty gave Daddy the 1 million, the 2 cute kids were contributing their daddy points. Mu Hanshua was stunned as she watched. 1 million for 2 songs? This operation by her best friend was enough to prove everything. She couldn't help but have a new understanding of Yi Xian again. This big pig's foot was really making it more and more difficult to understand. How much more is he actually hiding from me? Oh, that's right. Ning Schwanger thought of something and looked at Yi Xian with sparkling eyes. Yi Xian, I will be performing the first stop of my domestic concert tour at the Shanghai Sports Center in 3 days. I believe your singing skills are also quite good, so why don't you help me boost my popularity by singing a song at the concert? Originally, Ning Schwanger wanted to say that it would be a pity for Yi Xian not to enter the music scene with his talent and qualifications, but knowing the current situation, she gave up on this idea and could only settle for second best. It would be a pity for such talent to be wasted. It's not good. I'm not interested in the music scene or anything, I just want a warm bed with my wife and child. Mu Hanshi blushed when she heard this, spitting, What are you talking about? She could accept the idea of a wife and children, but she was not so sure about a warm bed, especially when it was said in front of her best friend. I understand. Ning Schwanger was slightly taken aback, glanced at her best friend, and said frankly that if she were a man, she would probably make the same choice. Schwanger's concert, wow, we love it, are you going? Well, we haven't heard you sing on a stage like that yet, it must be really cool, and then Bobby A will definitely be the coolest Bobby A under the sun. The 2 little ones gave a wave of divine assistance, which made Yi Xian, a crazy fan of spoiling his daughter, smile with affection. Since Tong Tong and Meng Meng liked it, Bobby A will listen to you and go, okay? Wow! Really? Bobby A, siata. Tung Tung and Meng Meng heard that their father had chosen to participate for their sake, and they followed him from one side to the other, kissing and cuddling. A wave of dog food directly overwhelmed Mu Hanshi and Ning Schwanger. Ning Schwanger looked at the scene with mixed emotions. This crazy woman who dotes on her daughter is the father of her 2 goddaughters, and he is spoiling them to the heavens. Chapter 15, Ning Schwanger's butterflies are as beautiful as her mother's. This crazy girl who dotes on her daughters is also reaping the benefits of being a doting father. This is Yi Xian's favorite thing to do nowadays, and everything else is unimportant, except for discussing life with his stunning wife, of course. The sweet attacks of the 2 little ones can be said to have devastated Mu Hanshua and Ning Schwanger, leaving them both physically and mentally broken. After dinner, Ning Schwanger solved the difficult problem. After sending 2 songs to the agent, she suggested, we might as well play some games while we're waiting. Games! When they heard the word games, the 2 little ones, Tong Tong and Meng Meng, couldn't contain their excitement. Their eyes sparkled. Yes. Mu Hanshua thought about the scene just now when the 3 of them were jealous of each other and eating dog food, and her heart stirred. How about we play Fight the Landlord? Fight the landlord. Upon hearing her best friend's words, Ning Schwanger was slightly startled. She and her best friend were both experts at Fight the Landlord and had rarely lost. Could it be that her best friend was saying this at this time to take revenge on the little guys for their father's dog food? Thinking about this, Ning Schwanger revealed a mysterious smile. It's so boring just to play the game of Fight the Landlord. How about we make a little bet? But money is too vulgar. Draw a turtle. At this moment, Meng Meng's eyes shone with divine assistance. How about the loser has to draw a turtle? Draw turtles? Upon hearing Meng Meng's words, Mu Hanshua and Ning Schwanger were both taken aback. Then they thought of the image of drawing little turtles on Yi Xian's body, and it was particularly interesting just to think about it. Yi Xian, what do you think? Mu Hanshua then asked Yi Xian, obviously just taking over the reins in order to better execute her plan. I'm fine with it. Yi Xian gave a faint smile. He was the master of the landlord game, and these two girls were looking for trouble. Fine, in that case, the stakes will be 3 turtles, and the double bomb will be the same as usual. After agreeing on the rules, he took a deck of cards and the 3-player landlord game began. The 3 players took their seats, with Ning Shuang sitting on the dealer's seat and Mu Hanshi sitting on the player's seat. Yi Xian was the landlord in the first round. With Yi Xian's current hand speed and eyesight, simply playing a game of landlord is a piece of cake. It can be said that from the moment the 2 stunning beauties planned to play landlord, it was already doomed that they would not be able to win. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, J, Q, K, A. A straight flush of 3 to A appeared in Mu Hanshua's eyes, and the two looked at it in shock. So smooth? Ning Schwanger's eyebrows furrowed slightly. No. Pass. Mu Hanshua also felt a slight foreboding in her heart. At the moment, Yi Xian only had 8 cards left in his hand. Even pairs of J, Q, and K. An intriguing curve appeared at the corner of Yi Xian's mouth. The two of them couldn't afford this hand. To be frank, with his eyesight and hidden manipulation, Yi Xian knew Mu Hanshua and Ning Schwanger's cards perfectly well. Report 2 cards. Mu Hanshua. Ning Schwanger. Business is so expensive, so just report 2 cards. This is only the first 2 hands, and his cards are so good. Seeing the two of them looking confused, Yi Xian gave a slight smile and flipped over the 2 remaining cards in his hand, which were a big king and a small king. King Blast. It was like a bomb that landed in Mu Hanshua and Ning Schwanger's minds. Is that it? They had not yet reacted at all, and the game of landlord was already over. But that wasn't the most important thing. The most important thing was that they hadn't played any cards, and their 3 turtle cards had doubled with the king, plus the spring, which had multiplied the total by 4, or 12 turtle cards. 3 by 2 by 2, wow. 12 little turtles, hee, daddy is awesome. With Mu Hanshua's careful teaching, the 2 cute kids can already calculate simple multiplication, so they can still do this calculation. Congratulations to the host for getting plus 16 daddy points from Tong Tong. Congratulations to the host for getting plus 16 daddy points from Meng Meng. The fatherly values continue to be reaped. Mu Hanshi and Ning Schwanger are stunned, looking at the brush and dark ink next to them, and goosebumps rise. 12 turtles are about to crawl on them next, and just thinking about it makes their scalps tingle. Oh, I'll have to accept my fate if I lose a bet. Wife, Ning Daxing, I'm sorry. Taking a brush, he drew cute little turtles on the hands of Ning Schwanger and Mu Hanshi, spreading from the backs of their delicate hands to their wrists and then their arms. In no time, the little arms of the 2 peerless beauties were covered with densely packed little turtles, which greatly shocked the 2 little masters of the game of Fight the Landlord. Again. Then, the second round began. This time, Yi Xian dug a bigger hole. Ning Schwanger and his wife's cards could be lost. That's great, but there are 2 bombs in each family. In retaliation, they both refrained from claiming the landowner. Airplane. Once again, Yi Xian is the landowner, and he directly plays an airplane with 6 cards. As the upper hand, Ning Schwanger's eyebrows furrowed slightly. 4 threes, blow up. No. Seeing her best friend go all in, she knew she had a good hand, and with her own cards, she was definitely going to win this round. 4 eights. Yi Xian slowly baited the 2 women, and the bombs in their hands could not be wasted. Ning Schwanger saw the bombs in her hand, thought about it for a moment, and passed. Humph. 4 jacks. Seeing the confident look on his wife's face, she had a good hand, but 4 kings. 4 kings were played in a row, and Ning Schwanger was stunned. She looked at her cards and then at Hanshe, obviously meaning that she didn't have any better cards. Hanshe. 4 aces. Driven by a desire to win, she gritted her teeth and looked at her cards, betting all 4 aces. Pair of queens. Pair of twos. Hanshe was furious to see Yi Xian betting against her again. Ning Shuang'er lowered her eyebrows and contemplated, 4 nines. As long as Yi Xian doesn't want them, she can finish the hand with one hand. King bomb. With the attention of these 2 stunning beauties, the plot was revealed and the net was closed directly. Then another pair was played, winning the second game again. Hanshe. Ning Shuang'er. This. 3 bombs. The pretty faces of these 2 stunning women turned slightly pale. They had used 4 bombs, plus the 3 they had also chosen, for a total of 7 bombs, which is 128 times the original bet. If you multiply that by the base bet of 3, it's 384 little turtles. Wow, 384 little turtles, that's a lot. Daddy is so awesome. Now Mummy and Mummy Shuang'er are finished. Hanshe and Ning Shuang'er, both of them, were so embarrassed that they could not believe that they had lost so much in this round. It was 32 times the amount of the first round. You have to accept your defeat. Come on, ladies. Hanshe and Ning Shuang'er, both of them, could see the despair in each other's eyes. They had never imagined that they would still lose so badly despite being such good at the game of Fight the Landlord. In this way, Hanshe and Ning Shuang'er's hands, feet, and even toes were covered with turtle after turtle, and in the end even their pretty faces and necks were occupied. If it weren't for the fact that Ning Shuang'er was there, Yi Xian would definitely have made the little turtles cover every part of his wife's body. I'm going to take a bath, no more playing. The last little turtle climbed onto the neck of Ning Shuang'er's swan, and in the end, it was this goddess of 1,000 girls' dreams who was directly messed with by Yi Xian. He hurriedly ran towards the bathroom, his whole body looking like a cute big turtle crawling with little turtles. Right behind him, his wife glared fiercely at the big pig's foot. Does this bastard not know how to cherish women? He even let his best friend go, damn it. Wow. Daddy is awesome. Mommy and Frosty Mommy teamed up and were defeated by Daddy. If the outside world knew that a domineering female CEO and a diva in the music world had been painted with 396 turtles by a certain guy, it would cause a sensation. The 2 cute kids even more admire Daddy, and the quality of Daddy's value is getting higher and higher. That night, the angry Hanshe directly threw the 2 little ones to Yi Xian, and she and her best friend Ning Shuang'er went to the bedroom to sleep. It was already night, and in the next bedroom, Tong Tong and Meng Meng leaned on their father's arms on the left and right, enjoying the quiet time without their mother, feeling the warmth from their father's body, and feeling extremely at ease, with a happy curve at the corner of their mouths. Embracing her 2 super cute daughters, once upon a time, the wife of a rich man fell seriously ill. Before she died, she called her only daughter to her side and said, "My dear daughter, after I go, I will watch over you and bless you from the grave." Then she closed her eyes and died. She was buried in the garden. The little girl was a pious and kind girl, and she went to her mother's grave every day to cry. Winter turned to spring, and people passed away. Her father married another wife. The story of Cinderella entered the ears of the 2 little ones under Yi Yuan's magnetic voice full of fatherly love, and scenes from the world of the Cinderella fairy tale emerged in the minds of the 2 budding children. From Cinderella losing her mother at a young age, her father marrying another wife and bringing 2 other daughters into the family, poor Cinderella suffered a lot, being excluded and mocked by her stepmother and 2 sisters. It wasn't until the prince met her under the tree that the quiet atmosphere warmed the relationship with the 2 little lovers, and endless visions emerged in the minds of the 2 little ones. But the good times didn't last long. After the story was finished, Tong Tong's innocent question broke the mood. "Daddy, do you like Mummy's butterflies very much?" Yi Xian was almost choked by his own saliva at this unexpected question, and looked at his beloved daughter incredulously. Meng Meng took credit at this time, saying, "Mummy said, we don't have them yet, but we will when we grow up." "Daddy, I'll tell you a secret," Tong Tong whispered to her father. What secret, so careful?" I'll tell you secretly, although Shuang'er's mother's butterfly is as beautiful as her mother's." Puff. Upon hearing her eldest daughter's words, Yi Xian immediately coughed up 3 liters of blood. Chapter 16, Give It Your All. Whoever hits him once will be rewarded 100,000. Unavoidably, an incredibly realistic image appeared in his mind. It was the same beautiful butterfly, but it was Ning Schwanger's slightly smaller cherry. The image was too beautiful to look directly at. And where's mine? Seeing that the painting style was wrong, he hurriedly changed the topic to draw the attention of the two little ones back. Yesterday, didn't Dad seem very happy when he ate it? We all saw it, and Mom was very happy too. Meng Meng, who never stops surprising people with her words, spoke up again. Hearing her words, Yi Xian's eyes suddenly widened. What did you say? Yesterday, you saw. It's terrifying when you think about it. Yi Xian suddenly realized what was going on. Could it be that what they had experienced yesterday was not a dream, but the truth, and that the two little ones had seen him doing it? Yes, didn't Daddy remember? Tong Tong stared at her father with big, curious eyes. It had clearly happened last night, but why did Daddy and Mummy not remember it during the day? However, the two cute kids didn't know that their words had actually sold their mother, and they had also thrown their father into unprecedented shock. If so, Hanshe didn't even refute, and she even coughed, somewhat cooperating. The amount of information was too much for Yi Xian to fully accept at once, and this night was undoubtedly a sleepless night for Yi Xian. The next room. Mu Hanshe, who had been sold a good price by the two cute kids, was also talking with her best friend Ning Schwanger. Hanshe, don't you think today's landlord is too strange, especially the second round? Yi Xian seemed to know what cards we had. Ning Schwanger frowned slightly, and the thought of today's 396 turtles gave her a chill. She had never lost so badly before. But Hanshe, who is Yi Xian? Not only is he exceptionally talented, his cooking is absolutely top-notch, and he is also an absolute master at songwriting? And how did you two reconnect? As she listened to her best friend, Mu Hanshe had no intention of hiding anything, because she knew that Ning Schwanger would not tell anyone else. Do you remember 3 years ago? At that time, I destroyed all the clues, but I left behind Yi Xian's information. Just a few days ago, I went to Shanghai University in person. As her best friend told her story, Ning Schwanger's eyes grew wider and wider, until in the end she was incredulous. Hanshe, you said that Yi Xian is a junior college student. So that means 3 years ago, he was. Thinking about this, Ning Schwanger's mouth opened wide. 3 years later, he was a junior college student, which means that 3 years ago, he wasn't even in college. The information in this room was enough to blow her mind. But then again, that Yi Xian is really very good. Ning Schwanger let out a deep breath. In order to make up for the 3 years of debt, she is willing to give up her studies and become a full-time nanny for you and the two little ones. And no matter his cooking skills, or his ability to write lyrics and music, or even with his qualifications, he can make a big difference in the music scene or even the entertainment industry. Such a man, Hanshe, to be honest, I'm beginning to envy you. Ning Schwanger exclaimed emotionally. Now where in society is there such a selfless and great man? Hanshe, if one day in the future you can't get along with Yi Xian anymore, you must let me know, and I'll be with him then. Don't worry, we'll definitely be happy together then. Mu Hanshe. Go away, what are you thinking about? Hearing Ning Schwanger's words, Mu Hanshe gave her a blank stare. Her original intention was very simple, just to prevent the child from lacking paternal love, but the more she got in touch with her, the more she realized that the guy who had scored a hit with one move back then was far from as simple as she had understood. The next day, dawn. The first golden rays of the sun pierced the clouds and poured down on Kowloon Villa. In the courtyard of Villa 1, 3 people, 1 big and 2 small, were doing morning exercises. They were practicing Tai Chi. That's right. After what happened yesterday, Yi Xian had this idea. After all, he can't be by his daughter's side every moment, so some self-defense techniques can still be taught, even though the two little ones are only a little over 2 years old. The movements are fluid and effortless, and the charm is completely incomparable to ordinary Tai Chi. This is an essence-extracted version of the popular Tai Chi performed by Yi Xian with his superb martial arts ability, where practicality and aesthetics coexist. The two little ones, with their cute little arms and legs, followed their father and practiced Tai Chi in a mannered way. Oh, look, the young master and the 2 little princesses are practicing. One of the villa bodyguards saw the 3 people practicing Tai Chi in the courtyard and exclaimed in surprise. Hey, don't say it, the 2 little princesses look even more cute and adorable practicing Tai Chi. But did you notice the master's pace? Although it's Tai Chi, it's completely different from ordinary Tai Chi. The bodyguard's heated discussion soon attracted the attention of everyone, and when they looked around, they saw the Tai Chi that the master was practicing. This is unbelievable, master is extraordinary, what have I seen? Bagwazang, Kongtong Palm, Xingyi Boxing. Ha! One of the bodyguards, who was quite knowledgeable, suddenly whitened his eyes. Master has combined the best of all schools and is fighting with such ease, it's unbelievable. What? Master! Many of the bodyguards around him heard this and their hearts trembled. They quickly looked at their young master in the ring, and their expressions all changed. The best of 100 schools. My goodness, it's no wonder they looked familiar. It turns out that there are shadows of their familiar boxing techniques in this. All of the dozen or so bodyguards let out a sound of surprise. In that case, isn't the young master an expert? To become Mu Hanshe's bodyguard, each one is an elite among the Mu family elites, with an eye that is far superior to ordinary people. It was also in this room that Mu Hanshe and Ning Schwanger washed up and came out of the villa, just in time to see Yi Xian teaching the two of them Tai Chi. Hanshe, Yi Xian knows martial arts. Ning Schwanger asked, seeing Yi Xian skillfully practicing Tai Chi. Mu Hanshe also saw Yi Xian in the middle of the courtyard, and after a moment of thought, she thought, he must know a little. Yesterday, he helped Tong Tong and Meng Meng and beat up a few of Drunken Immortal Restaurant's bodyguards. Oh? Drunken Immortal Restaurant, Li Xingkong's restaurant, and he beat up a few of them. It seems that this guy is pretty good. As a high-end restaurant in the Magic City, Ning Schwanger had of course heard of Drunken Immortal Restaurant. Well, he should be able to handle a few people. Mu Hanshe nodded without refuting. After all, although the bodyguards at Drunken Immortal Restaurant were not as good as the Mu family, they were still quite good. Dad, isn't this amazing? Tong Tong, who had been practicing an improved version of Tai Chi with her father, asked with her big, sparkling eyes. Of course. Why don't I show you? Seeing that the two little ones doubted his strength, he smiled slightly, then glanced at the dozen or so bodyguards watching from a short distance away. Brothers, come and give me a hand. The bodyguards who had been watching, seeing that the young master had called them, did not dare to be negligent and quickly walked up to him. The young master is so polite, just tell us what to do. They had a very good impression of this young master, and naturally they were happy to help him. All of you, attack me with all your strength. He looked calmly at the dozen or so bodyguards across the way and smiled warmly. Young master, this isn't a good idea. If we injure you, we can't cough, bear the anger of the young lady and the little princess. Upon hearing the young master's order, the dozen or so bodyguards immediately hesitated, and the scene of the young lady protecting her husband with such domineering manner at the Drunken Immortal Manor came to mind. If they really hurt the young master, the young lady would skin them alive. It seems Yi Xian is very confident in his own martial arts skills. Ning Shuang looked at the scene with interest. Although they had not had much contact, Yi Xian should not be someone who was unaware of his own abilities. Humph. I want to see how good he is. Mu Hanshe's beautiful eyes twinkled as she watched from the sidelines. The chance for revenge has come. Give it your all. Whoever can defeat him once will be rewarded 100,000. Ning Schwanger, 100,000? Hanshe. Even if Yi Xian drew 396 turtles for us yesterday, you don't have to be so ruthless. Ning Schwanger watched in disbelief as the big knife was used 100,000 times. What does this represent? And these are the bodyguards carefully selected by her best friend's father. I know what I'm doing. Mu Hanshe smiled and said, although she said that they would get 100,000 for each hit, these bodyguards would not dare to go too far, otherwise, she has seen the bodyguards of the angry family before. 100,000. Even if they are Mu's bodyguards, 100,000 for each hit is really attractive to them. 100,000 for one hit, 1 million for 10 hits, and 10 million for 100 hits. Money can make the ghost push the mill, and it is now being demonstrated to the fullest. Sir, I'm sorry. If I hit it once and get 100,000, I'll give you 50,000 if I hit it. Sorry. Ha. In a flash of light, a dozen bodyguards turned into streams of light and charged at Yi Xian. Whoa, Daddy, be careful. Mommy, you're so bad. The two cute kids saw that the bodyguards who were protecting them all turned on their father, and while reminding their father, they didn't forget to hate their mother. Boom. As soon as the two cute kids finished their tirade, a figure turned into a stream of light and retreated 5 or 6 meters, only then stopping. The bodyguards around, who had originally charged forward, saw their companion's achievement and stopped in their tracks, staring in shock at the scene. Young master, this is such powerful strength. The bodyguards were stunned, and Ning Schwanger, who had originally thought it was excessive, widened her beautiful eyes, staring incredulously at the courtyard, her mouth opening into an O shape. Hissing. Cold snow, Yi Xian, this is. Congratulations to the host for obtaining plus 23 daddy points from Tong Tong. Congratulations to the host for getting plus 31 daddy points from Tong Tong. Congratulations to the host for getting plus 32 daddy points from Tong Tong. Congratulations to the host for getting plus 28 daddy points from Tong Tong. High quality daddy points are coming, and Yi Xian's mouth curls up even more. He's spoiling the babies while harvesting daddy points at the same time, which is so satisfying. Go daddy! Defeat them, ooh ooh ooh. The two adorable babies instantly become little fans, with their big, sparkling eyes fixed on the almighty daddy, cheering him on. Auntie Chan and the other maids. These two super cute little princesses really bring out the best in the little cotton padded jacket. They're already protecting their master at the tender age of 2, and they'll be even more so when they grow up. Chapter 17 Boss, this move is going to kill them with sweetness. Holy shit! Master is so strong. More than 10 bodyguards were stunned. They were all elites trained by the family with all their strength, but now one person's strength was no match for Master's single move. Ha, I already said to go all out. Let's go together. A domineering voice came from the side, and the more than 10 bodyguards heard it and dared not be the least bit careless. In that case, Master, be careful, we won't hold back. Attack! With a laugh. The 10 or so bodyguards stopped holding back and attacked Yi Xian at least twice as fast as before. Boom, 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 boom. 3 minutes. 5 minutes. After 5 minutes, the dozen or so bodyguards stopped panting, in severe pain all over their bodies. Even the ones who were used to getting hurt were grimacing, and the look in their eyes as they looked at their boss was full of awe. Daddy, practicing this is so awesome. Tong Tong wants to practice too. After practicing, she'll be able to protect Mummy just like you. Meng Meng too. The two little ones saw their father beat more than 10 bodyguards until they were out of breath, while he didn't even break a sweat. Their eyes were full of admiration and hope. Ning Schwanger also saw this in her eyes, and ripples stirred in her heart. Originally, she felt that her best friend might be at a disadvantage if she married someone like this in her next life, but now it seems that this is not the case at all. Mu Hanshua was also stunned by the ending in the scene. Thinking about the scene where she went to the school and asked the bodyguard to call Yi Xian, her pretty face turned slightly pale. Did that guy know from the beginning that she wanted to find him? After breakfast. Yi Xian, I have something to tell you. Thinking about her mother coming to the demon capital in a while, Mu Hanshua's face turned slightly red. After all, if her mother came to the demon capital, their relationship would be completely exposed to her mother. What did you call me? Yi Xian. No, old husband. Seeing Yi Xian's solemn and concerned expression, Mu Hanshue gritted her teeth and almost bit her tongue as she blurted out the two words. This bastard really hasn't forgotten, has he? A sweet voice sounded in her ears, quite satisfied. What is it? My mother is coming to Modu in a few days, so don't do anything inappropriate. Mu Hanshue said, admonishingly. Mother-in-law is coming? Upon hearing that Mu Hanshue's mother was coming to the demon capital, Yi Xian was slightly taken aback. He didn't expect his mother-in-law to come to the demon capital at this time, but he wasn't too worried. After all, he would have to meet the parents sooner or later. Aren't you at all nervous? Mu Hanshue was a little surprised. Although she hadn't revealed her family background, from the perspective of the 150 million luxury car and the multi-billion villa, she couldn't tell that he was in the least bit nervous when a parent from such a family background was coming. She wondered if he was really not nervous or if he was just pretending. Nervous? Why be nervous? You're mine, and you're just meeting the parents. Mu Hanshue. Seeing Mu Hanshue's appearance, Yi Xian suddenly asked, Wife, did you sleep well the night before last? Well, I'm fine. Why? The sudden question made Hanshe feel a little guilty. Her pretty face flushed, and the events of the night before involuntarily came to mind. What she didn't know was that her two precious daughters had betrayed her. Really? Although Hanshe hid it well, Yixian still sensed the subtle changes, and indeed the night before was real. Time flies, and the 2 days passed quickly. Until this day, the entire demon capital was in an uproar, and the people flocked to the sports center, for no other reason than that today was the first domestic tour of the pop diva Ning Schwanger after her hiatus for most of the year, and the first stop was set in the demon capital. Inside the venue, VIP seats. Hanshe sat with her two daughters in the VIP seats, waiting for the show to begin. Wow, there are so many people here. Yes, and Daddy is going to sing today. Tong Tong and Meng Meng have never seen so many people before, and they are excited, looking around and curious in every direction. Amidst the attention, the concert begins as scheduled. In order to make her first concert a hit, Ning Schwanger can be said to have invited at least half of the popular singers to come and support her. The spotlight was on. At a certain moment, Ning Schwanger, dressed in a white pleated skirt, came onto the stage, looking like a fairy from a fairy tale. Wow! Goddess! Queen of the world! As she appeared, 100,000 fans in the audience shouted in unison, their voices echoing throughout the venue. Ning Schwanger's popularity was evident. In the center of the stage, the spotlight on Ning Schwanger revealed the charming curves that captivated thousands of people. She gave a slight smile and said, "I'm very happy to be able to come to the magical city to hold my first concert tour. This is the starting point of my dreams, and it is also the place I miss the most. I welcome everyone to come to my concert. To repay everyone, I want to dedicate a new song to you. The name of this song is The Brightest Star in the Night Sky. The lyrics and music for this song were written by the same person, who is also my friend. His name is Yixian. I hope you like it." As Ning Schwanger's voice faded, the stage lights dimmed, and a slightly low and ethereal voice came from the sound system. The brightest star in the night sky. Can you hear? The loneliness and sighs of the people looking up. Wow, the song written by Baba is super great and really nice to listen to. Hee, I'm looking forward to Baba singing. The two cute kids chattered and praised Baba, and at the same time, the song The Brightest Star in the Night Sky undoubtedly set the whole audience off, especially when the climax came. I pray to have a transparent heart and eyes that can shed tears, to give me the courage to believe again. Oh, to go beyond lies and embrace you. Whenever I can't find the meaning of existence. Whenever I get lost in the dark night. The explosive lyrics and style, coupled with Ning Schwanger's incisive performance, can be said to have pushed the song to perfection. The song ended with a standing ovation, and when Ning Schwanger saw this, the corner of her mouth curved up into a charming arc. Sure enough, the song was a hit after all. Ning Schwanger and the invited music industry bigwigs then took the stage one after the other, bringing a feast for the ears to the 100,000 fans in the audience. Half an hour quickly passed, and finally it was Yixian's turn to go on stage. Ning Schwanger once again came to the stage to take on the role of host. With the microphone by her mouth, she said, "The next singer to go on stage is, to be precise, a friend of mine. He has come especially to help me out today in order to add some popularity to the concert. And this friend of mine is Yixian, the songwriter and composer of the two new songs I just performed." Wow! As soon as these words were spoken, the scene erupted in an uproar. What? The songwriter and composer of two songs for the goddess Schwanger? The audience was still in shock when the lights on the stage focused on a figure who appeared on stage. He was handsome, with a flowing hairstyle, and especially an invisible aura of charisma that emanated from his entire body. He was so charismatic that he was leagues ahead of the current young stars. Holy shit, it's the boss. In one corner of the audience, Lin Xiaoya's eyes bulged, and he coughed out a mouthful of tea. His eyes were full of disbelief, and he rubbed his eyes hard, thinking he must have seen it wrong. My goodness, what's going on with the boss? How does he know Goddess Shuang? I can't be dreaming, can I? Wang Lin and Lu Feihu were also looking at the stage in disbelief, while Feng Xiaoqian and Lu Shilan on the side were also stunned, especially Lu Shilan. While looking at the figure on the stage, he was surprised, but more than that, he was also complex. He was actually singing at Ning Schwanger's concert. No, he also wrote the lyrics and music for Ning Schwanger and wrote two songs. Wow, Daddy is so handsome, I love you. Meng Meng also loves you, Daddy. The two adorable children in the VIP seats screamed when they saw the handsome dad appear on stage, and it made Hanshe's ears hurt. Then her pretty face flushed slightly, because she obviously sensed that many people were staring at her. With Yi Xian's discerning eye, it was easy to see that his two super cute daughters were cheering for him. His face then beamed with a fatherly smile, but this smile charmed countless girls. He waved at his two daughters, then picked up the microphone and said, "This song is for my two lovely daughters. It's called Dimple. I'm still looking for someone to lean on. And give me a hug. Someone to pray for me, to share my worries. To get angry for me, to fight for me. There are signs that happiness is beginning. Our fate is to slowly draw closer." The lyrics are super sweet, the melody heartwarming, and the perfect performance by Yi Xian's god-level music makes every note seem like it is turned into sweet honey, wrapping everyone up tightly. He, is this the song that Daddy has given us? It's so sweet. Super sweet, Bobby A is so cute and loves you so much. The two cute kids listened to the song that Bobby A sang for them. In particular, the two little ones had two shallow dimples when they smiled. The appearance of this song made Hanshe freeze. Obviously she didn't expect that Pigfoot would express his love for his two daughters in this way. Lin Xiaoya and the others were dumbfounded when they heard this. Oh my god, is this still the boss? He has completely become a crazy father who dotes on his daughters. The boss's actions are so sweet, and the dog food is also intoxicating. It's killing me. I want to find a girlfriend and have a daughter after listening to this song. Lu Feihu looked at the boss on stage with envy. He really wished he could find a boss like him. Has he considered how this single dog feels when he does this kind of dog food? P.S. Fellow Ironmen, don't stop posting videos to urge for more and power for love. It's easy to do, and you can post videos to urge for more and power for love 3 times a day. The author has something to say. High energy ahead, dog food is coming. Chapter 18. This dog food is delicious, damn it. This moment is under the spotlight. An onslaught of dog food is coming. Sweet dog food fills every corner of the stadium. Tong Tong and Meng Meng were so excited that they would have rushed onto the stage and into their father's arms to give him a kiss if Hanshe hadn't stopped them. They were so happy. Daddy is so good to them, and they won't be afraid of being spoiled to the skies. Wow, I love you, Daddy. The two adorable children couldn't contain their excitement, and Hanshe, whose face was flushed, held the two little ones down and told them to behave. Just as Hanshe was trying to calm her two daughters, the song reached its climax. Dimples, long eyelashes, they're the marks of your beauty. Every day I can't sleep, I miss your smile. You don't know how much you mean to me. With you, my life is complete. Dimples, long eyelashes, irresistibly charming. I've slowed down, I feel like I'm drunk. The emotional outburst, coupled with Yi Xian's mouth curving into a mesmerizing arc at this moment, caused the audience to react with unprecedented enthusiasm. Congratulations to the host for getting plus 66 points from Daddy Tong Tong. Congratulations to the host for getting plus 69 points from Daddy Meng Meng. Congratulations to the host for getting plus 66 points from Daddy Tong Tong. Congratulations to the host for getting plus 69 points from Meng Meng's dad. Sigh. Lin Xiaoya and the others all gasped in shock. The dog food was so terrifying, it was horrible. If heaven hadn't given birth to my boss, parenting would be like a long night forever. Wang Lin, the third oldest, swallowed a mouthful of saliva to calm down. Gee, boss is awesome, this is going to set the precedent for the strongest dad. The boss is the boss, and no one can imitate such an operation. Lu Feihu, a single dog, was eating choking dog food while not forgetting to praise the boss. When the song ended, the audience was in an unprecedented uproar. Who is this guy? He's amazing. Hey, didn't you hear that the lyrics and music for both of Empress Schwenger's new songs were written by him? The handsome guy sings super well. Come home with me, I'll let you struggle less for 20 years. Some girls even boldly professed their love directly, and their voices echoed all the way to the stage. But when Hanshe heard this, the corner of her mouth curved up in a shallow arc. Struggling less for 20 years? My lady can let him struggle less for 100 years, or even 1,000 years. One more song. Not long after the song ended, a voice rang out from nowhere in the audience of 100,000, followed by a rising chorus. Play another song. Play another song. The audience shouted in unison, especially the girls with explosive fighting power, each one staring at the handsome guy on stage. They even felt an urge to be Yi Xian's daughter, which would definitely be very happy. My goodness, are those girls crazy? Sister-in-law is going to have a lot of rivals now. Lin Xiaoya sighed with emotion, looking at the boiling crowd that was almost ready to explode. The adoration of these girls here is undoubtedly something that each of them dreams of. Cut it out, Lin. Sister-in-law will take all this in her stride. You have to understand that sister-in-law is a presence that even the owner of Drunken Immortal's residence looks up to. Lu Feihu rolled his eyes at Lin Xiaoya, the second oldest brother. If he could have 1/10, or even 1/100, of the achievements of the eldest brother in the future, he would be content. Brother Xian, this is fire, it's on fire. Feng Xiaoqian widened her eyes. It turned out that Brother Xian sang so beautifully, she had been a fool. Looking at Brother Xian now, and then looking at the man she had chosen, she wondered if she had been blind at the time. Tong Tong and Meng Meng saw the scene of the Frosty fans going crazy, and they laughed heartlessly and happily. Mu Hanshi glared at the big pigs trot on the stage, and that guy just knew how to show off. Seeing Yi Xian create such a stir with just one song, she gave a small smile at the corner of her mouth. To be honest, she was also surprised by Yi Xian's singing skills. Stepping onto the stage in high heels, Yi Xian, if there is a backup song, why not sing another one? Fat water does not flow to outsiders, and this person in front of you is not an outsider, but the father of your two super cute goddaughters. Sing one. Male god. Sing one. Seeing the goddess Schwanger's assistance, the more than 100,000 spectators in the audience once again screamed at the top of their lungs. Of course, the proportion was a bit lopsided, with obviously more cute girls than boys. Reaping the value of being a father from his daughters, Yi Xian gave a slight smile and said, "Okay, I'll sing another song. That song was for my two daughters, and this song I want to dedicate to my beloved wife." Ha! Upon hearing this, Ning Schwanger's beautiful eyes flickered and her gaze immediately fell on her best friend in the VIP seats. This guy. Is he really a crazy womanizer? After spoiling his daughter, is he going to spoil his wife again? Swish. When the two little ones, Tong Tong and Meng Meng, heard their father's words, their gaze also turned to their mother. Wow, mommy, daddy is going to sing for you. Hee, daddy loves mommy so much. As she listened to the two little ones, Mu Hanshue's gaze just happened to meet Yi Xian's adoring gaze. Her face flushed slightly, and her heart pounded violently. Lin Xiaoya and the others. This godlike operation by the boss is going to spoil his woman and daughter to the skies, gee, my goodness. But hey, this is the boss they admire and respect. Ha, let the dog food come even more fiercely, Ali, here. Lu Feihu had already become immune to the dog food and was laughing maniacally, his appearance truly outrageous. The excitement in the arena did not affect Yi Xian's emotions in the slightest, because none of this mattered to him. All that mattered to her were her two super cute daughters and the woman to whom he could never repay the debt of gratitude in his life. The name of the song was Love Is Not a Choice. The reason for choosing this song is because it is very similar to their experiences, and it best represents what he wants to express to Mu Hanshi at this moment. Love is not a choice. This guy? Mu Hanshi in the VIP seat heard these words, and her beautiful eyes suddenly narrowed, and her heart involuntarily tightened. It was also at the moment when Mu Hanshue's heart felt as if it was being grasped by an invisible hand that a light, pleasant, heartwarming melody started to play, making everyone feel relaxed. I can't forget the first time I saw you. Your charming eyes. Your image in my mind. Will never fade away. Holding your hands, feeling your tenderness. I really can't breathe. Your innocence I want to cherish. Seeing you suffer I will be sad. The voice full of magnetism, under Yi Xian's super high level, if it were turned into a trickle of water, it would trickle into the hearts of every audience member. Yi Xian, this is. Ning Schwanger, at the edge of the stage, as a diva in the music scene, was stunned by this song here. It was sweet. Indescribably sweet. Just listening to the sound made her have infinite yearning for beautiful love. Puff cough. Holy shit, the boss is awesome. Lin Xiaoya was force-fed invisible dog food, and the feeling of it almost choking him to death with a mouthful of water made him realize just how much of a powerful wife spoiler the boss was. No wonder his wife was so strong and so beautiful, and yet she was still taken by the boss. Boss, you're awesome. Ha, this dog food is delicious. Lu Feiyu was standing nearby, smiling foolishly. Although he was still single, that couldn't stop his yearning for love. Cough cough. Sherlon, it seems you don't stand a chance. Feng Xiaoqian coughed dryly, seeing her best friend beside her in a daze. Nowadays, I'm afraid that in Xian Ji's heart, that woman and her two daughters have already taken up all the space. From now on, Brother Xian will never be moved by any woman, not even a little bit. I know. Hearing her best friend's words, Lu Shirlan pursed her red lips. The more Yi Xian behaves like this, the more unwilling Lu Shirlan is. She estimates that she will only meet a man like Yi Xian once in her life, and if she misses him, she will really have missed him. The two cute kids in the VIP seats are smitten with their father, and their affection for him has skyrocketed. As for Mu Hanshua, beneath the thorny rose-like disguise, her calm heart is splashing with ripples, and her mind keeps flashing back to the scenes of the two of them together. The first time they met at the bar, the first experience of love, the scenes from 3 years ago unfolded before her eyes. That encounter, the two of them holding hands until they could hardly breathe, although it was 3 years ago, it was still fresh in her memory. Then there was the first time they met 3 years later in the conference room at Shanghai University, seeing the dumbfounded expression on the guy's face when he learned that she had 2 daughters. Then there was the time after that, when Yi Xian showed off his incredible cooking skills at the villa, and the unforgettable spring dreams that night. One thing after another came flooding back to her mind. Each image was transformed into the sweetness of deep love, springing up from the bottom of her heart, filling her entire being and wrapping her whole person in a cocoon. It was like she had fallen into a pool of honey, so sweet. That bastard. But she loved this sweet feeling. I'm afraid I'll fall in love with you myself. I dare not let myself get too close. I'm afraid I have nothing to give you. It takes a lot of courage to love you too. I'm afraid I'll fall in love with you myself. Maybe one day I won't be able to help it. I'll miss you and only make myself suffer. Falling in love with you is out of my hands. Oh. The song reached its climax, and the cute girl in the audience could no longer hold back her excitement, and suddenly stood up from her seat. At first, it was just one figure, then 5, 10, 50. Soon, rows of spectators stood up from their seats, their eyes burning as they looked at the figure on stage, remembering scene after scene with their lovers or significant others. Xiao Ya. Xiaocan. Lin Xiaoya and Feng Xiaocan heard Yi Xian singing and looked at each other with emotion in their eyes. They embraced each other with deep affection. In the heat of their emotions, the two of them even started to French kiss each other. The two groups of dog food intertwined, which made the three of them, Lu Feihu, look confused. Wang Lin in particular said, "Damn, I should have brought my girlfriend here." The author has something to say. Here's the dog food, are the big daddies happy? Chapter 19 Frost, don't get me wrong, I really didn't feed this guy dog food. Yi Xian was approaching climax. Mu Hanshua's beautiful eyes were full of emotions. I'm afraid I'll fall in love with you, I dare not let myself get too close, I'm afraid that I don't have anything to give you, loving you also requires a lot of courage. Every word became a scene from the movie, especially the two lines, I'm afraid I don't have much to give you and it takes a lot of courage to love you, which perfectly portrayed their relationship. Yi Xian was just an ordinary junior college student, while she, Mu Hanshue, was the Mu family's precious pearl. Her car alone was worth 150 million, her home 3 billion, and she was followed by family bodyguards wherever she went. She was also the controller of the Tianji Group, one of the Mu family's 3 core industries. After all, did she put too much pressure on him? Mu Hanshi thought about a lot of things at this moment. She had always wanted to give her daughter a complete family and did not want them to lack a father's love, but she could not deny that she had neglected Yi Xian's feelings. Mu Hanshi knew too well how special her identity was. Now, Yi Xian only knew the most insignificant aspect of her many identities. If he knew the true strength and power of the Mu family, the pressure on him would be. To be honest, she could not imagine being in his shoes. Ding! Congratulations to the host for singing for his daughter for the first time and gaining the ability of Divine Magneto. Divine Magneto, the host with this ability can turn metal into liquid and change it into any shape through their will. At the same time, the host can also form a magnetic field around them for defense. Even if a nuclear bomb explodes, it cannot harm the host in the slightest. In addition, the host with Divine Magneto can walk in the air through the magnetic field. Yi Xian, who was reaping the parenting points of Tong Tong and Meng Meng, was taken aback when he heard the voice of the brain system. God-level magnetism? Metallization into a liquid? Forming a magnetic field around oneself? Nuclear bombs cannot harm even the slightest bit? What's more, it can even fly in the sky. This ability seems a bit awesome. After singing, he returned from the corner of the stage to the VIP seats. Wow, Daddy, you were amazing. Kisses, kisses. When the two little ones saw Daddy come back, they took a few baby steps and ran towards him, jumped into his arms, and snuggled up to him. Humph. I knew he wanted to show off. Mu Hanshua snorted in annoyance, trying to hide her turbulent emotions. Although she was also moved, the only remaining sense of reason told her that this was a public place, her best friend's concert, and she must not let her emotions get the better of her. If this wasn't a public place, she would definitely rush up to him and give him a deep kiss. What, doesn't my beautiful wife like it? Smiling, he looked at the pretentious, pretty girl and had to say that sometimes his wife was quite cute. Ha! I won't fall for tricks to fool little girls. She's acting like a proud peacock, tilting her swan neck, looking like she doesn't like it at all. Unfortunately, the pride only lasted 3 seconds before being ruthlessly betrayed by her 2 daughters. Mommy lied. Just now Mommy was clearly very moved. She was about to cry. Yes, Daddy's singing was super nice. My sister and I both saw it. Mu Hanshua. You, hoof. Mama wasted her effort on you. When her daughter punctured her lie, Mu Hanshua's pretty face suddenly turned red. The 2 girls really grew up to be less and less close to her. Cut it out, Dad said that liars are not good children. Hearing what her 2 daughters said, Mu Hanshua felt an urge to vomit blood. Dad, is your sense of existence getting lower and lower? The whole family, having been sprinkled with dog food for half a day, the audience in the surrounding VIP seats ate dog food and their hearts were filled with tears. Should they do this? They didn't know if they would die quickly if they sprinkled dog food. After 2 songs, the atmosphere exploded, and every song that followed drew repeated applause from the audience. Ning Schwanger's first stop concert tour ended in this kind of atmosphere. It is no surprise that many audience members remember a name called Yi Xian. At the end of the evening, the audience left the stadium in an orderly manner. Ning Schwanger came up in a good mood and said, I can't tell that you're Yi Xian. You sing so well, I really underestimated you. With your talent, it's not impossible for you to become the future king of the music scene. It would be a pity not to make it in the music scene. Ning Schwanger sighed with emotion, and until now, the melodies of Yi Xian's 2 songs were still echoing in her mind. After a pause, she still felt a little reluctant to let such a talented person go to waste. Yi Xian, are you really not thinking about developing a career in the music industry? Forget it. Yi Xian waved his hand slightly, saying nonchalantly, I don't want to become a celebrity, surrounded by fans every day, and worrying about the paparazzi when I go out. Besides, right now I just want to fulfill my responsibilities as a husband and father, nothing more. Then, he looked at Mu Hanshua with a smile. Besides, with such a beautiful and wealthy wife at home, it's so good to just eat soft food at home and take care of the children. Why bother working for a living? Ning Schwanger. Phew, what soft food, don't talk nonsense. Mu Hanshua glared at Yi Xian, this bastard just knows to talk nonsense. Does he eat soft food like this? Aren't you afraid of the gossip from your family, neighbors, and friends? Yi Xian's brain really refreshed Ning Schwanger's perception. Gossip? Upon hearing Ning Schwanger's words, Yi Xian gave a slight smile. Have you ever heard the saying, sometimes living off a woman is fun, and sometimes it's always fun? Puff cough. Yi Xian, you want to die. Mu Hanshua really didn't expect this guy to be so shameless. If he is a man who eats soft rice, I'm afraid all the men in the world are eating soft rice. How can a man who eats soft rice bully his hostess? And the 2 cute kids are about to marginalize her. Who can she complain to? Cough cough, although you are speaking seriously, why do I always feel that you 2 are spreading dog food? Don't you feel guilty? Have you considered how I, a single dog, feel? Ning Schwanger felt that the painting style was getting more and more wrong, and she complained. Schwanger, you. Mu Hanshi saw Schwanger's misunderstanding and glared fiercely at Yi Xian. It's all your fault, making Schwanger misunderstand. Yi Xian, blaming me? Don't think that just because you're pretty you can frame people, even though you're my wife. Humph. Mu Hanshi was silenced by the retort and really couldn't compete with her in terms of quick-wittedness. However, the 2's bickering seemed to have an aura of its own, making Ning Schwanger stuff her mouth with food again. As the saying goes, invisible dog food is the most lethal, and that describes Ning Schwanger's current state. You guys continue to dish out the dog food, I'm leaving first, otherwise I'm afraid I won't be able to eat dinner. While talking, she slipped away from the scene of conflict, leaving the 2 without a chance to speak. Schwanger, don't get me wrong, I really didn't feed the dog with this guy. Before she could finish speaking, Ning Schwanger had already walked a few meters away. Mu Hanshua froze in place, her pretty face flushed as she glared fiercely at Yi Xian. If looks could kill, Yi Xian would have died countless times by now. You know what? One day, you will become the kind of person you hate. Mu Hanshue felt that wasn't enough, so she added another harsh comment. Yi Xian heard what Mu Hanshue said and gave a small smile. Thank you for your kind words. I hate rich people. Mu Hanshue. Puff. Giggle, you're amazing, baby. I'm going crazy, hee hee. The two little guys were speechless when they saw their mother being talked to by their father. They were giggling mindlessly on the side. This scene made Mu Hanshue hate to go up and strangle that bastard. Just now, she had a better impression of this guy. She really took the wrong medicine and would think that way. Yi Xian, can you? Pop. Mu Hanshue hadn't finished speaking when she was slapped hard on the buttocks, startling her like a kitten whose tail had been stepped on. She glared at Yi Xian, angrily shouting, "What are you doing? What did you call me? You. Yi Xian, you bastard." Once again, she had been taken advantage of, and Mu Hanshue's silver teeth clenched with anger. If possible, she really wanted to bite the guy in front of her to death and eat him, to relieve her hatred. She of course knew why Yi Xian was asking. It was simply because he had lost the bet last time, and she would have to call him husband instead of his name in the future, but she really found it hard to say. What's more, that guy usually bullied her all the time. How could she be willing to do that? Ding. Reminding the host, someone is going to do something bad to your two daughters. Just when he was teasing Mu Hanshue, the voice of the system sounded in his head, and the next moment Yi Xian's eyes flashed with a cold and menacing light. Ha! Upon hearing the system's voice, Yi Xian's heart sank. How dare you touch my daughters, you want to die. System, give me the X-ray tracking card. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have redeemed the X-ray tracking card, which has cost you 10 points of daddy points. As the system's voice faded, Yi Xian's inventory was supplemented with an X-ray tracking card, which he used with a thought. Ding. Congratulations, host, for successfully using the see-through tracking card. 30 minutes. As it was used, a countdown number appeared on the item, see-through tracking card. It was clear that the card only had a half-hour duration. However, this was more than enough to find the target. Whoever dared to covet her daughter would only meet a dead end. After Yi Xian used the X-ray tracking card, it was as if his eyes had been unlocked. The first thing he did was penetrate the clothes of Mu Hanshue, who was standing opposite him. Immediately afterwards, a scene of total nudity appeared before his eyes. This made Yi Xian feel a little hot and bothered, and he immediately started to rush into the distance. He penetrated through the layers of obstacles, spreading out in all directions from Yi Xian as the center, 5 meters, 10 meters, 50 meters. Finally, a suspicious person was found in a half-finished building more than a kilometer away. There were about 10 people, each wearing a black mask and black nightclothes, extremely professional. Apart from this group, there was no other wave within several kilometers, which meant that this group of people were the ones who would do harm to his daughter. Upon thinking of this, Yi Xian snorted coldly, just testing the God-level Magneto ability he had obtained. The next moment, without hesitation, he directly chose to strike. The author has something to say. 3 o'clock in the morning. Get ready. Chapter 20 Sisterly, you suspect that it was done by the young master? A rundown building, 8th floor. Here, a professional killer who seemed to have melted into the darkness was preparing various weapons, sabers, daggers, and guns. Get your spirits up, and repeat, the target today is not Mu Hanshue, but the two daughters by her side. A hoarse voice came from the leader of the group, Wolf. As an assassin secretly trained by the Qin family of the Lingyu group in the Demon City, his world is only about killing and being killed, and apart from that, there are endless tasks to perform. We only have one chance. Mu Hanshi has only brought her assistant with her this time, so we must kidnap Mu Hanshi's two daughters in the shortest time possible. Wolf said in a deep voice. This matter concerns their master's grand plan, so he cannot afford to take it lightly. Understood, big brother. But what about the man by the two little ones? One of the subordinates frowned slightly as he looked through the high-powered binoculars and saw Yi Xian by the two targets. That kid? Don't worry about him. If he gets in the way of the plan, kill him on the spot. Wolf thought for a moment before giving the order. After all, that kid is insignificant, so if he dies, so be it. Hey, got it. Just as Wolf and the dozen or so people with him were preparing to make their move, their conversation was completely exposed to Yi Xian, who was using the perspective tracking card. As he listened to the conversation between the wolf and the others, the cold light in his eyes grew even stronger. If that was the case, then they would die. With a thought, the ability of divine-level magneto was activated. Then an incredible scene appeared in the pitch-black night, and if someone saw it at that moment, they would definitely be shocked. Because at a certain moment, the rusty railings of the abandoned building, which were more than 10 meters away from Wolf and the others, mysteriously melted. No, to be precise, they dissolved. The steel railings turned into liquid metal under the effect of divine-level magneto, suspended in the air. Obviously, Yi Xian had also used the ability of the magnetic field. Then the liquid metal began to separate into more than 10 drops of liquid metal. To be precise, they could already be called droplets at this moment. Then, the 10 or so drops of metal liquid began to stretch and grow longer, and finally turned into a root of cold, shining metal needles. A dark night sky, cold steel needles. Hiss. Immediately afterwards, the 10 or so needles turned into streams of light, controlled by the magnetic field, and in an instant they pierced towards the eyebrows of the 10 or so wolves. Pop. Pop, pop, pop. More than 10 steel needles pierced through the skulls, and then once again penetrated the hard ground of the dilapidated building, sinking almost halfway in. Just the aftereffects were like this, which shows how fast the steel needles were under the influence of the magnetic field. Plop. A corpse fell headfirst onto the ground with a dull sound, followed by 3, 5, 10. More than 10 assassins who were laughing and joking a moment ago have now all turned into cold corpses. The night was cold, and there was not a sound in the abandoned building, which had returned to its usual silence. The cold wind blew, and the more than 10 corpses in the field were extremely creepy. From here, Yi Xian's god's perspective, after using the perspective tracking card, saw this scene with his own eyes. A god-level magneto? This kind of ability kills people invisibly, and it's simply assassination black technology. Although it was the first time he had killed, and there were more than 10 lives, Yi Xian did not feel the slightest discomfort. In his opinion, these people dared to covet his daughter, and they deserved to die. Not to mention the dozens of people here, even if it were hundreds, thousands, or even tens of thousands of people, if they dared to offend his daughter, he would also not bat an eye and send them all to hell. The cold bodies, after the death of the entire group, lasted for about a few minutes. Swish. Figures appeared in the abandoned building. On the other side, the parking lot of the Shanghai Sports Center. With a crash, Lily, accompanied by more than 20 bodyguards, protected Yi Xian and Mu Hanxue and the rest of the group. Lily's face was more serious than ever. Young lady, young master, be careful. I've received information that there are killers trying to get close, but the purpose is still unclear. Ha! Upon hearing Xiaoli's words, Mu Hanxue frowned. Killer? However, Yi Xian was slightly surprised upon hearing Xiaoli's words. His wife seemed to be very capable. He himself had just heard the system alert and then killed the dozen or so killers. The fact that Xiaoli had obtained the information so quickly meant a lot. Yes, miss, a few minutes ago, a hacker from the family found that many of the cameras near the sports center were broken. The opponent obviously had long-term plans and used top hackers. After analysis and investigation, they finally got the news that a group of killers will be harmful to Miss or Tong Tong and Meng Meng. Xiaoli told the information she had obtained in detail, but at this time, Xiaoli received a message. What did you say? The killers are all dead. Upon hearing the news from the other side, Xiaoli's eyebrows furrowed. How could it be so fast? And according to the report from the people who went to kill the killers, all of them were killed with one blow. The most important thing is that there were no traces of a fight in the field, and all of the more than 10 killers had the same expression on their faces before death. The death of more than a dozen killers in such a strange way, retaining the expression before death, what does this indicate? Everything here indicates that the person who killed these killers is far more powerful than these people, and they didn't even have a chance to react. Miss, young master, you take Tong Tong and Meng Meng and go first, I will handle the rest. Xiao Li's expression was more serious than ever. Although she did not know how strong the assassins were, from the look of death on their faces, there was at least one terrifyingly strong being watching nearby. The safest thing to do was for the young master and Miss to leave first. Master, I entrust the safety of Miss and Tong Tong Meng Meng to you, Xiao Li said solemnly. She was not happy at all about the existence of this unknown expert. Okay. With the drama on, Yi Xian's face did not change at all, and when he saw the same solemn look on the young master's face, Xiao Li's eyebrows slightly furrowed. Did she overthink it? The young master had previously had a record of defeating more than 10 bodyguards. Although the young master had never left, it could not be ruled out that it was not someone related to him who did it, but the young master's reaction obviously showed that he was unaware. However, Xiao Li did not know where he could tell the depth of the young master. Xiaoli's test was also seen by Mu Shueshue, but she didn't think much of it when she saw Yi Xian's appearance. Sisterly, you suspect that it was Master who did it? At this time, one of the bodyguards next to Xiaoli stepped forward and asked, obviously also noticing Xiaoli's test just now. That's right. The safety of the young lady in Tongtong is at stake, so we can't let any suspicious person go, even if Master is Tongtong and their biological father. After a pause, Xiaoli continued, but judging from the young master's reaction just now, I'm afraid this matter has nothing to do with him. The most important thing now is to find out the background of these killers. I want to see who dares to lay a hand on Miss Mu. No matter who it is, he is dead. Xiaoli's eyes were full of cold light, and the aura of a master filled the air around her. At this moment, she was completely different from the Xiaoli Yi Xian had seen before. Ghost Shadow, dispose of all the bodies, and remember not to leave any clues. Yes, Li. The call ended, and the bodies of Yi Xian and his group were disposed of by Ghost Shadow and the others using special techniques. Retreat. With a single order from Ghost Shadow, more than 10 people disappeared into the night. As for the steel needles left behind by Yi Xian, God-level Magneto, earlier, they had long since returned to the rusty railings. Everything was silent, as if nothing had happened. Just a moment after the ghostly figure disappeared, Xiaoli flashed to the scene and quickly found the dozens of holes left by the steel needles on the ground. Then she flipped open her phone and saw the red dots on the foreheads of the 10 or so wolves that the ghostly figure had taken a picture of. Immediately afterwards, Xiaoli's eyebrows tightened. What kind of hidden weapon was this that could have such great power after piercing through the skull? It seems that I must tell the master about this. Xiaoli muttered, and then she dialed the phone number of the master, Mu Yutian. After all, what happened here was beyond her ability to handle. The Mu family villa study in the imperial capital. Mu Yutian was sipping a cup of fragrant tea, and with a brush in his hand, he wrote down 2 characters. These 2 characters were none other than Yi Xian, the culprit who almost caused him to sever his relationship with his daughter 3 years ago. Whenever he thinks about that day 3 years ago, Mu Yutian can't help but grind his teeth and hate the culprit who almost caused him to sever his relationship with his daughter. Ding dong. Just then, a phone call came in. Seeing that Xiaoli was displayed, he hurriedly answered the call. He had previously told Xiaoli that she could only call him if it was something tricky or unsolvable. The caller here obviously fears that something has happened in the demon capital. Hey, Master, Miss and Tongtong Mengmeng were assassinated. Boom. Xiaoli's sudden words caused Mu Yutian's brush to fall with a clatter onto the expensive Xian paper, but Mu Yutian obviously didn't care about that at the moment. A surge of murderous intent surged around him, and he coughed. What did you say? Mu Yutian, who had just recovered from a serious illness, coughed violently, obviously agitating his hidden illness. Don't worry, my lord, the young lady and Tongtong Mengmeng are fine, but... When the ghost shadow arrived at the scene, all the more than 10 assassins were dead, and they still had the expressions on their faces before death. Before we arrived, someone had already killed the assassins. While slightly relieved after listening to the words of his trusted subordinate, Mu Yutian's eyes narrowed slightly. You couldn't find that person, right? Master, although we haven't investigated yet, that person definitely has more strength than me, and I'm afraid we won't find anything even if we do. Xiaoli, who had slightly furrowed her brows, spoke up, and then thought of something, but... The person who dealt with the assassins may be related to Master. Although this possibility is very small, I think I should still tell you. Master? You mean the guy called Yi Xian that mishired? Upon hearing her master's words, Xiaoli smiled awkwardly, obviously knowing that her master didn't like that bastard of a master very much. However, she still plucked up the courage to say, Master may not know, but Master's skill is extremely good, and none of Xiaoli's dozen or so subordinates are his match. A conservative estimate is that the young master's skills are at least comparable to mine, and even if he is weaker, he won't be that much weaker. Xiaoli then gave a general report on Yi Xian's 2 actions. It wasn't until she hung up the phone that she let out a deep sigh of relief. My goodness, talking to the master on the phone is really nerve-wracking. On the other side, after hanging up the phone, Mu Yutian's mind was filled with Xiaoli's words. He changed a piece of Xian paper and wrote the 2 characters Yi Xian on it again. Then his gaze swept towards the direction of the demon capital. Cough cough. He easily defeated more than a dozen masters, and his strength was likely not inferior to Xiaoli's. Yi Xian, this kid is interesting. Chapter 21, Mu's mother is a godsend, and her son is a culinary god? Bugatti Chiron, the bulletproof car. Yi Xian, did you do it? Although she already had an answer, Hanshe still couldn't help but ask. Did I do it? Acting suspiciously, are you talking about the killer? If I say I did it, would you believe me? Hearing Hanshe's words, Yixian let out a bitter laugh. If Yixian were acting here, he would definitely win the Best Actor award. After pausing for a moment, knowing that there was no longer any danger, he looked up and down the stunningly beautiful Hanshe. If he had the time, he would rather go home and discuss the 300 million project with his wife and discuss life. 300 million? Hanshe was momentarily stunned, quickly realizing what had happened. Her pretty face flushed, and she spat. Who told you about a 300 million project? Go find the fifth girl yourself. Hanshe, who had originally doubted Yixian, now hated him to death. A 300 million project, and he's talking about exploring life? She's not stupid, so how could she not hear what that bastard was saying? Unable to stop herself, she let her mind wander to the scenes that made her crazy. The demon capital, the Qin family. Qin Lingyu was in his study, looking out at the beautiful view of the demon capital, waiting quietly. The Tianji group has always been a stumbling block for their Lingyu group to move forward. Although the Tianji group is not listed, Qin Lingyu knows that this Tianji group is not as simple as it seems. Ding dong. Soon a phone call rang, and Qin Lingyu, who had been paying close attention to all this, hurriedly answered it. However, upon learning the news from the other end, his face changed. What did you say? Everyone is dead, and they died before the people from Tianji group arrived. Qin Lingyu stood up from his seat with a thud, his eyes full of gravity and disbelief. Okay, I understand. After learning the result, Qin Lingyu was full of gloom, looking at the photos sent by his subordinates. One move killed, there was no time to react. After all, was he too impatient? It seems that we need to take things slowly against the Tianji group. Qin Lingyu had no idea what kind of existence he had provoked. Both the Mu family and Yixian were people who could not be offended, no matter how strong he was 10 times over. It was also at this moment that the Qin family began to step towards its demise. The concert ended, and everything returned to peace. Until that night, Hanshe's mother arrived in the demon capital. Hello, madam. More than 10 bodyguards respectfully called out at Villa 1 in Kowloon. Oh, Grandma's here. Hee, Grandma. Hearing the voices, the two little ones, who had been tapping their little feet, ran out and threw themselves into Chen Ichio's arms. Ha, Tong Tong and Meng Meng, my two granddaughters. Seeing the two little ones, Chen Ichio also lost her strong presence outside, her face full of smiles. Grandma, you finally come, we've been waiting for days. The two little ones chattered like larks, complaining, but Chen Ichio was thinking about the most important thing about this visit. Oh, Mom is preparing dinner with Dad. Tong Tong said with a smile, then took Chen Ichio's hand and said, by the way, Grandma, the chilled watermelon juice Dad squeezed is super delicious. It feels so good after drinking it. Meng Meng also chimed in, not missing any opportunity to give Dad extra points. Before they knew it, they had arrived in the living room, where Yixian was preparing the two final dishes for dinner. Chen Ichio walked up to the kitchen and saw Yixian's knife flying through the air, cutting the carrot on the table into fine crumbs. The smooth movements were pleasing to watch, and in Chen Ichio's eyes, they added to Yixian's score. I had heard the two little brats brag about how good their father's cooking was, and now I can see that it is quite good. Hanshe looked at Yixian's knife work and was also stunned, and she didn't even notice when her mother arrived. All her energy was focused on the carving of the carrot. After a while, a phoenix with outstretched wings appeared in Yixian's hands. The spirit was especially vivid, as if it were a phoenix about to fly away. He placed the dancing phoenix on the table, then picked up another carrot. The knife in his hand flashed again, and in a moment, a circling dragon appeared, with clearly visible scales, horns, claws, a head, and whiskers. Everywhere was exactly the same as the real thing. At this moment, Yixian's itching technique reached its pinnacle as he used his divine culinary arts. This is dragon and phoenix dance. Seeing the finished carving, Chen Ichio's eyes flashed with surprise. She had seen dragon and phoenix dance when she was young, and the master chef was already 70 years old. That time, it was a grand show in the culinary world, with 5-star chefs from all over the world applauding in admiration. The difficulty and skill involved in the carving had deterred many 5-star chefs. After an interval of nearly 20 years, Chen Ichio never imagined that such a work at the pinnacle of the culinary world would now be perfectly interpreted by a young man in his 20s. Moreover, this person was the same brat who got his daughter pregnant 3 years ago and almost caused the father and daughter to sever their relationship. Mom, when did you get here? Hanshe heard her mother's voice, and her pretty face flushed slightly. She had just been watching Yi Xian's actions and was lost in thought. Chenichou didn't notice her daughter's reaction at all, but instead, her gaze moved from the flying dragon and phoenix dish to Yi Xian. You must be Yi Xian, the biological father of Tongtong and Mengmeng. You're young, but you can carve the flying dragon and phoenix. Not bad. It was precisely because Chenichou knew how difficult the dish Lungfei Fingfei was that she praised it so much. However, this remark made Hanshe feel a bit surprised. Flying dragon and phoenix? Mom, do you know this dish? Do you know it? I know it very well. More than 10 years ago, your father and I attended the most prestigious cooking competition in the country. On that day, the over 70-year-old master chef Feng Ruixiong, the reigning master chef, served this dish at the end of the competition. That day, countless 5-star chefs from all over the world were impressed. Unfortunately, after Master Feng Ruixiong created the dragon and phoenix dishes, he passed away less than half a year later. No chef has ever successfully challenged the dragon and phoenix dishes since then. Chenichou spoke eloquently, but Hanshe, who had been listening to him, was taken aback. When he looked at the dragon and phoenix dishes again, his eyes changed. This dish had such a long history. Wow, so Daddy's a great cook. The two little ones' mouths were wide open, their dumbfounded and cute looks really made people want to give them a kiss. Congratulations, the host has gained plus 88 daddy points from Tongtong. Congratulations, the host has gained plus 88 daddy points from Mengmeng. Hearing the sound of the system's parenting points being harvested, Yi Xian gave a small smile. Every ingredient for tonight's dinner was redeemed from the system mall, and there is only one of each in the world. As for the effect, it goes without saying that if you take it for a long time, it will keep your face young and extend your life. You have to know that redeeming these ingredients cost Yi Xian 300 to 400 parenting points. Of course, as long as the two little princesses like it, it's worth it, even if it costs 3,000 or 4,000. You're too kind, Auntie. I'm just showing off in front of a master. Yi Xian politely pretended to be humble when he heard his mother-in-law's praise, while Chenichou spoke sternly. If you're showing off in front of a master, then all the 5-star chefs in the world are useless. If Chenichou's crazily domineering words were heard by 5-star chefs from various countries, he wondered how they would react. Yi Xian felt that Chenichou's domineering words were somewhat familiar. This kind of attitude was no different from Hanshe's. The mother-in-law's inheritance was indeed powerful. Cough cough. There is one last dish, and then we can start eating. After saying that, Yi Xian took out a piece of water tofu and placed it on the table. Then the knife in his hand flashed again, as fast as thunder and lightning. Chrysanthemum tofu. The knowledgeable Chenichou once again correctly guessed Yi Xian's actions, and Hanshe was slightly taken aback. Mom, you know about this dish too? You don't know about it. Instead of answering her daughter's question, he asked a question in return. However, this rhetorical question made Hanshe's pretty face flush red, and the implication was that he was saying, you don't even know such a famous dish, which doesn't rule out the possibility that you are short-sighted. However, Chenichou didn't care about his daughter's mood at the moment, and proceeded to explain, chrysanthemum tofu, as the name suggests, involves cutting a piece of tofu into the shape of a chrysanthemum. This places almost harsh requirements on the chef's knife skills. It is necessary to cut the soft and trembling water tofu into thin filaments, and each tofu filament must be as thin as a hair. It must be able to pass through a needle hole easily, and it must also be ensured that the tofu filaments do not break. Then, when it is placed in water, it looks like a blooming chrysanthemum, which is why countless 5-star chefs are deterred. Although this chrysanthemum tofu is not as difficult as flying dragons and dancing phoenixes, there are no more than 5 people in the world of chefs today who can do it to perfection. Hanshe hissed. Not more than 5 people? What does that mean? Hanshe looked at Yi Xian and gasped, unable to calm down for a long time. Tongtong and Mengmeng looked at their father with even more admiration and pride. This is their omnipotent father. Even Grandma is so surprised. Daddy is so amazing, I'm so happy. At this time, the chrysanthemum tofu had already been cut and then placed in the water. The next moment, a blooming chrysanthemum tofu was presented to Chenichou and Hanshe. Beautiful, flawless. This was the unanimous opinion in their hearts, and at this moment, when they heard their mistress's feelings, Chen, the maid of the villa, and the others were also greatly shocked. The young master's cooking skills have actually received such praise from the young lady. The young lady has never praised any chef like this before, not even internationally renowned chefs. The pretty maids, in particular, looked at the young master with eyes full of admiration and adoration. Why wasn't such a talented and handsome young man their boyfriend? They were so jealous of the young lady and wanted to steal the young master away, but they couldn't and didn't dare to. What should they do? They were really jealous. Chapter 22, Daddy's Noodles Are Delicious. Okay, it's time to eat. After finishing the last dish of chrysanthemum tofu, he carried it to the table, gave it a little smile, and said something, and in just a moment, his fatherly value increased a lot. Shredded coconut, it's finally ready to eat. Long live Daddy. The two little ones were so happy to hear that they could eat, they gave their father a deep kiss on the side of his face, which made Yixian feel so happy and fulfilled. It is also a matter of great pride to be able to make a dish that is recognized by two such cute and adorable daughters. Ha, two little gourmets. He petted the two little ones' heads, and as he watched this sweet scene, Hanshe and Ichio, the mother and daughter, ate the wave of dog food thrown by the three of them. Hanshe was full of envy, while Ichio was more relieved and comfortable. It seems that the guy that her daughter was so desperate to die for 3 years ago and wouldn't reveal a single piece of information about is quite good. The only fly in the ointment is that if this guy had appeared in their family in such a posture 3 years ago, why would it have ended up in such a mess? Delicious food, laughter from time to time at the table, the atmosphere was very pleasant. Hanshe saw her mother so happy, and her heart that had been hanging in the balance also fell. Although that guy had made a big show of himself, in the end, her mother had passed the test. Belch. After the meal, Meng, who had just drunk some chilled watermelon juice, belched loudly, rubbed her little tummy with her two rosy little hands, made a sad face, and said, "Daddy, I'm so full, I want to eat some more, but I can't eat anymore." Seeing her daughter Meng's cute appearance, Yixian gave a small smile, and said, Meng, if you want to eat, Baba will make it for you tomorrow. On the other side, Tong, who was greedy, had big, sparkling eyes. Baba, why don't you give me the next one? Baba's next one is super delicious. Hanshe. But before she could say anything, Meng picked up the conversation, burp. Meng has already eaten her fill, so you should eat it. Hearing Meng's words, Hanshe almost choked on the chrysanthemum tofu soup, and the maids in the room also chimed in. Yes, Master's penis is superb. Madam, why don't you try it, you'll definitely be satisfied. The maids on the side were the same, but only Hanshe sensed the problem. Her beautiful eyes couldn't help but peek in a certain direction, and her pretty face turned slightly red. Oh? Hearing the words of her granddaughter and maid, Ichio became interested. Okay, since everyone likes it, I'll go downstairs now. With a slight smile, Yixian got up and walked towards the kitchen. Of course it was delicious, not to mention that the ingredients were exchanged from the system mall, and even the seasonings were all there. Coupled with his god-level culinary skills and ability to defy the heavens, it was impossible for it not to be delicious. In no time, a large pot of steaming noodles came out. Wow, it's ready, I want to eat it. When Tong saw the noodles, which she liked the most, she couldn't wait to taste them. Meng saw the noodles in the bowl and touched her tummy, which couldn't take any more food. Grandma, you eat it, Meng can't eat anymore. Meng reluctantly handed the bowl of noodles to her grandma. To be honest, she wouldn't have given the noodles to her grandma if she could eat even a little bit. There's a lot of noodles, Auntie Chen, you can share it. Yixian had already prepared a serving for Auntie Chen and her dozen bodyguards, laughing. Really? Thank you, Master. Hearing her husband's words, Auntie Chen and several maids hurriedly ran towards the kitchen, quickly, or they would miss out on the noodles prepared by their master. Seeing the maid's scene, Ichio looked at the noodles in front of her and took a small sip, because she had just eaten a lot. However, when the noodles entered her mouth, Ichio's appetite could not help but open a lot. This noodle is really good. There is no denying that after eating a mouthful of noodles, whether it is the texture, the soup, or the taste, it is just right and impeccable. It can be said that this is the best tasting noodle she has ever eaten. Slurp. After finishing a noodle, Tong said proudly, I was right, the noodles are super delicious. Hanshe heard her daughter's sudden remark again and wanted to cover her eldest daughter's mouth. Had she not noticed that there was something wrong with the sentence, or was there something wrong with her own thinking? Could it really be her own problem? The meal took a long time to finish, and Auntie Chen's maids and more than 10 bodyguards all felt extra comfortable eating. They hadn't eaten the noodles made by the young master in a long time. They said, gee, the young master's noodles are delicious, the ones from outside just don't do it. Who was to say otherwise? But we're just taking advantage of the little princess today. The shocking words of the maids rang in Hanshe's ears, and every word could be described as torture. She even began to doubt whether she really had a problem. The meal ended in Hanshe's madness, and after eating, she played for a while, and then faced the problem of going to bed. Tung Tung Mengming's grandmother hasn't slept with you for a long time. How about sleeping with your grandmother tonight? As a mother, Chen Ichio said with a divine assist. After all, her daughter and son-in-law haven't seen each other for 3 years, and it wouldn't hurt to have more contact. Mom, how about I? Hanshe had not yet recovered from the previous question, and just as she was about to argue, she was mercilessly rejected by Chen Ichio. It was settled then, and the baby granddaughter would go with her grandmother. With Hanshe's struggling gaze, Chen Ichio led the two little ones into the room. As for Hanshe, who huffed and glared at Yi Xian, she turned and walked towards the bedroom. I'm warning you, don't think that pleasing my mother will make you think evil thoughts about me. Don't even think about it. Although she appeared to be strong, Hanshe was actually panicking inside. Really? That wasn't the case the first night I came to the villa. Boom. Upon hearing Yi Xian's words, Hanshe's beautiful eyes suddenly froze for a moment. You? Before Hanshe could finish speaking, she found herself with her lips kissed. Her big eyes stared at the guy in front of her, and he actually dared to. Then, a battle quietly began. As for Hanshe, what chance did she have against Yi Xian? After struggling for a while, she became the fish on someone's chopping board, and could only let him slaughter her. In the quiet, the villa of the Mu family in the imperial capital. Chen Ichio was not idle while she was putting her two granddaughters to bed. She once again gave Yi Xian a helping hand, and directly sent the high-definition video of the two dishes, Flying Dragon and Phoenix and Chrysanthemum Tofu, to Mu Yutian. At this moment, Mu Yutian, who was alone in the study, was looking at the information about Yi Xian that his subordinates had checked out. Yi Xian, 21 years old, a native of Shanghai, a junior student in the music department of Shanghai University, the #1 school hunk at Shanghai University, with countless admirers. His mother, Jiang Wansheng, is an elementary school teacher, and his father, Yi Yunfei, is an architect. 3 years ago, after the college entrance examination, he was admitted to Mudu University. On the day he received the notice, he went drinking with a few friends, and that night he had sex with a lady. After that, he had no contact with her for 3 years, until half a month ago. Mu Yutian looked at the message sent to his phone, which was detailed to the extent that it listed Yi Xian's 9 groups of information. It was only missing the number of times Yi Xian went to the bathroom each day. There was no denying that this was the most detailed information about Yi Xian. However, after reading the message, Mu Yutian's brows were still furrowed. Obviously, the information in it was not very clear, at least not about Yi Xian easily defeating more than a dozen masters trained by the Mu family. Ding dong. While Mu Yutian was pondering, Chen Ichio sent a video. He clicked on it and saw Yi Xian carving a flying dragon and phoenix dish and a chrysanthemum tofu dish. The flying knife made the carrot crumbs fall, and the speed, power, and accuracy were superbly controlled. If that was combined with the fact that the kid was no weaker than Xiaoli's skills, then this guy's skills were estimated to be even stronger. Mu Yutian couldn't help but think of the news that Xiaoli had reported, that the killers who targeted their daughter and granddaughter had already died before they arrived. Obviously, under these circumstances, Yi Xian's suspicion had increased even more. This kid is good in every way, whether it's his skills, appearance, or character. It's just a pity that his family background is a bit weak. However, if Mu Yutian knew what the young man he was referring to was doing with his daughter at the moment, he would probably not be so calm. He would probably have already gone to the demon capital to kill Yi Xian. The next day, at dawn, Yi Xian was teaching an upgraded version of Tai Chi to the two little ones. More than 10 bodyguards watched the young master and the two little princesses teaching, and they also watched carefully, reaping a lot of benefits. After all, with Yi Xian's abilities, they would benefit greatly even if they only learned the basics. It's kind of interesting, and it looks quite serious. Chen Ichio sat under the pavilion, looking at her son-in-law and her two granddaughters sweating on the lawn. At this time, Auntie Chen laughed out loud. "Madam, you probably don't know yet, but Master Yi is so skilled that he is a match for more than 10 bodyguards." Ha! Upon hearing Auntie Chen's words, Chen Ichio's gaze once again looked at Yi Xian, flashing a hint of surprise. She knew the bodyguards sent to protect her daughter too well. Although that old thing was stubborn, every bodyguard sent to protect her daughter was the elite of the elite from their Mu family. That's right. Having said that, Auntie Chen looked meaningfully at Yi Xian, who was teaching the two little ones Tai Chi. She also gave a helping hand, saying, "My lady, your husband even went to the concert of your daughter's best friend, Ning Schwanger. Let me find the video online." Chen Yiqiu then took out her phone and after a moment of scrolling, she clicked on the video of Yi Xian's performance at Ning Schwanger's concert, singing Dimples and Unrequited Love for the two little ones and Mu Hanshe. The heartwarming singing voice made Chen Yiqiu's mouth curve up into a satisfied arc. She had never expected Yi Xian to sing so well, and his emotional intelligence was extraordinary. No wonder he had become so close to Shure and the two little ones in such a short time. The two talked for a while, and Mu Hanshe came out of the villa, her face rosy and her spirits high. "Shure, you slept well yesterday, didn't you? You look pretty good." Mu Hanshe. Cough, I'm okay. Hearing her mother's words, Mu Hanshua's pretty face flushed imperceptibly, and she gave a hard glare at the guy who had been practicing Tai Chi with the two little guys. "What do you mean okay? Yesterday my bones were all aching." Chapter 23, So Cute and Adorable, I Want One. Shanghai Lantern Festival. As the biggest annual lantern festival in Shanghai, every year on this day, it attracts scholars and literati from Shanghai and all over China to gather here for the grand event. As night falls, the venue for the Lantern Festival is set up on both sides of the banks of the Huangpu River in Shanghai. As night falls, the lights on both sides of the river illuminate the riverbank. Wow, it's so beautiful. When the little ones Tong Tong and Meng Meng arrived at the Lantern Festival, they were immediately dazzled by the various lights and candles, just like two magpies that have escaped from their cage. "Wow, look, Daddy, that lantern is so pretty." "Hee, it's so cute, buy it for me, I love that lantern." The two little ones looked around with big smiles, their cute little faces made everyone smile. It was the first time they had come to the Lantern Festival with their children. Chen Yiqiu looked at the colorful festival and couldn't help feeling emotional. It had been 5 or 6 years since she had been here last. People from the south and the north, shopping and listening to music, don't miss it. "Hey, this stall does not cheat young or old, as long as you answer 3 riddles correctly, you can choose 1 gift from this stall, and if you answer 5 correctly, you can choose 2. Not far from Yi Xian and his party, a vendor shouted into a loudspeaker at the surging crowd, and some couples and passers-by were also attracted over. "Wow! Pikachu, what a cute Pikachu!" The two little ones were also attracted by the gifts placed by the shouting vendor. Several Pikachu were lined up, their cute appearance leaving children like Tong Tong and Meng Meng with no resistance at all. "Ba, Tong Tong really wants one." Me too." The two cute little ones, one on each side, took Yi Xian's big hand, and their sweet and plummy voices melted Yi Xian's heart. What's more, they attracted the attention of the single cute girl next to them, who stared at the two little ones with shining eyes. "Wow, what cute little girls. Super cute, I want to have one too." "Oh, no, unfortunately she doesn't even have a boyfriend yet." "Is that guy next to her their father? He's so handsome, I'd be happy to have a child with him even if I didn't have to take responsibility for it." Mu Hanshe was taken aback by the chatter of the cute girls around her. Cough, let's go play over there, shall we?" Mu Hanshe's immediate thought was to get out of this place of trouble as soon as possible, and Chen Yiqiu obviously heard the hot discussion of the girls around her, and smiled wanly. She saw through her daughter's intentions at a glance. She couldn't see it, this son-in-law is quite charming. No. Pikachu, we want Pikachu." Mu Hanshe wanted to leave, but the two little ones were unhappy. They pouted, shook their father's hand affectionately, and looked so pitifully hopeful that he really couldn't refuse. "Haha, okay. I'll win them over for you." Hugging the two little ones on the left and right, the fatherly love was overwhelming. Mu Hanshe, who had originally insisted, was stunned by this scene for a moment, but didn't say anything else. "Really? Hee, thank you, Daddy." The two little ones gave Yi Xian a kiss on each cheek, and the girls around them were very envious. "Wow, they're so cute. I'm done, I want to take one home, even if it's just one." "Sweet, Mommy, so sweet, oh my god, just after dinner and I'm already being shown this, I'm so full." Oh, that handsome guy is so loving and dotes on his daughter so much. What should I do? I like him more and more, I really want to be doted on by him too. The cute girls around me can't wait to jump on them. Really, this dog food is so sweet and sour. The invisible dog food is the most lethal. At this moment, the boys around me are also smiling knowingly, as if the person hugging the two cute babies is not Yi Xian, but themselves. Having just arrived at the Lantern Festival, they had not yet had time to appreciate it, but Yi Xian and the two little ones had already sent a barrage of dog food. There was no denying that at this moment, many people had already paid attention to the three of them. As for Chen Yiqiu, while eating the dog food, he gave a slight smile and watched the situation unfold naturally. Oh. The vendor boss of course also saw this scene. With a twirl of his eyes, he saw business opportunities in the three of them. Yes, it was popularity. As long as his stall has enough popularity, there's no need to worry about business. Oh, this handsome guy, why don't you give it a try? Your two daughters are so cute. If they answer 5 consecutive riddles and brain teasers correctly, they can choose any 2 gifts, including 2 super cute Pikachus. The vendor spoke persuasively, seeing the 2 little ones, adding fuel to the fire. And it's only 10 yuan each time, so you can't lose by spending 10 yuan. Okay, give me 1. Oh, great. The stall owner was delighted to have made another sale. He knew very well that his puzzles and brain teasers were super difficult. He had honestly never encountered any of the 5 consecutive puzzles in the 10 years he had been running the stall, and had rarely encountered any of the 3. Most importantly, there were 2 cute kids in front of him. Even if they managed to solve 3 in a row, it would take them 2 tries. And according to past practice, hey, this was a big customer. Handsome guy, this boss's puzzles are really hard, don't put too much pressure on yourself. I also wanted a Pikachu at the time, but unfortunately the heartless boss cheated me out of $50. The stall owner was unhappy when he heard this. Hey, little girl, you can eat whatever you want, but you can't say whatever you want. I didn't cheat you of your money, and if you can't solve the puzzle, you're blaming me. Poof. I don't care, you're just a liar. The cute girl who had warned Yi Xian to be careful of being cheated on snorted in derision. Stall owner? Haha, women. What a species that is truly difficult to understand. The stall owner, who was used to this kind of situation, knew that the best way to deal with it was to ignore it, and it would soon calm down. However, if you try to reason with the customer, not only will it not solve the problem, in the end, you will lose, and the stall owner has learned this lesson too many times. Sure enough, when the stall owner didn't say anything, the cute girl found an excuse to stop complaining. Go, Daddy. You're the best, Daddy. While the 2 kids cheered, the new round of puzzles began. There was a closed box on the table, and next to it was a button. If you pressed the button, a puzzle would appear through the box's only exit. At this moment, the originally noisy crowd all fell silent. Okay, handsome. Start your first puzzle, and work hard for a gift for your 2 super cute daughters. The stall owner also cheered Yi Xian on. After all, this was a big customer of his, and it was only right to pay attention to him. Moreover, this would also increase his reputation and popularity, so why not? Good. Seeing the actions of the stall owner, Yi Xian gave a slight smile and didn't care. Unfortunately, the stall owner would never know what would happen next. Ding! A crisp sound came out, and it was at this moment that Yi Xian pressed the button, and the sound came from the button. The next moment, as usual, a capsule note wrapped in a golden metal ring came out of the puzzle box. The note in the capsule was black. Upon seeing the first puzzle appear, the stall owner gave a small smile and picked up the capsule puzzle, but instead of opening it, he handed it to Hanshe, who was standing nearby. Smiling with added interest, he said, "This is the handsome guy's wife, so why don't you open the capsule puzzle for him?" It has to be said that the stall owner is very good at doing business. Not to mention the added interest here, just Hanshe's appearance here is enough to become an artifact that attracts people. This is good. Hanshe's face flushed slightly when she heard the stall owner's address, and she thought of the image of being tossed around by that bastard yesterday, and somehow she agreed to it. This boss is really a bit clever. Chen Yiqiu saw this scene in her eyes and smiled slightly. However, this wave of divine assistance is also considered a good thing for the 2 women. Who is Chen Yiqiu? It's not hard to see the stall owner's little mind. After saying that, Hanshe, with a delicate hand as white as if it had been doused in milk, took the puzzle capsule. To be honest, this hand alone could be played with for 10 years. The single dogs, who couldn't help but subconsciously swallow their saliva, looked at Yi Xian with envious glances. That guy is so happy, right? He opened the puzzle capsule and removed the golden metal ring attached to the black slip of paper. He opened the slip of paper again, and the first puzzle question immediately came into view. The 3 Kingdoms was an era name that appeared after the Eastern Han Dynasty. It was named after the 3 countries of Wei, Shu, and Wu, which began in 220 when Wei replaced Han. Which country had the most vengeful spirits during the Three Kingdoms? Mu Hanshua. Surrounded by many passers-by. When they saw the first puzzle, the many passers-by around them were momentarily confused, and Mu Hanshi was slightly stunned. Which country had the most vengeful spirits during the Three Kingdoms period? This. Chenichou saw the puzzle on the note, slightly stunned, and then looked at Yi Xian. This puzzle is a bit interesting, even using history, gee. However, there is no way to talk about the most vengeful spirits. It seems that the boss has really put in a lot of effort on the puzzle. You have to know that the Wei, Shu, and Wu kingdoms fought each other for many years, killing and injuring countless innocent souls. How can you possibly count them all? To be honest, it's not an unfair question. This puzzle? Mu Hanshua pondered for a moment and was at a loss for an answer. Obviously, there was no way to answer this puzzle. There were innocent souls from all sides, and there were even quite a few generals from the Three Kingdoms. Seeing everyone's reaction, the stall owner was very satisfied, because he had seen this look countless times before, and this puzzle was also one of the more difficult ones among all his puzzles. It seemed that this handsome guy wasn't very lucky. Handsome guy, what do you think? If you really can't answer it, it's okay, you can move on to the next round. The stall owner was persuasive, and if he started the next round, he would undoubtedly earn an additional 10 silver taels. Ha, you don't need to do the next round. Yi Xian knew exactly what the stall owner meant, but he didn't care and just smiled and said Wei. Hearing Yi Xian's words, the stall owner's smile froze, and he looked at Yi Xian in some shock. I can't tell, handsome, you're quite something. Quite something, handsome, is that the right answer? The stall owner's words made the single cute girl flinch, but why was it the Wei Kingdom, the Shu Kingdom, and the Wu Kingdom? There were clearly many unjustly dead spirits. Ha, this is very simple. The key to this puzzle is not in the puzzle, but in the names of the Wei, Shu, and Wu Kingdoms. Look at the character for Wei. If you split it apart, it is. Pausing for a moment to attract everyone's attention, Wei is split into Qian and Ba, which are female ghosts. Upon hearing Yi Xian's explanation, Chen Yichou's eyes lit up, and Mu Hanshi looked at Yi Xian in surprise for a moment. As for the many passers-by, their looks at Yi Xian had all changed. How could riddles be played like this? Chapter 24. If you want to have a monkey, you have to follow our baby. Expert. The word that appeared in the stall owner's mind was that he could not be bothered by the riddle and precisely find the key to the riddle. This was not something that an ordinary person could do, and it was still done in such a short period of time. Out of the thousands of female ghosts, this is unbelievable. I've lived for more than 20 years, and I didn't know that the Chinese character Wei can be divided into these 4 characters. Wow, that's impressive, what a brain. I'm impressed. The Chinese characters are really profound. Gee, but the stall owner is also pretty cunning. It's no wonder that so few people have guessed this difficult puzzle. Hey, you think he's confident enough to display so many toys without any basis for it? The chattering passers-by are discussing it. Although the 2 little ones don't know what's going on in the middle of the crowd, they know that Daddy has solved the first puzzle, and that's all that matters. He, I knew Daddy was the best. Ha, that's right. The 2 little ones looked arrogant, not forgetting to spread their father's achievements as widely as possible. They looked so excited, as if they were afraid that no one else knew how amazing their father was. Since you are an expert, I won't beat around the bush and just start with the second one. The stall owner also spoke with great pleasure when he saw Yi Xian answer the first puzzle so accurately and quickly. Ding! A crisp sound came again. Yi Xian didn't react at all to answering the first riddle. In his opinion, it was very simple. The riddle capsule appeared, and Mu Hanshua pinched it with her delicate hands and quickly opened the metal ring. She was also a little looking forward to the second riddle. Not only Mu Hanshua, but also the onlookers' gazes fell on the slowly unfolding black piece of paper. Why do girls nowadays like to use shower gel instead of soap when taking a bath? Seeing this question, the girls around them gave a knowing smile. Isn't this a giveaway question? Using shower gel instead of soap in the shower, isn't that because? Right, because what? It doesn't wash clean? It's not convenient? It's not smooth? Or, ahem, but that's not right, these conditions soap can also do? After pondering for a moment, many of the girls came to their senses. Damn, this question is not as simple as they thought. This boss is really cunning. Damn, he came up with such a question. The heartless boss wants money but not conscience. A swarm of complaints immediately followed. Obviously, they had been tricked by the stall owner. Faced with the complaints of the crowd, the stall owner gave a slight smile. This was the effect he wanted. Although they complained, the popularity had already spread. Whether they admit it or not, this puzzle is deep and difficult, which is just right. The desire to win is a human weakness. This boss is quite interesting. Chen Yiqiu smiled at the stall owner, then looked at Yi Xian to see how he would answer the puzzle. Mu Hanshua glanced at the determined look on the stall owner's face, and Yi Xian gave up, deciding to just buy two in the store later. Obviously, Mu Hanshua, who said this, did not think that Yi Xian could guess the puzzle. Buy? Yi Xian gave a slight smile, because he was afraid of getting fatter and fatter. The stall owner, who was determined to win, heard this and his heart inexplicably skipped a beat. If the answer to the last riddle could be guessed, then the answer to this riddle was correct. At this moment, the stall owner was a little confused. How could he have done it in such a short time? Mu Hanshua, who had wanted to say something else, heard the stall owner's words and her beautiful eyes surged with astonishment. Ha, soap, the emphasis is on the word fat, and Yi is correct. Chen Yiqiu laughed, pointing out the key. Everyone. Soap, fat. Soap? Soap for weight gain? At this moment, everyone around them seemed to realize something, except that the look they gave Yi Xian became strange. They had never heard of such a thing as the soap they used every day. And this was only the second puzzle. Then, the two men's strength reached the heavens. Anagram. Husband. Why do vampires never drink fruit juice or vegetable juice? Because they are afraid of the crosses in the juice. Soon, the four puzzles were over, and without exception, Yi Xian answered them all perfectly, and it could even be said that they were impeccable. At this moment, the stall owner looked at Yi Xian as if he had seen a ghost. Is this guy even human? In the past 10 years, he has served hundreds of thousands of customers, but no one has ever broken through the fourth puzzle so quickly. If he succeeds in the last puzzle, he will truly have seen the existence of someone who has cleared all 5 puzzles. Ding! With the 5th button press, the 5th puzzle appeared as Mu Hanshua's delicate hands unfolded it. Somali refugees fighting Yang Guifei. A Chinese idiom. Seeing the puzzle appear, the stall owner let out a sigh of relief. This puzzle was no easy feat, and it was arguably one of the most difficult of all his puzzles. Obviously, after seeing this puzzle, everyone is at a loss. Somali refugees fighting Yang Guifei? What kind of name can you guess from this? It's completely irrelevant. Haha, handsome. If you can answer this puzzle, I'll give you not just 2 picachas, but 10. The stall owner had absolute confidence in this puzzle, and said so. I don't need 10, I just want 2. After a pause, I guessed that the answer to the 5th riddle would be cannibalism. As everyone knows, Somali refugees are known for being skinny, while in the Tang dynasty, people were considered beautiful if they were fat. As Emperor Tang Minghuang was loved by thousands, he should have been a bit fat compared to Somali refugees, and fat can also be interpreted as fleshy. Therefore, the answer to the 5th riddle, mutual slaughter of family members, is perfect. Pop, pop, pop. Before the stall owner could say anything, the passers-by were shocked by Yi Xian's explanation. The Somali refugees fighting Yang Guifei, the answer is mutual slaughter of family members, which is really the case. The Somali refugees correspond to the bones, Yang Guifei corresponds to the flesh, and the battle corresponds to mutual slaughter. Wonderful. It's wonderful. Ahem, you. There was no denying that the stall owner was dumbfounded. He had never expected that Yi Xian would be able to solve the most difficult riddles so quickly. After a long moment of confusion, the stall owner shook his head bitterly. He had finally realized that he had encountered a true master. After 10 years of running the stall owner had finally been convinced by a customer. Yes. Daddy wins. The 2 excited little girls embraced the 2 picachas handed to them by the stall owner, which were bigger than them, but they looked even cuter against the picachas. Do you like it? Seeing the happy faces of his 2 daughters, Yi Xian smiled. Undoubtedly this was the best feedback for him. I like it, I really like it, thank you Daddy, giggling. Tong Tong and Meng Meng giggled, kissed Yi Xian intimately, and the invisible dog food came at them from all directions, catching everyone off guard. Oh, so sweet, Mommy, I can't take it anymore, I'm going to throw up if I keep eating. I'm so full, but I still want to eat, what should I do? Oh my god, little girl, come with me, I have candy at home, yummy. Handsome guy, you're so amazing, I want to have a baby with you. Some cute girls couldn't help themselves, and they heard Mu Hanyue glaring fiercely at that big pig's foot. Is that bastard sowing his wild oats? I should have bitten him to death yesterday. Chen Ichio whispered to her daughter's ear, earnestly advising her. Did you see that, my daughter? Yi is very popular, so you have to be nice to him in the future, and don't let other women steal him away. Upon hearing her mother's words, Mu Hanshe's face flushed. Mom, what are you talking about? Mu Hanshua felt inexplicably aggrieved by her mother's words. Be nice to that big pigfoot? She had already given that bastard the butterfly and the precious cherries, so how could she be nice to him? Does she want me to take the initiative again? Ugh, Mu Hanshua, what are you thinking? Yi Xian had also reaped a large wave of fatherly affection at this moment. And at this time, good things came in twos. Ding! Congratulations to the host for winning a gift for his daughter for the first time, and the reward is the Divine Musical Instrument ability. Divine Musical Instrument, the host with this ability can perfectly perform on the piano, violin, drums, organ, guzheng, and all other instruments, and each instrument is at least level 12. Even internationally renowned instrumentalists are no match for the host. Divine Musical Instrument? Hearing that he has obtained another god-level ability that defies the heavens, the corner of his mouth curls up slightly. Nowadays, he has quite a few god-level abilities, from the god-level cooking skills from the beginning, to the god-level music, to the god-level martial arts, god-level calligraphy, and god-level magnetism. Until now, the god-level music. During this time, Yi Xian has 6 god-level abilities alone, not to mention the passive ability, the aura of charisma. Quietly, Yi Xian has already reached the pinnacle of his life. In addition, Yi Xian's daddy value has broken through the barrier of 1,000, and for a while, Yi Xian felt like a local tyrant who had become rich overnight. And seeing the evil curve at the corner of Yi Xian's mouth, Mu Hanshi snorted and sourly said, "Why, so many cute girls want to give birth to monkeys for you, aren't you happy?" Obviously, at this moment, Mu Hanshi still thought that Yi Xian was laughing because so many cute girls admired him. This wave of jealousy made Yi Xian, who was in a good mood, smile. He petted and spoiled the 2 little ones and then rubbed Mu Hanshe's head in the same way. How could it be that if you want to have a monkey, it's not with our baby? Mu Hanshi. The sudden intimacy directly made Mu Hanshua stunned in place. How dare that guy touch her head in public, with her mother right next to them? This guy is crazy. But the feeling of having her head touched by a big hand was quite good. No wonder those 2 little guys like it so much when this big pig's foot touches their heads. Mu Hanshua, what are you thinking? Chapter 25, the piano peace stream of love vibrated the entire venue. And they left the booth. They wandered around for another hour or so, but during that time Yi Xian and the 2 little guys really wreaked havoc on the Lantern Festival. As for the way they wreaked havoc, it was none other than dog food. During this time, there was also a small incident. Not long after Yi Xian and his party left, they encountered a father and daughter arguing. The girl looked at the pacachas in Tong Tong and Meng Ming's hands. Daddy, you don't love me. The pretty little girl hummed to her daddy. The young dad, baby, what are you talking about? Humph. Look at other people, the 2 daughters of that handsome uncle both have Pikachu, why do you only have 1 daughter and I don't have Pikachu yet? In the meantime, the little girl cried sadly. The little girl's mother glared at the little girl's dad, you're useless, you can't even guess a riddle. Let's go back, honey, and I'll help you win Pikachu back, okay? The little girl's mother gave her father a dirty look, and without even looking at her feet, she walked in the direction of the stall owner. The little girl's father smiled awkwardly at Yi Xian and his party, and hurriedly followed. Thinking back to the 2 little ones in the scene just now, they looked at the omnipotent father, and happiness and sweetness filled their little faces. Their father had never let them down. Gulyolu. A hungry sound came from Meng Ming's little tummy. Meng Meng hugged the cute Pikachu and pointed at her tummy. Father, Meng Ming's tummy is talking again. Puff. Upon hearing Meng Ming's words, Chen Ichio gave a small smile. It seems that our Meng Meng is hungry, let's find a place to eat first. Tong Tong is also hungry. Really? Both little princesses are hungry, let's go eat. The minority obeys the majority. Mu Hanshua looked at the backs of the 4 people leaving, stamped her little foot, and cursed, damn it, do they not consider me to exist? Forget about that big pig's foot, how come even the 2 little guys and their mother don't ask about themselves? That bastard snatched 2 of my kids before, and now he's even snatching their mother's love? Damned bastard. Damn it, you big jerk. If you get your way again tonight, I'll bite you off and make sure you have no descendants. Muxiangsu, who was extremely angry, vowed so fiercely that if Yi Xian knew about this idea, he would not know how to react. After a while, Yi Xian and his party arrived at a restaurant called Port of Love. The meaning of the restaurant is very clear: Port of Love. Many couples and married couples choose to come here to eat. First, the name of the restaurant is very good. Second, the taste of the food is also good. And third, there is also a pianist here who plays the piano very well. The pianist plays piano music in the Port of Love, an excellent restaurant, enjoying rare delicacies, which is undoubtedly the best enjoyment in life. Shinichio arrived at the restaurant and, as he knew the way, began to order the Western food that the two little ones liked: a portion of foie gras, lobster, pasta, and baked snails. Oh, yes, and a 1982 Lafite. Ha! Shinichio's order did not attract much attention at first, but when he ordered the 1982 Lafite, it inevitably attracted the attention of many people. Even the waiter's eyes lit up. You have to know that a bottle of 1982 Lafite here costs 68,888 renminbi, and few people can afford it. After all, a bottle of wine is nearly 70,000 renminbi, and even the second generation would not order it lightly. Lafite is gone after drinking, and the money is different. If you don't drink, you can do other things completely. A butterfly alone can be slept with at least 100 times, and there is as much cherry as you want. Ha! After ordering, Mu Hanshua suspiciously asked the waiter, "Didn't there used to be a pianist playing here?" "Oh, I'm sorry, miss, our pianist had an emergency at home 2 days ago and resigned from our restaurant. The owner is currently recruiting a pianist, but hasn't found one yet." "I see. Never mind then." Mu Hanshua usually likes to listen to piano music while eating Western food, especially piano music played by pianists. Listening to piano music while eating Western food is the thing she enjoys most. "Sorry again, miss." The waiter apologized politely and patiently. He wasn't surprised by this. After all, many people came to the restaurant because of their pianist. "What, you want to hear piano music?" "When I first came to the restaurant, I was a bit jealous when I saw Yi Xian at the piano, and now I smile and say something when I hear that my wife wants to hear piano music." Yi Xian probably doesn't know that Shuera usually likes to listen to piano music while eating Western food. Many friends and family members say that Shuera has OCD. Mu Hanshue. "Mom, what are you talking about? What OCD?" Obviously, listening to piano music while eating Western food is the most enjoyable thing, right? Mu Hanshua heard her mother's criticism and glared at her, exasperated. Isn't this mother setting her daughter up? Listening to piano music while eating Western food is not bad. After learning about Mu Hanshua's hobbies, Yi Xian smiled meaningfully. "In that case, I'll play a piano song." "Piano music, Yi, you can play the piano." Upon hearing Yi Xian's words, Shinichio was momentarily stunned, and her impression of Yi Xian immediately improved. Boys who can play the piano always have an inexplicable charm. Back then, when she first met Mu Yutian, it was because Mu Yutian played a good piano that the two of them started to get along. "It's okay, I know a little bit about it." Without caring, he then asked the waiter beside him, "Can I use your piano?" Does this gentleman want to play the piano?" "Of course you can." The waitress was stunned for a moment, and then she came back to her senses. The piano had been sitting there idle for 2 days, and no one had played it. Now Yi Xian had this opportunity. Of course she would not refuse, and the boss had also said that if there was a guest who wanted to play the piano, they could comply, otherwise without the boss's consent, they would not dare let the guest touch the boss's beloved piano. You have to know that that piano alone is worth millions. Chen Yixio saw the way her daughter's eyes sparkled and smiled slightly. Why, does she feel that Yi Xian is becoming more and more charming? Mu Hanshua. Pfft, he's not even remotely charming. Mu Hanshua, whose face was slightly flushed, could not help but acknowledge that Yi Xian could play the piano, and her impression of him had obviously improved a lot, because listening to piano music was her greatest joy in life apart from work. While the mother and daughter were talking, Yi Xian had already arrived at the piano. He could tell at a glance that the piano was no ordinary instrument. He sat down on the piano bench with a smile, and then began to play. This piece is for my beautiful wife who loves piano music, and also for everyone else here. Oh. When the restaurant's many couples and marrieds heard Yi Xian's words, they all looked in the direction of the piano. Is that young man going to play the piano? The piano, which had been idle for 2 days, finally had someone playing it. Gee, I wonder how this handsome guy plays. The guests' discussions enlivened the atmosphere of the restaurant for a while. On the other side, Luo Zetian, the owner, who had heard that someone was playing the piano in the restaurant, also came to the restaurant. Since the name of the restaurant is Love Bay, I will play Love Dream. HM. Yi Xian's voice fell, and many people in the audience were shocked. This Love Dream is a world-famous song today, imitated by countless people but never surpassed. Everyone was like this, not to mention Mu Hanshua, who likes listening to piano music. Chen Yiqiu was also stunned when he heard it. Love Dream? Schwer, isn't this a famous song composed by your favorite pianist, Maestro Stir? I remember this piano song, it's your favorite. Xiao Ye. He knows you like piano music? Mu Hanshi, this shouldn't be the case. I've never told him, so it must be a coincidence. He, it's not a coincidence, it's a sign of telepathy. Meng Meng blinked her big, sparkling eyes and said, Tong Tong is not far behind, yes, hearts are connected. Cough cough. Go away, don't tease. Listening to the nonsense of the two little guys, Mu Hanshua glared at the two of them, really embodying the presence of their father at all times. Chen Yiqiu saw the appearance of the two little guys and smiled, everything was understood without saying a word. At a certain moment, the sound of a piano started to play. The quiet and gentle piano sound was like a drop of clear water in a mountain stream among the orchid-like flowers in the valley. Luo Zetian, the owner of the restaurant, had a twinkle in his eyes. He was originally a piano lover, and his level was not bad. As a connoisseur, he knew that the young man playing the piano was not simple, and very simple. His piano attainment was at least above his. With his superb piano playing skills, a piece of music called Dream of Love quietly began to play. The sound of the piano was gentle and beautiful, as if there was some kind of magic that drew everyone into reverie. It was as if their minds and bodies were wandering down a long river of memories, unable to extricate themselves from the experience. Silence. At that moment, there wasn't a sound in the entire restaurant, except for the sound of the piano, which was filled with love, hope, and memories, lingering in everyone's ears and seeping into their hearts. 1 minute. 3 minutes. 5 minutes. The restaurant remained deathly silent as the pianist gave an exquisite performance. Mu Hanshua's beautiful eyes had been fixed on her seat since she didn't know when, watching Yi Xian play the piano with all his heart. A faint smile played at the corner of her lips. Her husband looked quite handsome when he played the piano seriously. The two little ones were filled with pride and affection when they saw that the whole restaurant was captivated by their father's piano playing. Daddy is awesome, I love it when Daddy does this. Chen Yiqiu need not be mentioned. At this moment she felt as if time had reversed by decades, and she had returned to the time when she first met Mu Yutian, Mu Hanshua's father. This is the smell of love. With a little emotion and nostalgia, Chen Yiqiu turned around and looked at Yi Xian again. Her eyes were full of brilliance, and she thought, this Yi Xian has such a high level of piano attainment, definitely at the level of a master. Even surpassing Master Stirrer. A slight sigh of relief. Even though she is the wife of the person in power in the Mu family, even though she has seen many things in the world, and has heard countless piano pieces, but today's Dream of Love is definitely one of the best she has heard, almost like a dream as she looks at the brilliantly shining Yi Xian. This is her son-in-law. The author has something to say. Love Dream is for all the brothers out there. I hope everyone can meet the one in their lives and go after her, love her, and spoil her. Chapter 26. If Mama loses, let Mama and Papa kiss. For a little while, the sound of the piano lingered in her ears, and the restaurant fell into silence. That guy. How is that possible? Mu Hanshi looked at the guy playing the piano. He turned out to be such a good pianist. Why did he hide it? Could it be because of the child or himself? Clap, clap, clap. In the midst of the silence, the sound of crisp applause sounded from the side. The owner of the voice was none other than Luo Zetian, the owner of the restaurant. This gentleman's piano level is so high, not inferior to the pianist who left my restaurant. While talking, Luo Zetian had already come to the middle of the field. How do you address this gentleman? My humble surname is Yi, and my given name is Xian. Oh, so you are Mr. Yi. Luo Zetian smiled warmly. Mr. Yi is so accomplished at the piano, I was wondering if you would be interested in playing piano here. As for remuneration, how about 100,000 yuan a time? Over the past 2 days, Luo Zetian has interviewed a number of pianists, but although they all play well, they are still far inferior to the pianist who resigned. When the guests in the surrounding restaurants heard Luo Zetian's words, they all looked at him with surprise in their eyes. A reward of 100,000 at a time is quite a high salary, and 1 million for 10 times. Play the piano? Forget it, I'm only playing this song for my wife. Refused politely, as a man with a system, of course he would not run around for money. He would rather spend this time discussing the true meaning of life with Hanshe, or strengthening his bond with his two young lovers. I see, that's a pity. The restaurant owner couldn't help but feel a little disappointed when he saw that Yi Xian had no intention of playing the piano here. Mr. Yi, wait. As Luo Zitian's voice just fell, a figure walked over from the restaurant entrance, carrying an exquisitely packaged gift box in his hands. Then, Feng Xiuyuan came to the center of the stage. However, when Hanshe saw the person coming, she couldn't help but flash a surprised look in her eyes. Feng Xiuyuan, is that him? Oh, is that named the top domestic pianist, Feng Xiuyuan, who has also won many awards internationally? Chen Ichio recognized the identity of the person when she heard her daughter call out his name. Coming closer, Feng Xiuyuan nodded slightly to Luo Zitian. Having just heard Mr. Yi play, he must be extremely accomplished at the piano. Why not have a friendly competition? After a pause, Feng Xiuyuan continued, if Mr. Yi wins, may I offer you this cheongsam made of cloud brocade? While talking, Feng Xiuyuan opened the delicately packaged gift box, and then an elegant yet fashionable cheongsam made of cloud brocade fabric appeared in front of everyone's eyes. Just one look at the high-end style made everyone feel. The cloud brocade cheongsam is a generous gift. Seeing the high-end cloud brocade cheongsam, everyone was slightly surprised. Oh, do you know this cheongsam? Chen Ichio asked curiously. She had heard of this cheongsam, which was said to be an extremely rare fabric. I know a little about it. After a pause, she continued, this cheongsam is made of cloud brocade, which is the top luxury product in China and is not comparable to foreign brands such as Louis Vuitton or other fashion brands. The technique of making brocade cannot be replaced by machines so far, and two people can only produce 5-6 centimeters a day, which is why it is said to be worth its weight in gold. If you want to weave a 78 centimeters wide brocade, there will be 14,000 silk threads on the surface. For a whole brocade cheongsam like this, there will be at least nearly 100,000 silk threads on the surface. Moreover, cloud brocade is woven from a blend of gold, silver and copper threads, as well as silk and silk threads, and feathers of various birds and animals. But that's not the most important thing. Yi Xian spoke eloquently, and the two little ones were both dumbfounded. Although they didn't know what their father was talking about, it was amazing. Feng Xiuyuan was also taken aback, and his deep eyes stared at Yi Xian. Oh, that's not the most important thing. To be honest, this cloud brocade cheongsam was auctioned off by him at an auction the other day, and the transaction price alone was as high as 1.5 million. The restaurant owner Luo Zitian looked at the cloud brocade cheongsam and curiously asked, then I wonder what the most important thing about this cloud brocade cheongsam is? The process of craftsmanship. Sorting through the memories in his mind, Zhang Cheng's voice sounded solemnly, this piece of cloud brocade is a traditional craft that has been passed down for thousands of years, and the spirit of craftsmanship has brought together the hard work of countless generations of silk masters. Then he went on to explain in great detail, popularizing the production process of cloud brocade with the crowd. The production process of cloud brocade is extremely complicated and involves many processes, and each process has many mysterious techniques. The most difficult part is the preparation of the raw materials. The main raw materials are silk, as well as gold, silver, and peacock feather threads. Silk needs to go through dozens of processes such as splicing, dyeing, tempering, oiling, and stretching to meet the requirements of different varieties and be processed into warp and weft materials of a certain specification in color for weaving. As Luo Zitian and the others listened to Yi Xian's introduction, their minds buzzed. They looked again at the brocade cheongsam that Feng Xiuyuan had brought, and their eyes all changed. But soon they realized another serious matter, and that was that such precious things were actually used as stakes, which really refreshed their perception of profligacy. This cloud brocade cheongsam looks a bit interesting. With a slight smile, he then spoke, agreeing to a musical duel. If I lose, I will come here every day for 6 months from today to play the piano, and I won't charge a single penny. Wow! Upon hearing this, the crowd went into an uproar. If they had thought before that Yi Xian was trying to steal the show, after seeing his piano skills, they knew that this was a huge gamble. After all, the restaurant owner had just promised him a fee of 100,000 for one performance. If this were to continue for 6 months, once a day, wouldn't that be 18 million? Oh! Mr. Yi is so agreeable. Feng Xiuyuan's eyes lit up, and his impression of Yi Xian improved even more. He then looked at the boss, Luo Zetian, and said, "Brother Luo, if I win against this young man today, you will owe me a great favor." Luo Zetian smiled bitterly. He didn't expect his good friend to come, but things have turned out like this. However, this move has undoubtedly attracted the attention of many couples and families in the audience. Chen Yiqiu and Mu Hanshua looked at each other in shock at this scene. Is this guy crazy, trying to compete with the famous pianist Feng Xiuyuan at the piano? Mu Hanshe's beautiful eyes stared at the field, and her impression of Yi Xian plummeted. Chen Yiqiu, on the other hand, looked deeply at his increasingly satisfied son-in-law. Crazy? Swear, I don't think so. He, mommy, why don't you and grandma make a bet too? Well, that's a good idea. The two little ones said in a flustered voice, but it attracted Mu Hanshe's glare. Go away, what are you two little ones arguing about? Humph, is mom afraid of losing? Tong Tong hummed in support of Baba. If that's the case, if grandma loses, let grandma convince grandpa to accept Baba. Ha! Upon hearing the two little ones' words, Mu Hanshua's eyes twitched. Undeniably, her heart stirred. She knew her mother's status in the family, and her father Mu Yutian doted on her. If her mother went to convince him, the effect would definitely be twice as good. But what if she lost? Meng Meng blinked her big, sparkling eyes at her mother, as if pondering what she should let her mother do. Tong Tong's big, quirky eyes twinkled as she thought about what she would ask her mother to do if she lost. Yes, she would ask her mother to kiss her father, a long French kiss that would last no less than 3 minutes. No way! Hearing the two little ones' divine assistance, Mu Hanyu glared at them fiercely. Since they had their father's support, the two little ones had become quite bold. Chen Yiqiu saw what the two granddaughters were doing and smiled. They really are two clever kids. In this way, no matter who loses or wins, the ultimate beneficiary will be their father. But it's quite interesting this way. Ha, I think this is not bad. Thinking about this, Chen Yiqiu said with a smile. Mu Hanshua. Mom, you. Mu Hanshua widened her beautiful eyes, completely unable to believe that her mother would agree to the two little guys' silly bet. Why? Seeing her daughter's surprise, Chen Yiqiu's face remained unchanged. Don't you want me to convince your father to accept Yi? Or, are you afraid that Yi will really win Feng Xiuyuan? No way. With that big pig's feet, he can't win Feng Xiuyuan. Mu Hanshi heard her mother's words, which bordered on a form of psychological warfare. Although she knew that it was probably psychological warfare, she said, okay, I'll take the bet. I don't believe that guy can win Feng Xiuyuan. Mu Hanshi said with a snort. To be honest, she was kind of a fan of Feng Xiuyuan's, and she had listened to him play the piano quite a bit. Yashi. When the two little ones saw that both their grandmother and mother agreed, their eyes were filled with happiness and anticipation. Go, Daddy, you're the best. If you win, we'll give you a big hug, Daddy. Everything was ready, only Daddy had to win. Feng Xiuyuan heard the encouraging words of the two cute little girls and smiled slightly at Yi Xian, saying, Your two daughters are very cute. Thank you. He continued with a smile, but, for the sake of the two little girls' big hugs, I won't give you face today. Oh. This is exactly what I want. Feng Xiuyuan heard Yi Xian's aggressive words and a ray of brilliance blossomed in his eyes. He was previously worried that Yi Xian would hide his incompetence during the sparring. The competition hasn't even started yet, and there is already a bit of smoke rising between the two of them. Luo Zetian saw that both his good friend and Yi Xian were serious, and let out a long sigh. It seems that there will be a fierce piano master level sparring collision next. I don't believe that guy can win. Mu Hanshua snorted, looked at the big pig's foot in the field, but before she could continue to complain, Tong Tong and Meng Meng pouted, Mommy, you're turning your back on Daddy. If you don't support Daddy, just wait until you have to kiss him. Mu Hanshua, you guys. Listening to the two little ones' chatter and complaints, Mu Hanshua's lungs were about to explode. Protecting Baba with such strength, have they considered her feelings as a mother? At this moment, Mu Hanshua once again looked at Yi Xian grinding his teeth. His appearance was very similar to being ready to attack and bite the big pig's foot to death at any time. Chapter 27, If you want to bet, you have to accept the consequences. A kiss from your wife. You just wait and see the kiss you'll get from your father. Mu Shui, feeling rebellious, felt that she had spent more than 2 years in vain caring for these two little guys, and they had treated her like this. Chen Yiqiu smiled at the sight of her daughter going crazy. This was the way her daughter should be, not a workaholic who only knew work. The appearance of this Yi Xiaobai seems to have completely unleashed her daughter's true nature. Since Mr. Yi is so accomplished at the piano, let's not waste time with a competition. How about Flight of the Bumblebee? With Luo Zetian's preparations, two identical pianos appeared on the stage in no time, to ensure absolute fairness. Flight of the Bumblebee? Flight of the Bumblebee is the best test of piano skills? Upon hearing his friend's words, Luo Zetian was taken aback. He obviously knew that his friend would start showing his true skills as soon as they started, and it seemed that he took Yi Xian very seriously. Yes. A flat voice came out, and it was this kind of voice that did not have the slightest emotion that made Feng Shouyuan inexplicably feel a trace of tension in his heart. This feeling of being evenly matched had not been felt for many years. Flight of the Bumblebee? It seems that this is going to be a real battle. Chen Ichio murmured, "The wild bees are dancing." Even though she didn't know much about piano music, she had heard of the famous piece, which was one of the most difficult pieces for orchestral instruments. A moment later, the two sat facing each other, looking at each other. In this restaurant, the entire place fell silent. In less than 3 seconds, the entire place was deathly quiet, because they knew that an intense piano duel was about to begin. "Mr. Yi, why don't we warm up a bit and play together for 90 seconds at double speed?" "I'm fine with that." As Luo Zetian listened to the two men's conversation, the corner of his mouth twitched slightly. 90 seconds at double speed was the threshold for grade 8 on the piano, and that was also the level he was at right now. It was precisely because he was a grade 8 pianist that Luo Zetian understood how difficult it was to play the Flight of the Bumblebee at 90 seconds per minute. Ding! Finally, with the sound of a piano, two 90-second fast-speed Flight of the Bumblebee followed one after the other, giving the impression of two buzzing bees. Every note was extremely precise, the length and duration just right. What was most astonishing was that Yi Xian and Feng Shouyuan were looking at each other during this time, and their eyes never once fell on the piano keys. The sound of the buzzing piano swirled back and forth, rising in Luo Zetian's ears. It could be said that the two were playing exactly the same, and were equally mesmerizing. Feng Shouyuan saw that Yi Xian was completely able to keep up with the rhythm, and was even quite relaxed. Ha ha ha, good. At such a young age, he was able to perform the Flight of the Bumblebee so well. It seems that this is far from Mr. Yi's limit. In that case, let's go to 80 seconds per minute. As soon as the sound stopped, Feng Shouyuan's hand suddenly sped up by 1 point, and the buzzing sound on his side became much more intense. Hum. Before Mu Hanshua and the others could react, Yi Xian's hands also suddenly sped up, and the 80-second speed pop-up appeared again, with the two frequencies once again becoming the same. Ha, it really turns out that Mr. Yi's attainment is even higher than I thought, 70-second speed. Seeing Yi Xian catching up, Feng Shouyuan once again increased the difficulty, and the dance of the wild bees went directly from 80 seconds to 70 seconds. After Feng Shouyuan increased the dance of the wild bees to 70 seconds, Yi Xian quickly followed suit. The minds of the restaurant crowd were already in a daze, while Mu Hanshua's eyes were growing more and more brilliant. That guy is actually not losing out to Feng Shouyuan at all. And this is just the beginning. The next piano feast is about to begin. 60 seconds per minute. 50 seconds per minute. 40 seconds per minute. Until the two of them's Flight of the Bumblebee reached 40 seconds per minute, their hands had turned into ghosts, and the speed was so fast that it was impossible to see with the naked eye. 35 seconds per minute. A flash of brilliance appeared in Feng Shouyuan's eyes, and he directly used his full strength, which was also his limit, to play at 35 seconds per second. Ha, it feels great. Performing the Flight of the Bumblebee at full strength for 35 seconds, Feng Shouyuan's expression was full of excitement, as he gave full vent to his fingers as they struck the piano keys. On the other side, Yi Xian still kept up with the 35-second speed, and it seemed as if the entire restaurant was about to be blown up by the urgent piano sound. The ears of the people around them were constantly ringing, and they all looked at the two people fighting in the middle of the field, their eyes having changed completely. My goodness, is this master-level piano sparring? It's terrifying. I'm a little worried that the restaurant might collapse from the sound of the piano. No. Holy cow, you guys hear that the speed of that young man has increased again? Just as everyone was feeling emotional, a scream came from the crowd, and then everyone's attention was on Yi Xian. Buzz 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 buzz. Buzz 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 buzz. This is 30-second speed flight of the bumblebee. Feng Shouyuan, who had already reached his limit, stared wide-eyed at Yi Xian across the room. The shock in his heart was like thunderclaps in his mind. 30-second speed flight of the bumblebee. How is that even possible? However, upon hearing Feng Shouyuan's exclamation, Hanshe's expression changed. 30-second speed flight of the bumblebee. That bastard, when did his hand speed become so fast? 30x faster. The flight of the bumblebee is 5 seconds faster than her idol Feng Shouyuan, and she knows exactly what that means. Feng Shouyuan set the fastest record with 35x faster the flight of the bumblebee, and now Yi Xian has not only broken Feng Shouyuan's record, but also set a record that countless pianists will fear to hear. 30 seconds at double speed. If this news spreads, it will definitely alarm the entire piano world. Meanwhile, a group of beautiful girls, all of them couples, looked at Yi Xian with longing in their eyes. What fast hands! If such an outstanding guy were their boyfriend, they would be so happy. Not just the girls, but the guys were all looking at Yi Xian with envy in their eyes. After all, such a fast hand speed is not something that just anyone can do. Luo Zetian was stunned at the moment, his eyes staring at Yi Xian, filled with disbelief and horror. That Yi Xian had actually won his best friend, the current number one in the domestic piano world. Is this real? I'm not dreaming, am I? To be honest, until now Luo Zetian still couldn't believe what he was seeing. Feng Shouyuan's hand stopped on the piano at some point, and the only thing in the field was Yi Xian's 30-second speed of the flight of the bumblebee raging through every corner of the restaurant. Hanshe wondered what had come to her mind, and a blush rose to her pretty face in shock. Her beautiful eyes no longer dared to look at that big pig's paw, to be precise, Yi Xian's hands that were flashing like a ghost. She was afraid that she would fall into it. Ha, little Yi really gives me constant surprises. Chen Yiqiu laughed out, and the mother-in-law liked her son-in-law more and more the more she looked at him. This son-in-law must be from their Mu family. If anyone dares to covet him, she will destroy whoever takes him away. The end of the song, the silence of the people. Yi Xian, itching to show off his skills, directly turned on the 30-second fast speed of the flight of the bumblebee. If everyone knew that this was not Yi Xian's limit, I wonder how they would react. Not to mention the 30-second speed here, even if it were 20 seconds or 10 seconds, as long as Yi Xian wants to play it, he can play it easily, but that would be too shocking. Feng Shouyuan sighed with emotion, and when he looked at Yi Xian again, his eyes were full of admiration. It was precisely because he could play the flight of the bumblebee at 35 seconds per second that he knew the difficulty and pain involved. The applause followed, and Feng Shouyuan was completely convinced by Yi Xian's piano skills. He was 5 seconds faster than him, and that meant something. You have to know that it took him no less than 2 years to shorten the time from 36 seconds to 35 seconds, and the closer he got to 35 seconds, the more difficult it became. Amazing! Mr. Ye's piano level is the best in the current piano world. Feng Shouyuan did not hesitate to praise him, and his compliments came from the bottom of his heart. Luo Zetian heard his friend's comments and thought about the 100,000 reward just to invite Yi Xian to perform. He couldn't help but blush now when he thought back. This person is such a big shot, and 100,000 rewards, not to mention 100,000, even a million is less. You have to accept your losses if you make a bet. Look, Mr. Yi, this is a brocade cheongsam. Feng Shouyuan handed the exquisite brocade box to Yi Xian. Compared to the honor of being able to see the 30-second fast-forward version of the Dance of the Wild Beast today, this mere piece of cloud brocade cheongsam was insignificant. Ah, thanks. Yi Xian smiled as he accepted the exquisite gift box, and then handed it to Chen Yiqiu. The temperament and style of the cloud brocade cheongsam were very suitable for Auntie, so this cheongsam should be given to her. Well, Yi Xian, what are you doing? This won't do. Chen Yiqiu saw Yi Xian give her the brocade cheongsam and hurriedly declined. Although she didn't lack the money, the gift was indeed a bit too valuable. Auntie, I heard Hanshe say that 3 years ago, it was thanks to you that the 2 little guys would have been so successful. This is a little something from me. Hearing Yi Xian's words, Chen Yiqiu's heart stirred. This little Yi really hasn't forgotten 3 years ago. Well, then I'll accept it. Oh, hurry up, Mom, you lost the bet. Well, I'm willing to accept my loss. Mom can't afford to lose, right? The two little ones were egging Mom on at this time, and this wave of divine assistance was definitely a sweet little cotton padded jacket for Dad. Go away. Who can't afford to lose? Seeing her two daughters teasing her, Mu Hanshue blushed, and with a quick step, she said, Yi. Yi Xian. Hearing Mu Hanshue's voice, Yi Xian turned his head just in time to be hit by Mu Hanshue's sneak attack, which completely caught him off guard. This girl is crazy. This is a public place, and even if you're excellent, you don't need to be so impatient. But it feels pretty good. Never mind, let him go. Whoever loves who. Then two big hands held Mu Hanshue's head, accompanied by a long French kiss. The invisible dog food that had been stuffed into the mouths of many couples and married couples was all gone, and there was a burst of heartache. Especially the beautiful girls in the surrounding couples, each one of them screamed in their hearts, "Let go of that handsome guy and let me have him." Chapter 28, He, someone recognized Baba. Handsome guy and beautiful girl, French kiss. The scenery is picturesque. At this moment, everyone in the field, whether they are boys or girls, are envious beyond words. The invisible dog food also comes flooding in at this moment, and it is mixed with the smell of decaying love. Showing off your love will get you killed. At this moment, everyone's hearts kept screaming, have you ever considered how they feel when you show off your love like this? Damn love. It's sweet. It's indescribably sweet. This kind of feeling can only be understood, not described. Yi Xian was enjoying this sudden good fortune to the fullest, while the two little ones, who had started it all, were grinning from ear to ear as they watched their father and mother kiss. Ahem, this is. Piano master Feng Shouyuan was also taken aback by the sudden scene, and promptly coughed dryly. It was obvious that he had been forced to eat some dog food, and it tasted very bad. But he had to say that he was jealous. The young people nowadays really know how to have fun. Haha, whatever. It's over, it's all over. It's just a matter between a couple. What business is it of yours? Luo Zetian laughed, and began to disperse the crowd. From beginning to end, Yi Xian and Mu Hanshi never separated. The two little smarties are satisfied now. Shen Yiqiu looked at her two giggling granddaughters and felt emotional. This Yi is really a strange person, he has actually turned the two little ones against each other in such a short time. I'm afraid her daughter is going to have a hard time in the future. 1 minute. 2 minutes. 3 minutes. It was almost 5 minutes before the two lovers let go of each other. If they didn't let go, Mu Hanshi would have fainted from the kiss. But all this benefited a certain big pig's foot. Mu Hanshi glared at Yi Xian fiercely, as if to say, it's all your fault. Mr. Yi, take your time, come here often when you have time. After the meal, Luo Zetian personally saw Yi Xian and his party off. Joking aside, Yi Xian's ghostly piano skills alone were enough to make him do so, and that was not all. At Luo Zetian's insistence, the meal was insisted on being free, including the bottle of 1982 Lafite worth 6,888 renminbi. Seeing Luo Zetian's generosity, the restaurant's couples and families looked on with envy. The two little ones came out happily hugging Pikachu, their hearts full of pride and joy. In their eyes, their father was the most amazing person in the world, and there was nothing he couldn't do. Shen Yiqiu, on the other hand, couldn't have been more satisfied. She smiled slightly and said to Yi, since you're back, let's go get your marriage certificate. Mom. Hearing his mother's words, he could tell that her intentions were completely different from his. He was just trying to make sure that the two little ones would not lack for their father's love, while his mother's intentions were obvious. She was treating this guy like a son-in-law. There's no rush, Auntie. The household registration book is still on its way. Once it arrives, Hanshe and I will go get the certificate right away. This is exactly what we planned when we thought about the marriage agreement. Well, you two handle this. She paused, looked at her daughter, and finally her gaze settled on Yi Xian. After you get the marriage certificate, you can have a wedding banquet at a suitable time. What? Mom, a wedding banquet? Upon hearing her mother's words, Mu Hanshue's pretty face turned red. She had never thought about having a wedding banquet, as long as the two little ones didn't lack paternal love, that would be enough. How could that work? Shen Yiqiu blared at her daughter. Yi is good in every way, and he is good to you and the two little ones. What is there to worry about? It's settled. Also, before the wedding, the parents of both sides should meet. There is one more important thing. Tong Tong and Meng Meng still have the Mu surname, so before you get married, you need to change the surnames of the two little ones. Our family doesn't need any pedantic sons-in-law, and we don't follow the wife's surname. Thank you, Auntie. Yi Xian honestly couldn't help but be moved by Chen Yiqiu's words. Although he didn't care, he still wanted to know what other people thought of his parents. This is what I should do. As for your father's side, I'm there for you. When Chen Yiqiu thought about the old man in the family, he couldn't help but get angry. Your father has the same stubborn temper as you. If he still disagrees this time, let him fend for himself in the future. Mu Hanshe, Mom. It's hard to forget the first time I saw you. A pair of charming eyes. Your figure in my mind will not fade away. Just a moment after Yi Xian's family left the restaurant, a familiar melody and voice entered their ears. Hey, isn't that the song sung by Baba? The little girl sings so beautifully. Yes, it's super beautiful. The two little ones chattered away, and their eyes followed the sight of a little girl, no more than 6 or 7 years old, singing a song called Love Is Not a Choice with deep feeling. It was none other than the song Yi Xian sang at Ning Schwanger's concert, which is now widely popular. Bravo! That was wonderful singing. Such a pretty little girl with a beautiful voice will definitely become a big star when she grows up. Well done. The onlookers all praised her, and some put their change in the hat on the ground, from 1 yuan to 10 yuan, and there were also a few 50 cents and 1 yuan bills. Ah! Yi Xian, look, is that Yi Xian, the superstar of this song Love Is Not Optional? I don't know who shouted in the crowd, and then everyone's attention was focused on Yi Xian. The audience quickly took out their phones and skillfully searched for the identity of the superstar. It really is Yi Xian, I saw the superstar. Yi Xian, the big star. He really isn't. What kind of star is he? But he just sang a few songs for his woman and daughter. Besides, he doesn't really like stars. However, the audience didn't think so, and they immediately surrounded Yi Xian and his family in the middle of the venue, obviously unable to leave easily. Wow, Mom and Dad, that's an idol. At this moment, the little girl selling street performances stared at Yi Xian with wide, bright eyes, her little face flushed with excitement. The parents of the little girl also obviously saw Yi Xian, and their hearts were immediately filled with excitement. Why don't we ask the male god to sing for us? The excited audience urged out, and for a moment, it even attracted unanimous agreement from the crowd. Passers-by also stopped one after another, and they hurriedly gathered around after learning that the big star had arrived. Big brother, can you sing a song for us? The little girl with a flushed face looked at Yi Xian with trepidation, hope and anticipation. In her eyes, the big brother in front of her was her future dream. She wanted to become someone like him, someone who brought positive energy to everyone. Baba has been recognized. The two little ones looked at their father being surrounded and admired by the audience with smiles on their faces, and couldn't help but let the corners of their mouths rise in a proud arc, as if the person being admired and surrounded was not their father but them. Mu Hanshua rolled her eyes at Yi Xian. This hateful big pig's foot is going to show off again. Sure enough, what happened next confirmed her suspicions. Of course you can. I just thought of a song that I want to dedicate to the two little ones, so I agreed. By the way, can you plug in a USB stick here? I just wrote a song for my two daughters, and I want to dedicate it to them through your platform. Yes. Of course. Mom and Dad, come quickly, the idol says he wants to sing a new song on our stereo. Ha! Upon hearing the little girl Yuan's words, the little girl's father and mother hurriedly came over, and the surrounding audience went wild. The superstar is going to sing a new song. The crowd immediately went wild, and at the same time Yi Xian handed the USB drive to Yuan's father, and Yuan's mother handed the microphone to the idol. Both Yuan's father and mother were so excited that their hearts were pounding so loudly they thought they would jump out of their bodies. Wow, is Daddy going to sing for us again? I'm so looking forward to it. Daddy's song must be super good. That's right, Daddy has always been our Superman and Spider-Man. The two little ones chattered like two excited larks, while listening to Tong Tong and Meng Meng's breathless admiration. Mu Hanshi glared fiercely at the show-off jerk, and Chen Yiqiu just smiled knowingly. Taking the microphone, he looked out at the enthusiastic audience with a bit of a concert-like air. This next song, I want to dedicate to the two super cute twin daughters that God has blessed me with. You are the best gift in Baba's life, and Baba loves you. Oh wow, Baba, we love you too. Mua mua. Feeling Daddy's love, Tong Tong and Meng Meng kiss their hands together by their mouths and throw them at Daddy. 2 waves of kisses come, undoubtedly sweet as dog food. Without warning, they appear in the middle of the crowd, and the audience eats them up happily. The name of this song is The King Told Me to Patrol the Mountain, and it is dedicated to my 2 cute little girls. After saying that, he nodded at Yuan's father, who had already prepared the USB flash drive. The cheerful prelude melody rippled out. Yi Xian's gaze looked at the 2 cute little guys, his eyes full of fatherly love. The sun winked at me. The birds sang to me. I'm a hard-working, yet non-sticky little demon. Don't ask me where I'm from. Don't ask me where I'm going. I want to pick the most beautiful flowers to offer to my little princes. The sweet song filled the air, and with the help of his superb musical ability, every note seemed to turn into an avalanche of dog food, filling the ears of every audience member in the venue, with Yi Xian at the center. The mesmerizing melody lingered, and Hanshe stared wide-eyed, dumbfounded at the big pig's foot on the stage. This guy is crazy, this is too sweet. The author has something to say. If heaven doesn't give birth to me, Yi Xian, then fatherhood will be like an eternal night. Chapter 29, Are You Crazy to Duel with Him, Shangwan Hantian? The lyrics of the dog food spilled and fell all over the field. The sense of image in the lyrics, coupled with the enchanting sound that makes people fall into a trance, can't help but make people smile with a slight curve at the corners of their mouths. The little girl Yuan is full of adoration for her idol, the male god, looking at him with adoring eyes. He is so handsome, so charming, and she likes him so much. She hopes that her future partner will be just like him. As for the little girl's parents, they are also listening to Yi Xian's new song with excitement. For a moment, they feel extremely honored. After all, such a good song was born from them, and it will definitely be the best memory of their lives. Tan Tan and Meng Meng listened to the new song their father wrote for them. Their hearts were filled with sweetness like honey, and they felt wrapped in a thick blanket of their father's love. They loved this feeling. They felt like the happiest people in the world because they had the world's most doting father. Mommy, I love Daddy so much, what should I do? Tonight, Tantan wants to sleep with Daddy. Meng Meng too, hee, Daddy Meng Meng loves you. Tong Tong loves you too. Hanshe's heart was filled with sour feelings when she heard the confessions of the 2 little ones. That big pig's foot is so hateful, is it really okay to compete with her for her daughter's love like that? What if I really want to bite him to death? The king told me to patrol the mountain. I'll take a look around the world. I'll play my drum. I'll strike my gong. Life is full of rhythm. The king told me to patrol the mountains. Catch a monk for dinner. Without warning, the climax suddenly came. Everyone present was taken by surprise, and the pupils of many spectators suddenly widened. Holy cow, this lyrics of the male god is too explosive. Mom, yeah, sweet, so sweet, the male god is really spoiling his daughter, refreshing my perception. Oh, being the daughter of a god is so happy, it's over, what should I do? I really want to be the daughter of a god. Come with me, I have a mine at home, I will only spoil me, oh. Nizukai, the strange man is this lowlies. The audience in the stadium was boiling, it was completely boiling, especially the cute girl and the little lowly, they almost rushed onto the stage. It was clear that the escalation of the magical melody here had completely made the audience fall into the world of this song. As the singing spread, more and more people gathered from all directions. The number of people started at 100, then 200, then 300, then 500. At this moment, at the Loveport restaurant, Luo Zitian was seeing Feng Shouyuan off, and the 2 of them happened to see the unusual movement here and happened to hear Yi Xuangao's explosive melody escalate. The king told me to patrol the mountain. To catch a monk for dinner. Hearing the mesmerizing melody, they both looked over, and their faces were taken over by surprise. Could that person be Yi Xian, who had played the dance of the wild bees at 30 seconds per second? Luo Zitian looked at the young man on the stage not far away and exclaimed in some astonishment. But it is Yi Xian. Feng Shouyuan heard the mesmerizing voice and sighed with emotion. This little guy is no ordinary person. Not only does he have a higher level of piano attainment than me, he is also extremely skilled at singing. Before, my teacher told me that there are hidden dragons and tigers in China, and that there are people outside of me in worlds beyond my world. I didn't believe it, but now it seems that I was arrogant at the time. Feng, don't be like that. There have been geniuses like Yi Xian since ancient times, but there are only a few. Hearing his good friend, who was famous throughout the country, express such feelings, if the outside world knew, it would probably set off a huge storm. No wonder someone would let their best friend say that there are people who are adults outside the world and the sky beyond the sky. The mesmerizing singing voice gradually came to an end, and the arena fell into an unprecedented silence. The audience's minds and ears were still immersed in the enchanting sound. 1 second. 3 seconds. 5 seconds. The silence lasted for about 10 seconds, and then thunderous applause rose from the audience. The corners of some cute girls' mouths were still filled with a warm, happy curve, making people want to take a sip. Wow, Big Brother sang superbly. Can you sign my name, Big Brother? I want to be just like you in the future, bringing joy to everyone. The little girl, Yuan, said excitedly, while carefully taking out a photo from her pocket. It was obviously a handsome photo of Yi Xian, and it had been well preserved by the little girl. It was obvious that Yuan was a hardcore fan of Yi Xian. Oh, of course. Then Yi Xian quickly signed a handsome autograph, and at the same time wrote a string of phone numbers on the back of the photo. He said to Yuan's parents, "The little girl has a good singing talent, but this way of wandering and performing is not a long-term solution. You can call this number in the future, and it may be able to change your daughter's life." This. Thank you, Mr. Yi. Yuan's parents were first stunned, then their faces beamed with joy, and they bowed in gratitude, excitedly. In their hands, they were not holding a photo, but the key to another world for their daughter. Okay little girl, I hope you realize your music dream soon. Goodbye. After saying this, they followed the little girl as she said goodbye, holding one of the little guy's hands, and walked off into the distance. Goodbye, Big Brother, Yuan won't let you down. After spending 2 days together, Chen Yiqiu was full of emotion. To be honest, this son-in-law is really hard to find fault with, even her mother-in-law is jealous. All kinds of things from the day came to mind, from arriving at the Lantern Festival to winning Pikachu for the two little ones, to playing piano music for her daughter in the restaurant, and giving her a brocade cheongsam that she had made herself. The next morning. Goodbye, Grandma. Outside the Kowloon villa, the two little ones waved goodbye to Chen Yiqiu as they saw her off. Due to a situation that had arisen at two other groups in the imperial capital, she needed to go back and help preside over the situation. After seeing Chen Yiqiu off, she had just returned to the villa for a short while when Auntie Chen handed her a delivery. Oh. Upon hearing Auntie Chen's words, her gaze fell on the delivery, and she became aware of something. She tore open the delivery seal, and what came into view was none other than the household register. The household registration book has arrived, so there is no time to lose. Seeing Yi Xian's household registration book in his hands, Mu Hanshue thought of the marriage contract. It would be completely meaningless for the two of them to get married without signing a contract. Although her relationship with that guy was not like it used to be, it would be a good idea to get a marriage certificate just in case. Okay. Yi Xian did not make any excuses and came down. After all, this was something that had already been decided. Half an hour later. In front of the marriage license office, with a squeak, a Bugatti Chiron stopped precisely, and after getting out of the car, he was intercepted by 5 or 6 bodyguards after taking a few steps. Hanshe, long time no see. The voice came, and then a handsome young man holding a bouquet of flowers greeted him. Shangwan Hong Tian. Upon seeing the person coming, Mu Hanshue slightly frowned. The Shangwan family and their Mu family are generally hidden families, and the two are from noble families. They grew up together since they were young. However, Shangwan Hongtian has been determined to marry Mu Hanshue as his wife for 5 years, and even if he learned that Mu Hanshue has 2 daughters, he did not change his mind. However, Mu Hanshue has always treated him as a younger brother, and for this, Shangwan Hongtian has been beaten countless times. Originally, when he looked at Mu Hanshi, his gaze suddenly turned cold when he saw Yi Xian's figure. Hanshi, this is that little white guy. Shut up. Shangwan Hongtian had not finished speaking when he was directly rebuked by Mu Hanshi. I warn you, Yi Xian is my man. Dare to disrespect him, I'll beat you up, believe it or not. The surrounding bodyguards of Shangwan Hongtian's mouth twitched. Only this lady from the Mu family dared to speak to their young master in such a way. Although they blocked the way, they would never dare to harm a hair on Mu Hanshue's head. Even if Mu Hanshue didn't care, their young master would waste them in the first place. And in the future, you have to call me Hanshue's sister, and you can't call me by my name again, or I'll beat you up every time I hear it. Hearing this, Shangwan Hongtian was full of resentment, glaring at Yi Xian with angry eyes. Kid, I want to fight you one-on-one. The loser leaves Hanshe. Since Shangguan Hongtian lost his footing and nearly drowned 5 years ago, if Mu Hanshue had not gone to great lengths to save him, he would have died 5 years ago. On that occasion, Mu Hanshue was cut by a piece of glass in the water and almost died as a result. It was for this reason that for 5 years, he had pursued Mu Hanshue with his life, only that Mu Hanshue had no feelings for him at all and only treated him as her younger brother. You want to duel with him? Shangguan Hongtian, you're crazy. No one else knows, but Mu Hanshue knows it perfectly well. Yi Xian's strength is not even a match for her more than 10 bodyguards, let alone Shangguan Hongtian. Even if there were 20 Shangguan Hongtians, they would not be a match for this big oaf. Kid, do you dare? Shangguan Hongtian's provocative posture left Mu Hanshue speechless. Not only that, but I heard that you are the heartless man who abandoned Hanshue 3 years ago. Don't worry, as long as you leave Hanshue alone, I promise I won't trouble you again. And I will treat Tong Tong and Meng Meng like my own daughters, and I will also be good to Hanshue. If you are determined to go your own way, don't blame me for being rude. Mu Hanshue. Shangguan Hongtian, you. Mu Hanshue's words were interrupted by Yi Xian before they were finished. He looked at Shangguan Hongtian with interest and said, Are you sure you want to fight me one-on-one? Of course. Shangguan Hongtian spoke with certainty. He wanted to defeat that heartless man in an honorable way and win the heart of Hanshue. Okay, I accept your challenge. Mu Hanshue, Yi Xian, you. Be careful. Mu Hanshue, who wanted to say something, didn't say a word after all. It might be possible to solve the problem with Shangguan Hongtian using Yi Xian's method. Shangguan Hongtian laughed, Don't worry, Hanshue, I'll go easy on him. Go easy my ass, I meant to say be careful not to get beaten up. Mu Hanshue rolled her eyes at Shangguan Hongtian. This kid is really conceited. Kid, I'll knock you out with one punch. Hanshue can only be my Shangguan Hongtian's woman. With a snort, Shangguan Hongtian slammed a fist towards Yi Xuani's forehead. It was very fast, and an ordinary person could not withstand it at all. Several of his bodyguards were slightly amused at the moment. Pop. Before the thoughts of the several bodyguards could unfold, the sound of a crisp slap on the face sounded. The next moment, they saw their young master fly out in a beautiful arc. They were stunned for a moment before they came back to their senses. Holy cow, the young master has been knocked flying. Chapter 30, Look at you, what have you done, and let go of my hand. Bang! Amidst the confusion of the 5 or 6 bodyguards, their young master had already appeared 3 or 4 meters away, but even so, they did not dare to attack. After all, Mu Hanshi, a being that even their young master could not withstand, was not someone they could offend. Moreover, the Mu and Shangguan families had been friends for generations, and Shangguan Hongtian's father was even good friends with Mu Hanshi's father. Therefore, they could not ask, and they did not dare to ask. Shangguan Hongtian, who had crashed to the ground, rolled twice before stopping in a disheveled manner. Damn you, I'll waste you, young master. Shangguan Hongtian, who had struggled to get up and rushed over, was only about to get close to him when, with a bang, Yi Xian directly delivered a ghostly kick, the speed of which was not in the least weaker than the 30-second fast-forward of the swarm. With a whoosh, Shangguan Hongtian had not yet had time to react when he flew backwards at an even faster speed. This time, he flew a full 5 or 6 meters, and the 5 or 6 bodyguards watching him gulped and swallowed. What? That kid, so strong. The slap just now may have been the young master's carelessness, but how can you explain the kick now? A distance of 5 or 6 meters, young master won't be. Cough cough, is he broken? The look of awe in the eyes of the 5 or 6 bodyguards was full of fear. Damn, no wonder he is the man that the Mu family's young mistress is interested in, he really is not that simple. Although they do not know the background of this kid in front of them, no one dares to move just because Mu Hanshi is protecting him. This is the case for the Mu family, and the same goes for their Shangguan family. As for Shangguan Hongtian, he was also stunned by the kick. No way. How is that possible? Shangguan Hongtian, who was in a disheveled state on the ground, looked at Yi Xian across the room in disbelief. Although his martial arts skills could not compare to the old man's personal bodyguard, an ordinary bodyguard was no match for him at all, but he had no room to resist in the hands of this kid. No matter who you are, Mu Hanshi is my woman. If you harass me again, next time I'll waste you. After saying this, he ignored Shangguan Hongtian's days, took Mu Hanshi's slender waist in a domineering manner, and walked towards the civil affairs department, leaving Shangguan Hongtian and 5 or 6 bodyguards in the wind. Especially the 5 or 6 bodyguards, they stared at Yi Xian's back like crazy. That brat dared to threaten their young master like that, really? It's the first time in history. If outsiders knew that their young master of the noble Shan family was publicly threatened, it would set off an uproar. Young master, are you okay? It wasn't until Mu Hanshe had walked away that the 5 or 6 bodyguards surrounded him with a flurry of noise, helping their young master to his feet. However, at the moment, Shangguan Hongtian was obviously in a daze, and the scenes from just now were floating in front of his eyes. Of course he knew that the guy had already held back, otherwise. At this moment, he was afraid that he would have already died a long time ago. After being stunned for 7 or 8 seconds, Shangguan Hongtian came back to his senses and immediately made a phone call. This phone call was not to anyone else, but to Mu Hanshe's assistant in bodyguard, Xiaoli, who was Yi Xian's assistant in bodyguard. Background, you mean the young master? Xiaoli, who was on the other side, was slightly startled when she heard this, and then she guessed what had happened. She was afraid that Shangguan Hongtian had gone to confess his love to the young lady again, and that the young lady had gone with the young master to the Civil Affairs Department to get a marriage license today. As for what would happen, she could predict it all. She guessed that the young master of the Shangguan family had been scolded by the young master. Then she went on to describe Yi Xian, the groom, and his various talents and achievements, from his cooking skills to his physical skills, singing, and playing instruments. After listening to Xiaoli's account, Shangguan Hongtian was stunned, and his gaze at the director of civil affairs was full of mixed emotions. Xiaoli, what did you say? That Yi Xian single-handedly took down more than 10 bodyguards protecting your lady, and his physical skills are not inferior to yours, this. Shangguan Hongtian's mind went blank. The 10 or so bodyguards protecting Mu Hanshe were all elites secretly trained by the Mu family. It was unbelievable that that guy had taken down more than 10 of them, and what's more, Xiaoli, who was even more deadly, might not even be a match for him. My goodness, no wonder that guy suppressed him with a flip of the hand. Grandma, such a presence is much better than the martial arts coach the old man found for himself. Xiaoli across the street earnestly reminded Shangguan Hongtian, young master Shangguan, I must remind you that our master is even more protective than the young lady. If anyone covets Tong Tong Meng Meng and the young lady, the master is not someone who will let anything happen. Okay, I get it. Shangguan Hongtian coughed dryly, and he deeply felt this. If he hadn't held back just now, he would have been dead long ago. Listening to the conversation between the young master and Xiaoli, the 5 or 6 bodyguards beside him smirked, secretly glad that they had not acted, otherwise they would have suffered far more than the young master. And get your hands off me. Mu Hanshe, who had already entered the Department of Civil Affairs, glared at Yi Xian. She had just let him embrace her waist in order to get rid of Shangguan Hongtian, but this guy had taken advantage of the situation and refused to let go. What's wrong with me embracing my wife's waist? He completely ignored Mu Hanshe's words, paused for a moment, and said, besides, I've touched it before. What did you say? Hearing the words of the big pig's foot, Mu Hanshe's sharp gaze was cast over, her pretty face was hot and she didn't know what she had thought of, only feeling her heart pounding. However, being stimulated by some jerk, she forgot the main topic. Right, did you sleep well last night? Do you want to change positions today? Feeling his wife's small waist, he smiled. You. Position your big head ghost, sleep on the floor tonight. Mu Hanshe was almost infuriated by his insane words. If it weren't for the fact that they were in public, she would have wanted to bite him to death. This bastard was so hateful, talking about that here. If it weren't for him forcing her yesterday, she would have. What the heck, Mu Hanshe, what are you thinking? The two of them flirting with each other looked just like a loving couple arguing. An invisible wave of dog food had stuffed the hearts of the couples around them who had come to get their marriage licenses. Oh no, they're dumping dog food at the Civil Affairs Department. Is this really necessary? Damn it, what did I do wrong? I came here early in the morning to get a marriage certificate, and now I have to watch this. Oh my, that guy is so handsome. I feel like I've made a mistake. I don't want to get a marriage certificate anymore. What should I do? Couples who have obtained their marriage licenses are all over the place, overwhelmed by the wave of puppy love. They are reluctant to do it, but they can't just walk away after all, they are in line. Look at you, what have you done? Let go of my hand. Feeling the envy of many couples, Mu Hanshe's pretty face flushed hotly. She had never been the focus of such attention before. What do you mean, what do I do? Obviously, I want to change positions tonight, but you told me to sleep on the floor. Do you expect me to change positions on the floor? Puff, holy cow. Do you have to be so insulting? Showing off your love for each other can really kill someone. Changing positions on the floor, my goddamn it. These two are good looking, but they also know how to have fun. Really, I can't wait to go back and see how they like changing positions on the floor. Wave after wave of dog food blows emerged, stuffing the mouths of the couples. Even the civil affairs officer was stuffed with the dog food of the two. In particular, the single dogs in the civil affairs department, who had not yet married, had a look of resentment in their eyes. After working for such a long time, they had never seen affection shown to such an extent. As single dogs, they had thought they were single aristocrats, but at this moment they realized that they were not even as good as stray dogs. It so happened that the person who helped them register their marriage was a beautiful single girl. Looking at Yi Xian, she couldn't help but feel incredibly lost. How could such a treasure boy not be her boyfriend? She was so sad. Before long, with the seal of approval, the two marriage certificates were placed in front of Yi Xian and Mu Hanshe. Is this how I get married? Seeing the marriage certificate in front of him, Yi Xian was incredibly emotional. Who could have imagined that he was still a college student? The pretty single girl in charge of the registration had tears in her eyes. She really wanted to say, "Handsome guy, if you don't agree, you can still back out. Why don't you consider me?" However, the last shred of sanity told her that she absolutely could not say that. If she did, she was afraid that she would lose her iron rice bowl. Pfft, it's just a formality to stamp the seal. What's the big deal? It's not like I'm doing anything to you. Yi Xian, who was standing nearby, rolled his eyes. This bastard really takes advantage of the situation. The two people's bickering made the girl registering them feel a little sad. Why were all the good men being snatched away by other women? When would she be able to get married herself? After collecting their marriage certificate, the two of them came out of the civil affairs department and were just about to leave when a familiar voice interrupted their departure. Wait a minute. The familiar voice was the same as when they arrived. The person was none other than the swollen-sided Shangguan family's young master, Shangguan Hongtian, and the 5 or 6 bodyguards beside him. However, both Shangguan Hongtian and the 5 or 6 bodyguards looked at Yi Xian with a changed expression. Shangguan Hongtian, you still want to get beaten up, don't you? Seeing Shangguan Hongtian come again and glaring at this kid, she really regretted saving this kid 5 years ago at the cost of half her life. Cough cough. When the 5 or 6 bodyguards saw Yi Xian's face, which had suppressed his smile, their hearts suddenly felt a sudden pang. They gulped and swallowed their saliva, secretly. Grandma, this person in front of them can easily defeat more than 10 elite Mu family experts. No, it's not like that. Miss Mu, our young master. Plop. Before the 5 or 6 bodyguards could finish speaking, in the dazed expression of Mu Hanshe, Shangguan Hongtian directly knelt on the ground with both knees. Master, please accept your disciple's bow. The sudden kneeling was smooth and natural, as if it had been practiced thousands of times in private, but it completely confused Mu Hanshe. She stared with wide, beautiful eyes, stunned, at Shangguan Hongtian, who was giving her such a headache. You're going to worship him as your master. Chapter 31, Shangguan Hongtian's Persistence, Becoming Yi Xian's Disciple? Outside the Civil Affairs Department, there was complete silence. Mu Hanshe looked at Shangguan Hongtian, who was kneeling in front of Yi Xian, in disbelief. Shangguan Hongtian, you're crazy. Do you know what you're doing? Do you want to make your parents die of anger? Mu Hanshe was really shocked by this scene. This turn of events was really hard for her to accept for a moment. The 5 or 6 bodyguards behind Shangguan Hongtian were sweating like beans. Damn, if this move by the young master is reported back to the Shangguans, he will definitely be beaten by the master. Are you kidding? Who is Shangguan Hongtian? The young master of the Shangguan family, the only child and future head of the family, is now taking as his master a young man who is similar to him. It is strange that he will not be laughed at in the future. How can such an operation convince the people? Seeing Mu Hanshe scolding, which he took with a stoic face, Shangguan Hongtian was unmoved. Becoming the best is my lifelong dream, a dream that has been with me for more than 20 years. Although I don't know how amazing my master is, my gut tells me that if I miss this opportunity, I will regret it for the rest of my life. The master's name is so familiar, as if Yi Xian has already accepted him as his disciple. However, Mu Hanshe doesn't care about his so-called dream. Nonsense. Shangguan Hongtian, do you know who you are? You are the only son of the Shangguan family, the biological son of Uncle Shangguan, and the future ruler of the Shangguan family. If others from other clans find out what you did today, how can you manage the huge Shangguan family in the future, and how can you convince others? The two families are on good terms, and Mu Hanshua knows the situation of the Shangguan family too well. She can already predict how Uncle Shangguan will react when he finds out about this. So what? If I can't even realize my lifelong dream in my lifetime, how can I possibly make the Shangguan family flourish? If that's the case, I'd rather not be the one in charge of the Shangguan family in the future. At this moment, Shangguan Hantian was extremely determined. After learning from Xiuli about Yi Xian's extraordinary achievements, the scene just now came to mind. The more he thought about it, the more certain he became that his master in front of him would definitely change his life and realize his lifelong dream. Even so, what's there to fear in making the whole world your enemy? Ha, this is interesting. Feeling the unyielding obsession of Shangguan Hantian, which radiates obstinacy from the bones, Yi Xian originally had some opinions about this Shangguan Hantian, but now it seems that this kid is quite pleasing to the eye. Mu Hanshua heard Yi Xian's words and her heart sank. For some reason, she had a bad feeling. Yi Xian, I can tell you that this Shangguan Hantian is not an ordinary person. If you take him as your disciple, I'm afraid even I can't protect you. Without hesitation, Mu Hanshi directly reminded him of the seriousness of the matter. Yi Xian obviously didn't take Mu Hanshi's words to heart, but looked at Shangguan Hantian across the table with a deep and meaningful smile, really wanting to worship him as his master. Please, master, take me as your disciple. With a loud bang, in Mu Hanshi's dumbfounded expression, Shangguan Hantian slammed his head into the ground, making a dull sound. Mu Hanshi looked at him as if she was meeting him for the first time, and she had never seen such a stubborn Shangguan Hantian before. The 5 or 6 bodyguards behind him didn't dare to breathe at the moment. The atmosphere was really too oppressive, so oppressive that they felt as if they were suffocating. Ha ha. Seeing the appearance of Shangguan Hantian, Yi Xian gave a slight smile. In the future, if he wants to better protect the two little guys and his woman, his own strength will ultimately be limited. Although he doesn't know who this Shangguan Hantian is, his background is not simple. If it were simple, perhaps he would not have accepted him yet. However, it is not that simple to want to be his disciple. It is not impossible to accept you as a disciple. Really? Upon hearing his master's words, Shangguan Hantian's eyes shone with brilliance. As for the 5 or 6 bodyguards, they were shocked. My goodness, these two really are one who dares to take a master and one who dares to take an apprentice. Yi Xian, you. Mu Hanshua became anxious when she heard this. This damned pig's feet, does she take her words as wind? The status of Shangguan Hantian in the Shangguan family is only higher than her own. It's fine, I have a good idea about this matter. Mu Hanshua. You? I don't care about you anymore. Mu Hanshua snorted angrily. She still knew a bit about Yi Xian's temper. This guy's decision cannot be changed even if you pull him back with 9 bulls. Mu Hanshi's reaction made Yi Xian smile slightly, but if you want me to take you as my disciple, you must first take 3 of my palm strikes. After those 3 palm strikes, I will take you as my disciple. Good. Master, please strike. I don't care if it's just 3 palm strikes, if it can make my lifelong dream come true, I'm willing to take 30 palm strikes. Upon hearing this, Shangguan Hantian's eyes became even more determined. 3 palm strikes are nothing, not even close to his lifelong dream. Really? As soon as Shangguan Hantian's voice fell, with a loud bang, the entire person had already been sent flying by Yi Xian's palm. However, this time Yi Xian had really struck. A cracking sound of bones was heard, and the next moment a figure appeared 7 or 8 meters away, so fast that it slammed into the ground. Hiss. This speed. The 5 or 6 bodyguards were dumbfounded by the sudden attack. Their eyes were filled with disbelief. What did they see? How was this possible? They hadn't even reacted yet, and the young master had already been sent flying 7 or 8 meters. In contrast, Shangguan Hantian, whose ribs had been broken by a palm strike, had a gleam of brilliance in his eyes. So this was truly a master. Pop. Shangguan Hantian, who had just struggled to his feet, spat out a mouthful of blood. Young master. When the 5 or 6 bodyguards saw their young master spit out blood after being injured by a palm strike, they hurriedly rushed forward, joking. If anything happened to their young master, they would be unable to make amends even if they died 100 times. Cough cough, again. Shangguan Hantian's persistence and stubbornness burst forth at this moment. Mu Hanshua looked at Shangguan Hantian and was also shocked. She never expected Shangguan Hantian to have such a strong side. She had to say that at this moment, Shangguan Hantian's charm had increased immeasurably. Enough, Yi Xian, if this continues, something will happen. Boom! Without answering Mu Hanshe's words, his figure flashed, and with a speed even faster than before, he instantly knocked Shangguan Hongtian flying. This time, he not only flew 7 or 8 meters, but also slid on the ground for more than a meter before stopping. Pa! Before Shangguan Hongtian hit the ground, bright red blood was scattered in the air, which looked particularly eye-catching under the golden sunlight. What's more, when Shangguan Hongtian landed on the ground, blood also gushed out of his mouth continuously. Obviously, Shangguan Hongtian was injured even more here, with an unknown number of ribs broken, and even some internal organs displaced. Pain! An indescribable pain pierced the cerebral cortex, and Shangguan Hongtian almost fainted. This was only Yi Xian's second palm. Become my disciple, it's not too late to quit now. If I hit you with the third palm strike, I can't guarantee I won't take your life. After staring at Shangguan Hongtian for a long time, who had not been able to stand up, Yi Xian gave a slight smile. I'm in a hurry, 5 seconds. Either quit or continue. Shangguan Hongtian was in pain all over his body, and his whole body was spasming. I am the only hope of the Shangguan family, how can I quit like this? His eyes were already red, his clothes were soaked in blood, and his face was extraordinarily pale. In order to protect his daughter in the future, Yi Xian had worked very hard. One more time. With a thud, Shangguan Hongtian, who had just used all his strength to struggle to his feet, fell to one knee, blood gurgling from his mouth. A creaking sound could be heard as Shangguan Hongtian got up, coming from all the joints in his body. Just listening to the sound was creepy. 5 or 6 bodyguards had reddened eyes. They had never seen their young master so stubborn. All along, they had thought that their young master was the child who lived under the protection of their master and mistress. Now, they understood that their young master had never forgotten his mission. Pop! Another pool of blood spurted out and splashed onto the ground. Shangguan Hongtian's face turned pale again. Master, please show. Cough cough, the third palm. Stubborn, obstinate, arrogant. All kinds of expressions filled Shangguan Hongtian's eyes at this moment, and what supported him here was just a belief. Boom! The moment Shangguan Hongtian's voice fell, Yi Xian had already struck, hitting Shangguan Hongtian even faster than the previous 2 times. This time, Shangguan Hongtian was knocked 10 meters into the air, and he slid on the ground for more than 2 meters before stopping. The moment Shangguan Hongtian landed, his eyes shone with brilliance. He had taken the third palm, and then he tilted his head and fainted. Chapter 32, The Shangguan family is furious, the sky is falling. Before he fainted, a curve was hanging at the corner of his mouth. 5 or 6 bodyguards were scared out of their minds at this moment. Holy cow, young master, this is an absolutely unprecedented serious injury. If the master and mistress knew about this, they would be unable to imagine the scene. Even the entire Shangguan family is going to boil, especially the second young master who will definitely kill this guy. He is an interesting guy. Quite satisfied, he looked at Shangguan Hongtian, who was unconscious but had a smile on his lips. When your young master wakes up, tell him that I'll take him as my disciple. Ahem. Thank you, Mr. Yi. 5 or 6 bodyguards took the young master in a car and sped towards the hospital. Damn, if the young master is okay, that's fine, but if something happens to him, they will definitely be skinned alive by the young master and young lady. You, crazy, Yi Xian, you're just crazy. Mu Hanshe never imagined Yi Xian to be so violent and ruthless. It was as if she was seeing a stranger, and she wondered if this guy was really the same person who doted on Tong Tong and Meng Meng. Seeing Mu Hanshe's frightened appearance, he knew that this scene had exceeded her expectations. He walked up to her, put his left hand around her waist, pulled her forcefully towards him, and grabbed her smooth, fair chin with his right hand, exposing a seductive arc, as he said, "See if you dare to contradict your husband in the future." You felt that hateful smile appear again. The scene just now made Mu Hanshe feel like she was dreaming. What do you think? My acting wasn't bad, was it? Teasing his wife, he turned to smile and say, obviously that was just a test for Shangguan Hongtian. After all, that brat is the shield he has arranged for the 2 young lovers in the future. Acting? You were just pretending. Although Yi Xian said so, Mu Hanshe still said with some fear in her heart, if that bastard really turned out like that, I'm afraid the next life for her and her 2 daughters is really over. Of course I was pretending. Do you think I'm that violent and bloodthirsty? Really? Spoiled. He petted Mu Hanshe's head, calming her heart, which had been slightly frightened. That kid called Shangguan Hongtian is not bad. In the future, if I'm gone, he can also protect you and the two little ones for me. You're not here, what are you talking about? Hearing Yi Xian say that one day he would be gone, scared Mu Hanshue inexplicably. During this time, to be honest, she had gotten used to Yi Xian being by her side, competing with her for the love of their two daughters, rushing at the two children and her. Compared to all the achievements in his career, none of them can compare to the slightest fraction of this guy's love for the three of them. You are doing this for Tong Tong and Meng Meng. While pondering, Mu Hanshi was not stupid. The scenes just now, combined with the transformation of Shangguan Hantian, undoubtedly showed that this brother-like person who knew everything about her was not a bad person, even though he had been harassing her. Most importantly, in the future, Shangguan Hantian will be the one in power in the Shangguan family. If they have someone like him to protect their daughter, then their daughter's safety will be guaranteed in the future. I'm sorry, honey, I misunderstood you. Mu Hanshua, whose heart was inexplicably moved, called out to her husband, without thinking. When she came to her senses, her face turned red like the morning sun, but at this time, she didn't feel as resistant as she had when she called him husband. Ha, my husband has done so much for our daughter, how are you going to repay me? Seeing the charming appearance of his wife, Yi Xian's mind flashed with images, and he thought that he would repay her by serving her tonight. You big jerk, who would serve you, humph. Learning that Yi Xian did everything for the sake of their child and themselves, Mu Hanshua's heart was filled with sweetness, so much so that she felt like her heart was melting. Moreover, when she heard this bad guy say that he would serve her in bed at night, her pretty face could not help but flush. In the meantime, the two of them had already arrived at the parking lot of the Department of Civil Affairs. Hey, why don't we collect some interest now? Looking at the charming appearance of the beautiful woman, it would be a pity not to do something. In this atmosphere, he immediately kissed Mu Hanshua's red lips directly in the stunned gaze of the people in the parking lot. Husband, you was shocked. Mu Hanshua called out husband again, but fortunately, it was not a good thing to do. This scene stunned the men and women in the parking lot. Oh, shit, that was a hot kiss. Damn, that girl is so pretty, she's really a waste for that guy. If I could marry a girl like that, I'd be willing to live 10 years less. Hey, don't say 10 years, I wouldn't even bat an eyelid if it was 20 years. OMG, that handsome guy is so handsome, I want to kiss him so bad. For a moment, the two became the focus of the crowd, and the many car owners watching them became so thirsty that they couldn't help but gulp down a few big sips of water. The invisible dog food was inserted into everyone's heart with deadly accuracy at this moment. Not only that, but their mouths were full of it too. Some young couples, seeing the passionate kiss in the middle of the field, also looked at each other emotionally and got into the car to kiss passionately. However, it made the single dogs anxious, and they could only watch helplessly as the two people in the parking lot sprinkled the dog food and ate it bite by bite, inexplicably heart-stopping, but they couldn't help but want to eat it again. They were just enjoying this rare moment of pain and happiness. 1 minute. 2 minutes. 3 minutes. It lasted for more than 5 minutes before Mu Hanshua gasped for air, almost suffocating. She struggled to push Yi Xian away, throwing him a bewitching glance that made Yi Xian really want to execute this girl on the spot. You bastard, you just know how to take advantage of me, you wanna die. Mu Hanshue, who had recovered her breath, glared fiercely at Yi Xian. This guy doesn't know that he can suffocate a person, although that feeling was super great. Take advantage? It's considered taking advantage to kiss your own wife. You humph. Mu Hanshue knew that she couldn't argue with Yi Xian, so she just huffed and stopped talking. However, this wave of dog food once again overwhelmed all the single dogs around. Damn it, hurry up and leave. So many people are watching, it's embarrassing. Mu Hanshua saw even more burning and resentful gazes staring at him, and the little wolf-like cat entered the Bugatti Air Saint Laurent to soothe his hot face. What are you afraid of? It happened yesterday too. Shut up. Hearing Yi Xian mention yesterday's scene at Port of Love, which was exactly the same as today, every time he thinks about it, his scalp tingles. However, today you seem to be more active and skilled than last time. Recalling the wonderful feeling just now, I feel that the beautiful wife in front of me is becoming more and more charming. You, shut up. Mu Hansh's pretty face turned red up to the back of her ears. Unfortunately, the people in the parking lot, who were watching this dog food scene, could no longer see it, otherwise they would inevitably be subjected to another wave of forced dog food. However, when the crowd saw the Bugatti Chiron, their eyes went straight. Holy shit, a Bugatti Chiron, holy shit. I can't believe it, I've actually seen a Bugatti Chiron. It said there are no more than 5 in the world. Holy shit, those two were so rich. A Bugatti Chiron has a market price of over 100 million, and that's just the base model. I admit that I'm jealous of the Bugatti Chiron supercar, which costs hundreds of millions of dollars. If I don't eat or drink for 100 years, I probably won't be able to afford even the wheels. Jealousy caused my quality to separate from the quantity, and the life of the rich is truly beyond the understanding of ordinary people like us. In the parking lot of the Civil Affairs Department, everyone's gaze fell on the Bugatti Chiron. Holy shit, they have such a luxury car in the demon capital, and a car that costs hundreds of millions of dollars. However, at the same time as the dog food air raid occurred in the parking lot, 5 or 6 bodyguards also reported the incident to their boss, Shangguan Xuanrua. At the same time, in the villa of the imperial capital's Shangguan family, Shangguan Xuanrua, who was talking to his younger brother Shangguan Shenming over a cup of fragrant tea, received a phone call, and when he learned the information from the other side, he stood up from his seat with a start. What did you say? Hong Tian was seriously injured and hospitalized, with his internal organs out of place, 6 broken ribs, and multiple crushed fractures of the sternum. Crack! Shangguan Xianying, who was drinking fragrant tea on the other side, heard his brother's words and suddenly increased the strength in his hands. The fragile and delicate porcelain teacup was shattered in his grip, and the hot tea inside flowed out between his fingers. However, Shangguan Xianying was oblivious to the heat in his hands. Damn it! Hong Tian is so seriously injured, what are you doing? The harsh shouting voice made the glass in the entire villa feel like it was about to shatter. The 5 or 6 bodyguards on the other side were even more frightened. Compared to the master, they were more afraid of the hot-tempered second master, and immediately dared not hide it, and told the whole story. The young master of the Mu family. The Mu family? What a Mu family? Mu Yutian, if you don't give me an explanation, the good relationship between our two families for generations will end here. The hot second young master, Shangguan Shenming, suddenly got up from his seat. Big brother, you and Mu Yutian are good friends, but I'm not. You don't need to ask about this matter, I'm going to the Mu family to pay them a visit. Second brother, you. If Shangguan Xuanrua hasn't finished speaking, the villa will already be without Shangguan Xuanming's figure, but then Shangguan Xuanrua's eyebrows will be furrowed tightly. Mr. Mu, when did the Mu family have a mister? However, if this Mu Yutian matter is really related to your Mu family, I, Shangguan Xuanrua, will definitely seek justice for my son, even if we break off all ties and the two clans go to war. What Yixin did not know was that his test was not a big deal, but it directly pierced the sky of the two hidden families, the Mu family and the Shangguan family. Chapter 33 Hee hee, Daddy must have bullied Butterfly. The imperial capital Mu family. Mu Yutian also learned about this matter here and his face was gloomy. What? That bastard boy sent Shangguan Hongtian to the hospital. Mu Yutian, who was in his study, couldn't help but sink his heart when he heard the news. He knew too well the uniqueness of Shangguan Hongtian, the only child of the Shangguan family, and the future ruler of the Shangguan family. If Shangguan Hongtian was beaten, the Shangguan Xuanrua brothers would never let it go. Creak. In this room, the door to the study was pushed open, and a graceful figure walked in from the outside. The person who came was none other than Chen Yiqiu, who was preparing to persuade Mu Yutian to assist his son-in-law. What's wrong? Who made you so angry this morning? Chen Yiqiu asked, trying to calm Mu Yutian down when she saw his ashen face. Humph, it's that bastard kid your precious daughter brought back. Do you know what he did? Mu Yutian, who wasn't too happy with Yi Xian in the first place, paused. Shangguan Hongtian was sent to the hospital by that kid. No surprise, if you know about this, the overprotective Shangguan Xianying is probably already on his way here. Chen Yiqiu's brows tightened upon hearing this. This is no small matter. Is there some kind of misunderstanding? I'll ask my brother on the phone. Chen Yiqiu then dialed her daughter's phone number, but when she heard Mu Hanyue's account of what happened, Chen Yiqiu's expression became complex and surprised, and eventually her mouth curved into an arc. As soon as he hung up the phone, before he could tell Mu Yutian, an angry voice spread throughout the Mu family villa. Mu Yutian, come out here. How dare you, Mu family? With a flash, immediately, Shangguan Xianming surrounded the Mu family villa with his subordinates, making it impossible to get through, and he was in a posture ready to go to war. Ha, second master Shangguan, what brings you to my house? Although he knew why he was here, Mu Yutian still greeted him with a smile. After all, they were in the wrong in this matter, at least that's how he saw it now. Mu Yutian, don't pretend you don't know what's going on. Don't tell me you don't know what's going on. That young master of yours really has some nerve, daring to send my nephew Hongtian to the hospital. If you don't give me an explanation today, I'll demolish your villa. Shangguan Xianming was furious. He had long since regarded Shangguan Hongtian as his own child, and had high expectations for him. Now that he had heard about this brat, how could he remain calm? Even if he had to go against the heavens, he would seek justice for his nephew. Xianming, to be honest, I just learned about this too, and I don't know the details yet. Humph. Don't give me that useless nonsense. Hand over your nephew, and I won't make you Mu family my enemy, or else your Mu family and my Shangguan family will have no further dealings from now on. Hearing Shangguan Xianying's words, Mu Yutian hated to skin the brat alive, as he had caused him so much trouble. Chen Yiqiu saw that Shangguan Xianying was so angry, and thinking about what his daughter had said, she smiled meaningfully. Second Master Shangguan, don't be angry yet. I already spoke with Shuer on the phone, and Shuer was there at the time, so I know the whole story. After a pause, seeing that Shangguan Xianying's anger had slightly subsided, the reason for this matter is not to blame Yi Xian, but it was all provoked by Hongtian. Perhaps you don't know yet, but now Hongtian has already worshipped Yi Xian, that is, our master. Boom. Chen Yiqiu's words made Shangguan Xianying stunned, and even Mushin was a little shocked. Worship that brat as a master? No way. Shangguan Xianying directly vetoed, joking, Hongtian would worship a bratty kid as his master. If he wants to worship a master, I can find him the best master. The truth can be easily verified. If you don't believe me, you can contact the people on your side. At that time, there were also 5 or 6 bodyguards from your Shangguan family. Maybe they didn't tell the whole story because they were afraid you would blame them. Chen Yiqiu's eyes flashed with a wise look, and his analysis of the mentality of the 5 or 6 bodyguards of the Shangguan family was extremely accurate. However, at this time, a phone call came in. When he saw that it was his brother Shangguan Xuanrua, he answered the call, and when he heard the voice coming through, Shangguan Xuanming's expression was complicated. Brother, are you sure? That little bastard Hongtian really took that stinking brat from the Mu family as his master. In shock, Shangguan Xianying directly called Hongtian a little bastard. Such behavior made the experts from the Shangguan family behind him twitch their mouths and their eyelids kept twitching. Isn't this little bastard indirectly scolding their master? After all, only an old bastard would have a little bastard. Second brother, come back, this is our family business, don't be a disgrace. Opposite, Shangguan Xiandun paused for a moment. This matter has nothing to do with the Mu family. Hongtian has already woken up, and although his injuries are very serious, they are not fatal. He also admitted that this was all due to his persistence, and has nothing to do with Yi Xian or the Mu family. What? This? Shangguan Xiandong was directly stunned. Okay, I got it. After hanging up the phone, Shangguan Xianying's face showed embarrassment, cough cough. Well, Mu Yutian, this matter has been investigated and it has been confirmed that it has nothing to do with your Mu family. However, it is a fact that your husband Yi Xian hit my nephew. When the time comes, I will teach that kid a lesson, so your Mu family should not intervene. Upon hearing his elder brother's words, Shangguan Xianying's first thought was to teach that brat a severe lesson, so that his nephew would give up. Really, if this matter were to get out, how would the Shangguan family save face? Of course. There is no reason for us to intervene when the second Shangguan elder is standing up for his nephew. Chen Yiqiu gave a faint smile, and Mu Yutian didn't say anything in the end, even though he wanted to take this opportunity to see how much of a brat that brat was. The demon capital. On the highway to Causeway Bay, a supercar sped by, and when the imperial capital nearly had a sky-falling incident, Yi Xian was taking Mu Hanyue and the 2 little ones home to meet their parents. After all, now that they had their marriage certificate, they only needed to meet their parents. And there was one more thing they had to do on this trip: register Tongtong and Mengmeng, and the 2 little ones' names would change from Mu Yutong and Mu Yumeng to Yi Yutong and Yi Yumeng. At the moment, Mu Hanshi had just finished talking to her mother, Chen Yiqiu, on the phone. Looking out the window at the beautiful scenery flying by and breathing in the refreshing air, she felt physically and mentally comfortable. The air quality here was at least twice as good as in the center of the Magic City. Wow, the air in Daddy's home smells so good. MMHM, I heard that there is even a 1,000-year-old laurel tree in Daddy's village. As he listened to the 2 little ones chatter, Yi Xian's mouth revealed the indulgent affection of a father. It's not just a rumor, I grew up there since I was a child, and you'll really like it there. He, really, then drive faster, Daddy. The closer they got to Guishu village in Causeway Bay, Yi Xian's hometown, the fresher the air became. Mu Hanshua couldn't help but feel a little excited, but she was also a little nervous. After all, this was her first time meeting her parents. What's wrong, are you nervous? Yi Xian, who was holding Mu Hanshua's delicate hand, gave a slight smile. Mu Hanshe's pretty face flushed slightly when Yi Xian poked her thoughts, and she said, "Who's nervous?" "Hee, I'm so embarrassed, I'm nervous." "Don't be nervous, ugly bridesmaids always have to meet their in-laws." Mu Hanshe, "You two little brats, I really have raised you two with so much trouble." Mu Hanshe couldn't help feeling a little heart stopping inside. That bastard bullying her was fine, but these two little brats also taunted her from time to time. At a certain moment, Mu Hanshe felt that she had failed quite badly. "Mommy, did Daddy bully Butterfly again yesterday?" Looking out of the window at the beautiful scenery, Tong Tong looked seriously at the embarrassed Mu Hanshe. "Mu Hanshe? What did you say?" At this moment, Mu Hanshe felt like she was hearing things. Tong Tong, this little guy, actually asked if that jerk had bullied her Butterfly. "That's right, we're not 1-year-olds anymore, and we know that Daddy often bullies your Butterfly." Meng Meng dealt another critical blow at this moment, and Mu Hanshe's mind was struck by lightning. Her pretty face immediately flushed, and she wondered what had come to her mind. Hee, Daddy definitely bullied Butterfly. Tong Tong saw her mommy blushing shyly and giggled cutely. I just don't know if he bullied Cherry." The two little ones spoke one after the other, and Mu Hanshe could not help but find a place to hide. Where did they learn all this? She had clearly only told them about butterflies and cherries. In contrast, Yi Xian was unruffled, as if what the two little ones had said had nothing to do with him. However, Mu Hanshe did not notice the faint curve of his mouth. P.S. Old friends, don't stop urging for more chapters and powering up with love to watch the videos. You are the best. Chapter 34, The Little Fish, Little Chicken, and Little Dog at the Old Man's House Must Be Really Fun. Guishu Village. The breeze is gentle, and the osmanthus flowers are blooming. Even from a distance, one can smell the faint fragrance of osmanthus in the air. Smelling the long-lost fragrance, Yi Xian gives a small smile. This fragrance of osmanthus has accompanied him for 20 years. Squeak! A sudden brake sound stopped at the end of the village, and the even stronger osmanthus fragrance hit him in the face. He pushed the door open and got out of the car. Wow! What a fragrance, so sweet and intoxicating, come and smell it. The two little ones, Tong Tong and Meng Meng, as soon as Mu Hanshe opened the car door, they immediately scrambled out of the car, deeply inhaling the super fragrant osmanthus fragrance in the air. Mu Hanshe also got out of the car, and was also attracted by the picturesque rural scenery in front of her, and couldn't help but let out a small sigh of relief. Yi Xian, this is your hometown. Mu Hanshe's eyes widened, and she couldn't believe what she was seeing. She couldn't believe that there was such a picturesque place in the world. The sky was blue and white, the mountains green and the water clear. There was smoke from the chimneys and the air was filled with the comforting fragrance of osmanthus. This feeling can only be understood after experiencing it for yourself. Coming here will refresh people's perception of the enjoyment of life. There is not a trace of the hustle and bustle of the world here, as if it is a paradise outside the secular world, a fairyland on earth. Seeing the expressions of his wife and two little ones, Yi Xian was not surprised, because after he was born and came to this world, he was also amazed by the scenery here. Or, to use his words, this place shouldn't exist in the world. Moreover, because the scenery here is so picturesque, even though his parents are a teacher and an engineer, and their lives are not bad, they are not able to afford to buy a house in the city. The reason they still stay here is because of the beautiful scenery and environment. If you choose to retire here, it is not a problem to live for another 8 or 10 years. While Mu Hanshe and the two little ones were admiring Guishu village, the elderly villagers gathered around a stone table at the entrance to the village playing chess also noticed Yi Xian's side. Oh. That car looks very expensive. I wonder where the local tyrants are visiting us. Yes, although our place is not a busy area, nor a tourist attraction, the environment is beyond reproach, at least several times better than a tourist attraction. Ah, that's true, but don't you guys feel that young guy looks a bit familiar? While the village chief Chenjianghe, who was playing chess under the 1,000-year-old laurel tree, and the elderly people in the village were talking, their gazes then fell on Yi Xian, who was smiling slightly and introducing Mu Hanshe and the two little kids. Suddenly, the eyes of the elderly people all trembled. Well, isn't that Yi Xian, the Cloud family's little Yi? Chen Jianghe, the village chief in his 60s, suddenly recognized Yi Xian with a start. Well, that's our village's first good boy to get into the demon capital university. Cough cough, it really is him. When he was little, this kid went to our fish pond every other day to fish. I'd recognize him even if he turned to dust. When the elders in the village recognized Yi Xian, they all stood up, because that little guy was the first person in their village to get into college, and he even got into the best college in the demon capital, which really made their village look good in front of the other villages. At this time, Yi Xian, Mu Hanshue, and the two little guys arrived under the 1,000-year-old laurel tree. Grandpa Village Chief, long time no see. It's been a long time, Grandpas. Seeing the village chief Chen Shanha and the others standing to greet him, Yi Xian did not dare to be presumptuous. These people are all highly respected elderly people in the village. Ha, why did you come back at this time, boy? This is Chen Shanha. Seeing the most promising young person in the village return, he was exceptionally happy and couldn't help but look at Mu Hanshue and the two little ones. Oh, yes, village chief Grandpa, let me introduce. While speaking, Yi Xian grabbed Mu Hanshue's hand and said, Grandpa Village Chief, this is my wife, and these two little ones are my daughters. Ha! The elderly man, who had been smiling, was shocked when he heard Yi Xian's introduction, including the village chief Qin Jianghe. The news undoubtedly shocked them too much. Yi Zi was married and had children 2 years old. When did this happen? I said, Yi Zi, this is your fault. Your father is also to blame. You dared not tell us about such a big event as your marriage. Wang Jinshue, who was next to the village chief, was an elderly man with second only to the village chief Qin Jianghe in prestige in the village. He pretended to be frowning. Upon hearing Wang Jinshue's words, Mu Hanshue's pretty face flushed slightly. Cough cough, how dare I not tell you, but this is a long story. I also knew that Hanshue gave birth to 2 daughters not long ago. As you can see, we only registered our marriage. Yi Xian said, taking out the marriage certificate and handing it to the village chief Qin Jianghe. Hanshue, this is our village chief, Grandpa Chen, and these are Grandpa Wang, Grandpa Li, and Grandpa Feng. Hello, Grandpa Chen. Hello, Grandpa Wang. Hello, Grandpa Li. These were all respected elders to Yi Xian, and the naturally reserved Mu Hanshue dared not be careless. Even though she was the domineering CEO of Tianji Group, here she was just Yi Xian's wife and the mother of the 2 little ones. Tong Tong and Meng Meng, come over and meet the grandpas. He, hello, Grandpa Village Chief, hello, Grandpa Wang, hello, Grandpa Li, hello, Grandpa Feng. The 2 little ones blinked their big, sparkling eyes and called sweetly, melting the hearts of the several elderly men, including the village chief Qin Jianghe, who were all beaming with joy. He, good, good, good. The cute voice completely amused the old gentleman, and they all seemed to have become a dozen years younger. After reading Yi Xian's marriage certificate, Chen Jianghe knew that they had indeed not yet officially married. Although he was old, he was not pedantic. Nowadays, there were many people who did not get married but had children. This time, he came back to bring his daughter-in-law to meet your parents, right? Haha, of course, I have to show off a beautiful daughter-in-law like this. Mu Hanshi heard that memo gave him a glare, while Chen Shanha just laughed. You brat, you haven't changed at all. That's right, when this Yi Zi was little, he used to steal fish from my pond. Hearing this, Feng's grandfather chimed in, and it was obvious that he was the elderly person who had complained earlier. What do you mean? When this Yi Zi was little, he used to chase my chickens away, so they didn't dare go home. My dog was scared when it saw Yi Zi. And my family. Listen to the revelations of the elderly gentleman. Yi Xian's forehead was covered in a mass of dark lines, while Mu Hanshi looked at Yi Xian in surprise, unable to help but whisper curiously, you were so naughty when you were a child. Air. Upon hearing his beautiful wife's words, Yi Xian paused, coughing, and said, it's okay. He said this with his mouth, but in his heart, he wished he could format his childhood. After all, when he was a child, he was the king of the children in Guishu village, and even the dogs were afraid to approach him. Even when he was young, he was like this. Now that he has a system and has become a man with a system, it goes without saying. To be honest, at the moment, Yi Xian doesn't even care about the heavens and the earth. Wow! Daddy is awesome, you were so amazing when you were young. You're right, we're so much worse than Daddy was when he was young. Grandpa's little fish, little chicken, and little doggy must be really fun. As they talked, the 2 little ones' eyes shone with green light. They wanted to follow in their father's footsteps. Holy shit! Seeing the 2 little ones' familiar expressions, including the village chief Qin Jianghe, they all felt a bad feeling in their hearts. Could it be that they had said something they shouldn't have? Here, they seemed to see 2 little Yi Zi from their childhood. Back then, when the child King Yi Zi blew up their village, if there were 2 of them, the image made their scalp tingle just thinking about it. Cough cough, look at you, you're scaring the old man. I'm warning you, you must not be like your father when he was a child, got it? Otherwise, your mother will be angry. Hanshe warned the two restless little guys. Hee, got it, mother, we're all good kids. Tong Tong and Meng Meng obediently answered, but the green light in their eyes did not diminish in the slightest, but instead became more vigorous. This made Chen Jianghe and the others feel even more uneasy, and they secretly thought that they must keep a close eye on the fish pond, chicken coop, and puppy when they returned. Cough cough. Yi Xian, of course, also sensed the old men's vigilance, and coughed dryly, saying, "What? Village Chief Grandpa, they're actually very well behaved." Really? After a pause, Chen Jianghe also followed suit, thinking back to the past. You were also very well behaved. Yi Xian. Puff ha ha ha. Seeing Yi Xian get embarrassed, the many elderly people in the village laughed heartily, and Hanshe also smiled. They obviously heard the village chief's unspoken meaning. Being obedient with your mouth doesn't help, it's when your body is completely out of control that it's deadly. When Yi Xian was a child, he played the part of being obedient in front of people but did the opposite behind their backs. It's not an exaggeration to say that the current Tong Tong and Meng Meng have completely inherited Yi Xian's spirit and appearance. After a pleasant atmosphere for about 10 minutes, Yi Xian looked at Grandpa Feng and said, "Grandpa Feng, I'll be borrowing your fish pond today. I'll grill fish for everyone to eat this afternoon." Grandpa Feng? You really are still thinking about my fish pond? Grandpa Feng's beard fluttered with anger, but when he thought about the youngest person in the village, forget it, I stole so many times when I was a child, and this is not one of them. I'll just treat it as a welcome home for your daughter-in-law and daughter. Seeing Hanshe, who had an extraordinary temperament in conversation, Grandpa Feng said as a host. Yi Xian, cough cough. Then thank you, Grandpa Feng. I'm doing this because of your beautiful wife and two cute little kids, so you don't need to thank me. After saying that, the old master phone looked at Chen Jianghe, the village chief, and said, "Village chief, later on you will notify everyone in the village that this afternoon everyone will go to my fish pond. I will provide as much fish as you want today." Haha, okay. Chen Jianghe saw that Grandpa Feng was bleeding profusely, and gave a slight smile before looking at Yi Xian. "Xiaoye. We can talk about the fish later this afternoon. You go home first, I think your parents are waiting." Okay. Then, Grandpa Mayor, I'll see you all this afternoon. After saying this, he waved goodbye to the elderly men with Chen Jianghe, and looked at the back of Yi Xian's family as they left. The elderly men were full of emotions. Time really flies, and in the blink of an eye, that little kid Yi Zi is already over 2 years old. You're right, I'm afraid none of us will be around for much longer. Oh, right, Lao Zhou, isn't your boy interning at some paternity testing center in the Magic City? He's here too, so we can definitely call him this afternoon. Hearing the village chief's words, Grandpa Zhou nodded. That's good, I'll give him a call first and tell him the good news. Then Grandpa Zhou dialed his grandson's phone number. On the other side, at Grandmother Zhou Zitian's house in Huaiju village. The phone rang. Zhou Zitian answered the phone, and when he heard it was his grandfather, he answered the call without hesitation. When he heard the news, he felt terrible. "Grandpa, what did you say?" "Yi Zi is bringing his wife and 2 daughters to Guishu village, and he's going to grill fish for the whole village in the afternoon." "Good. Don't worry, Grandpa, I'll be right back." After hanging up the phone, Zhou Zitian's mind flashed back to the scene a while ago when he helped Yi Xian with the paternity test at the paternity center. He was stunned for a long time and looked in the direction of Guishu village. My goodness, Yi Zi is really fast. Chapter 35, Yi Xian leaves no one behind. Guishu village, a small neighborhood path. After walking for a while, Hanshe couldn't help but be curious. "Yi Xian, were you really that naughty when you were a child? How could that be? Don't listen to the village chief and the others talking nonsense." "I was actually very obedient." Woof woof. Yi Xian's words were cut short when he heard a puppy in the neighboring yard barking at him. Yi Xian. But this was just the beginning. With this bark, the puppies in the entire village came out of their respective yards, their big eyes staring at Yi Xian, their expressions full of vigilance. Hanshe was stunned by the sudden scene. At the moment, she even had the urge to laugh. Did all the dogs in the village know that Yi Xian was here? They were boycotting Yi Xian. What had this guy done to deserve such hatred? Did he burn their dog kennels down or steal their puppies? Or... Hanshe's mind flashed with the incredibly realistic image of Yi Xian demolishing dog kennels and robbing puppies. She couldn't help but burst out laughing. She really didn't think that this guy, who looked so refined and elegant, would do something so inappropriate. Hey, Mu Hanshue, what's with that look? I'll beat you up if you don't believe me. Seeing Mu Hanshue's appearance, Yi Xian obviously knew that this girl definitely thought of herself as that, although she thought that there was a little bit of him doing it. Wow, Daddy is so awesome. All the dogs came to greet Daddy, so awesome, so admired. When the two little guys heard the dogs howling, they were afraid. No little dog dared to come forward, which made the two little guys admire them even more. These guys, get lost. Listening to the words of the two little guys, to be honest, he would rather not have this kind of worship. With a flick of his mind, he transformed into an invisible magnetic field and slapped his hand towards the surrounding pack of dogs. Ow! More than 20 dogs were startled by the sudden attack and looked at Yi Xian with trepidation, fleeing in a flurry, but even after they had gone far away, they did not forget to bark a few times. Seeing this scene, which seemed to be following his every word, Mu Hanshi couldn't help but think, this big pigfoot really doesn't look like he knows how to beat people, but he's also so good at beating dogs. In this way, Yi Xian passed by, leaving not a single dog behind. However, the entire village was in an uproar, and people came out of their homes one after the other. When they saw the scene in the middle of the field, they understood. They had just been wondering why the dogs in the village were howling like crazy, and realized that it was the Yi family's boy who had returned. Seeing this, they understood, but soon they were attracted by Mu Hanshue, who was next to Yi Xian and had fair skin, a beautiful appearance and a good temperament, as well as the two little ones. Hey, who are the pretty girl next to Yi Xian and the two little ones? I've never seen them before. Yes, I've never heard Yi Xian or his father mention them. Could they be relatives? But then again, the Yi boy is going places. It's been 3 years since he started at Shanghai University. Time sure flies. That's right, my boy is taking his high school entrance exam this year. Many people chattered and speculated about the identities of Mu Hanshue and the two little ones. However, under the gaze and greetings of the villagers, Mu Hanshue became even more nervous. After all, she was meeting her in-laws. After a while, with a stiff upper lip, Mu Hanshi and the two little ones, led by Yi Xian, arrived at a bamboo house with exquisite decorations that were still fashionable. Just by looking at it, you could tell that the bamboo house must have been carefully designed, and the designer was no ordinary person. Are you satisfied with this bamboo house? My father and his colleagues worked together on it, and they are all acquaintances. Even so, the construction cost at the time was almost 300,000 yuan. For outsiders, the cost would be 500,000 yuan per person, which is simply unaffordable. With such a beautiful view, it's no wonder that my uncle spent so much money building the bamboo house here. Mu Hanshi looked around at the green mountains and clear waters surrounding the bamboo house, and couldn't help but feel emotional. Looking at the bamboo house, he then stepped inside with one foot. Dad, Mom? Lao Yi, hurry up. Your son has brought his daughter-in-law back. In the exquisite bamboo house, Jiang Wanqing urged Yi Yunfei, and hurriedly walked quickly out of the bamboo house. Okay, I'm coming. Yi Yunfei was quite satisfied to learn from Jiang Wanqing that his son had registered their marriage with a beautiful girl and that they both had children over 2 years old. After all, it was not easy to marry a girl nowadays, and his son had married a beautiful girl. Oh, you must be Hanshe, you're really pretty. Upon seeing her daughter-in-law for the first time, Jiang Wanqing was overjoyed. She had to admit that the girl was even prettier than her photos, and she wondered how many people would envy her for having such a beautiful and outstanding daughter-in-law. You little brat, you know you're back. Ye's father walked out of the main building and scolded with a smile, following Jiang Wanqing's words. Hello, uncle, hello aunt. It was the first time Mu Hanshue had met Yi Xian's parents, and she was lying when she said she wasn't nervous. Good. Jiang Wanqing and his father exchanged glances, secretly thinking that their son had very good taste, having won her over 3 years ago. Then Jiang Wanqing turned to Mu Hanshue. Hanshue, you have suffered for 3 years. If this brat dares to bully you in the future, you just tell me and I will take care of it for you. Thank you, auntie. Hearing Jiang Wanqing's words, Mu Hanshue's nervous mood eased a lot at the moment, because she realized that Yi Xian's mother was very approachable. Tong, Meng, quickly call Grandpa and Grandma. Mu Hanshue, whose mood had eased a little, said to the two little ones. Grandpa. Grandma. The sweet, adoring voices rang out, like a ray of clear wind blowing into the hearts of Yi Yunfei and Jiang Wanqing, and their hearts immediately melted. Yi Yunfei and Jiang Wanqing each took one of the two, picking up Tong and Meng. The two little ones were really cute. By the way, Hanshe, let's let your aunt show you around the bamboo house. After saying that, she gave Ye's father a wink, pulled Hanshe into the bamboo house, and the two little ones ran around playing in the courtyard. You brat, you've been quiet for more than 2 years after having a child, that's enough. Ye's father gave his son a dirty look, but there was no blame. After all, it wasn't entirely his fault back then. To be honest, how wealthy is that girl's family? I heard from your mother that the girl drives a Bugatti Chiron and lives in Kowloon Villa number 1. Before their son arrived, the old couple had each set themselves a task. Ye's father was responsible for finding out about the girl's family background, while Jiang Wanqing was to get on well with her future daughter-in-law. Yi Xian didn't hide anything and told the truth about the bulletproof glass of the Bugatti Veyron and the Kowloon Villa. Although Hanshe was very rich, in Yi Xian's opinion, none of that mattered. Now that he had various god-level abilities, making money was the easiest thing for him. Not to mention the dividends that Ning Schwanger has been operating with major domestic music platforms, which are worth tens of millions of dollars. As for how much Yi Xian's card has now, to be honest, he doesn't even know himself, because he is no longer interested in money. Right, Dad, you watch Tong Tong and Meng Meng first, I'll go take a look around the wine cellar in the back. Thinking about the peach blossom wine exchanged from the system, Yi Xian prepared to lay the groundwork for future gifts to his parents, and also to start the next operation. Wine room, you really think of yourself as a winemaker? If you hadn't insisted, I wouldn't have wasted 20,000-30,000 yuan. Yi Yunfei gave his son a blank stare. That was already 5 years ago, and the father and son had a big fight over it. After all, the 20,000-30,000 yuan at the time was equivalent to 4 or 5 months of his salary. He shook his head slightly, and before he could continue to vent, the figure of his son was already gone. Seeing Tong Tong stumbling, Yi Yunfei was startled and dared not be distracted anymore. On the other side, inside the bamboo house. Auntie, this is too valuable, I can't accept it. Hanshe saw Jiang Yuanqing carefully taking out the translucent emerald green jade bracelet from the well-preserved brocade box. At a glance, it was not a simple item, although she was not lacking at all. Hanshe, I know your family is wealthy and you must have no shortage of bracelets like this, but this one has a very special meaning. It is the Yi family heirloom given to the daughter-in-law, and it was originally given to me by Yi Xiao's grandmother. So, this jade bracelet will always be yours in the future. Heirloom? A token for the daughter-in-law? Hearing her future mother-in-law's words, Hanshe's pretty face flushed slightly. If that's the case, I'll accept it. That's right. Seeing Hanshe accept the bracelet, Jiang Yuanqing's heart finally sank. As the mother-in-law, she had completed the most important step. When the future mother-in-law and daughter-in-law had a heart-to-heart talk, Yi Xian also went to the back mountain. Looking at the various utensils in the wine cellar, he, who had a system, would not be able to use them in the future, not even the wine barrels. A slight movement of his mind, and then the many utensils and barrels in the wine cellar were easily transported out of the wine cellar by Yi Xian under the influence of the magnetic field. Ding! Congratulations to the host for redeeming 100 jars of peach blossom wine, which costs the host 1,000 nanny points. Peach blossom brew, this is brewed from the morning dew and the first blossoms of the peach tree, which are thousands of years old. It has the effect of beautifying the skin, strengthening the bones, and prolonging life. Although it is called peach blossom brew, it is not actually made from peach blossoms, but rather it is like a sweet spring, full of charm. Yi Xian then opened a jar of peach blossom brew and, under the precise control of the magnet, put a mouthful of it in his mouth. Sweet, refreshing, and invigorating. It's no wonder that it's a product of the system, as a jar costs 10 points of DAD value. Feeling the same effect as the system's introduction, the corner of his mouth curved up in a smile. In this way, the source of future drinks and the like will be logical. Immediately, satisfied, Yi Xian sealed the jar and left the brewing room, carrying 2 jars of peach blossom wine and walking towards the bamboo building. P.S. Thanks to the following people for their support: Xiaogu, who loves to eat Doshin soup, user 53007195, Shura Tianzun of the ancient city I'm not online, Yutagawa Rio of the 10 villages Fengyun, and user 10417406. The author has something to say. Thanks to Xiaogu, who loves to eat soup with a single ingredient, user 53007195, the Shura Tianzun of the ancient city I'm not online, the Yutanchuan of the 10 villages Fengyun, and user 10417406 for your support and rewards. Chapter 36, Ba, we also want exquisite bamboo buildings. Jiang Wanqing and Hanshe, a mother-in-law and daughter-in-law, came down the stairs. Yi Yunfei let out a small sigh of relief when he saw the jade bracelet on Hanshe's wrist. The fact that the girl had accepted the bracelet given to her by Jiang Wanqing also meant that she had tacitly agreed to be their daughter-in-law. Although he was not pedantic, the term son-in-law didn't sound very good when spoken aloud. Wow, Mom, why do you have an extra bracelet on your hand? It's so pretty. Tong Tong and Meng Meng, who didn't understand, blinked their big, wide eyes in curiosity and asked, and when they heard what the two little ones said, Mu Hanche's pretty face flushed with embarrassment. Jiang Yuanqing saw her daughter-in-law's shyness and was about to intervene when Yi Xian, who was carrying a wine jar in one hand, walked in from outside, saying, "What's so happy?" "Wow, Daddy, you're back." "Hee, we were talking about the jade bracelet on Mommy's hand, look how pretty it is." The two little guys' eyes were fixed on the jade bracelet on Mu Hanchue's wrist, and their eyes were full of desire. Jade bracelet? Upon hearing the two little guys' words, Yi Xian looked over and saw the specific family heirloom that the Yi family had given their daughter-in-law on Mu Hanchue's wrist. Upon seeing the jade bracelet, Yi Xian understood everything. "Oh, that jade bracelet is for your future brother-in-law's wife." Mu Hanchue's face flushed, and Jiang Wanqing glared at her son, scolding him for saying such nonsense. Of course, she said that, but in her heart she was thinking that he was just telling the truth. Yi Yunfei saw all this and couldn't help but smile. "Oh. It's true, Mama is pregnant. That's so strange, I can't see it." The two little guys don't have that much of a mind, staring with wide eyes like curious babies at their mother's belly. This shouldn't be, shouldn't it? Didn't the book say that the belly of a pregnant woman will grow? Yi Xian, you saw the expectant gaze of the two little guys. Mu Hanchue glared at Yi Xian, this bastard really likes to bully people. "Ha, just kidding, your mother isn't pregnant yet." After saying that, he saw his wife's face turn slightly better, but it was only a matter of time. While talking, Yi Xian was also a little puzzled. He was hit by a wave of misfortune 3 years ago, and now there have been countless waves, but not even a single ripple has been made. Mu Hanshi. Bastard, this big jerk, so hateful. I really want to bite him to death and eat him, ah. Since she found this guy some time ago, her life has completely changed. She has never received such treatment before. Okay, that's all for later. Now, there is an important matter. After saying that, Yi Xian opened the mouth of a wine jar, and suddenly a mellow fragrance of peach blossom wine filled every corner of the living room of the bamboo building. Yi Yunfei, who had not paid attention before, straightened up. "This is the wine you brewed in the wine cellar 10 years ago in the back mountain." "Brew wine? Daddy can brew wine." Upon hearing that Daddy can brew wine, Tongtong's big, wide eyes blinked, her eyes full of curiosity. "Ha, of course, if I can make such a delicious drink as chilled watermelon juice, what's wine, right, Daddy?" Meng Meng snorted twice, acting like a proud brat. Mu Hanchua rolled his eyes at Meng Meng, who was clearly deeply poisoned. If you said that Big Pig's foot could pluck the moon from the sky, Meng Meng would probably believe it, and of course Tongtong would too. "Ha, you are in for a treat. This is peach blossom wine that I have been brewing for 10 years. Not only is it as good for beauty as iced watermelon juice, it also strengthens the body and prolongs life." Mu Hanchua. Listening to Yi Xian, Mu Hanchua rolled his eyes. He sounded so sincere, as if he really believed it was a panacea. He didn't even blush when he lied, he was really thick-skinned. However, Mu Hanchua did not know that every word, no, every single word, Yi Xian said was more true than gold. "You brat, you talk a big game, let's see how good your peach blossom wine really is." Yi Yunfei laughed as he listened to his son. "Wow, I want some too." "Peach blossom wine sounds super delicious, pa, pour Meng Meng a glass quickly." The two little ones couldn't contain their excitement. Mu Hanshi glared at them, scolding them for encouraging the little ones to drink. "No, Tongtong wants to drink. Baba said it's suitable for young and old." "Humph, Mommy, Tongtong doesn't like you." Me too, Mommy, you're mean." Mu Hanchua heard this and a dark line appeared on her forehead. These two ungrateful little things are really getting more and more impudent, just like their father. "Ha, it's okay, Hanchua. Although this is fermented wine, it is even better for children. Not only can it supplement children's various nutritional needs, it can also nourish the body and enhance immunity. As for the wine, you'll know just by trying it." Yi Yunfei here already took a cup and poured a small cup from the wine jar and took a sip. In the mouth, it was sweet and delicious, refreshing the body and mind, and it felt like being hit on the head with a basin of cold water in the hot summer. Wonderful. This feeling can only be appreciated, it cannot be described. After taking a sip, Yi Yunfei's eyes glowed. Quickly, you guys try it too. Oh, really? This brat has this skill. Upon hearing Yi Yunfei's words, Jiang Wanqing suspiciously glanced at her son and took a sip of the peach blossom wine, one of the cups Yi Yunfei poured. Jiang Wanqing's reaction was even stronger than Yi Yunfei's. Two streaks of brilliance blossomed in her eyes. This peach blossom wine is worthy of being my son, amazing. In her surprise, Jiang Wanqing's true nature was revealed, which really shocked Hanshe. The words "unlike his mother's son" kept popping up in her mind, completely different from the gentle tone he had just used when talking to her. However, this made Hanshe even more curious. Could it be that this guy? Wow, you're amazing, super awesome. This is even better than chilled watermelon juice, hee. The two little ones gulped down half a cup of peach wine, and then their big, starry eyes stared at the wine jar. Daddy, we want some more. Okay, I'll pour some for you. Yi Xian was not surprised to see the two little ones' appearance. After all, he had experienced the taste of peach wine, and there was absolutely no doubt about it. Of course, the most important thing is that as a crazy girl's father, how could he refuse his daughter's request? After all, Hanshe could no longer hold back her curiosity, and with her delicate fingers like green onions, she lifted a cup of peach wine and took a small sip. The feeling was just a small sip, and then Hanshe drank another sip of peach wine. The feeling in the mouth completely surpassed Lafite, brandy, and whiskey. There is such a fine wine in the world. The name peach blossom wine matches the taste. However, Hanshe, who originally didn't care much, looked at Yi Xian with a completely changed expression in her eyes. She never expected that this big pig's wine-making level was so high, and this alone was definitely an international master-level existence. It's just, how did this bastard do it? Yes. This is Hanshe's biggest concern. There is no doubt about the level of winemaking, but Yi Xian can make more than just wine. In addition to his superb winemaking skills, he is also good at cooking, playing music, martial arts, and playing musical instruments. It is not easy for ordinary people to be admirable at just one thing, but this guy is impressive in every field. The charm of this guy is getting bigger and bigger, and it is also getting more and more mysterious. Maybe it won't take long before I can't resist the mystery. Hanshe looked at Yi Xian with an increasingly complicated expression. Even she didn't realize that she had already developed a slight admiration for Yi Xian. 1 cup. 3 cups. 5 cups. The sweet and refreshing peach blossom wine was quickly finished in 1 jar under the taste of the 6 people. Belch. Belch. The two little guys had the biggest reactions, and they directly belched out a full stomach. You have to know that Yi Xian exchanged this jar of peach wine from the system mall for a full 10 gene of it. Even if you count the two little guys, each of them has to have more than 1.5 gene, which means what? Moreover, the two little guys only drank a total of less than 1 gene, or at most no more than 1.5 gene, which means that each of the 4 people, Yi Xian and Hanshe, drank almost 2 gene. Jiang Wanqing looked at Hanshe's complex expression, which contained a hint of indistinct admiration, and smiled. She had originally worried that the gap between their family backgrounds and her daughter-in-law's family was too great, but now it seemed that her worries were completely unnecessary. Her son's excellence alone was enough to make up for it all. At this moment, Jiang Wanqing had never felt her son had ever brought her such shame before, even when their son was admitted to the University of Shanghai for Science and Technology. P.S. The old iron guys are using love to generate electricity to urge for more, and Tong Tong Meng Meng is flirting and acting cute for you old irons. The author has something to say. The old iron guys are using love to generate electricity to urge for more, and Tong Tong Meng Meng is flirting and acting cute for you old irons. Chapter 37. It's not that my dad is strong, it's just that you're too weak. Guishu Village, afternoon. The breeze was gentle, and Yi Xian's parents, Hanshe, and the two little ones woke up from their sleep one after the other. Yi Xian was tinkering in the winemaking room behind the bamboo building. Divine level magnetogenesis. With a slight movement of his mind, an incredible scene appeared in the next moment. Under the influence of Yi Xian's magnetic field, the abandoned iron gate hundreds of meters away was lifted into the air, and the corner of his mouth slightly curled up. Under the power of the heavens, the entire iron gate melted in midair at a strange speed, and in a short while it turned into a liquid. Then, it drew a beautiful arc in the air and landed in the wine cellar, where it began to reform. Suddenly, 5 pairs of rotating fish grills appeared from the ground, still folded. Each pair of rotating fish grills weighs about 10 caddies, so 5 pairs weigh 50 caddies. Looking at the little bit of liquid metal in the air, after a moment of pondering, his mind moved again, and then a metal steel bar about the thickness of an adult thumb, about a meter long, appeared in Yi Xian's hands. Holding the slightly cool temperature of the steel bar, Yi Xian's mouth curved up in an arc. The barbecue rack and steel bar were ready to be finished, and the next step was to go to Master Feng's fish pond to eat fish. Thinking about the big, fat fish at the Feng family's house, Yi Xian gave a small smile, unable to help but feel a little hungry. From sneaking around as a child to doing it openly now, Feng's family is going to be in pain. With a wave of his right hand, under the influence of the magnetic field, the 5 jars of peach blossom wine soared into the air and appeared in Yi Xian's hands. He strode out of the wine-making room. At the same time, the loudspeaker by the 1,000-year-old laurel tree in Guishu village began to broadcast the voice of the village chief, Zhenjianghe. Ahem, everyone wake up. Attention, all villagers, regardless of age or gender, gather at the lawn by the Feng family fish pond. The young Yi Zi of the Yunfei family will be treating the whole village to a barbecue this afternoon. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, so let's get moving. The loudspeaker can be heard clearly in every corner of Guishu village. The villagers, who have just woken up from a deep sleep, hear the sound of the broadcast and notice that their stomachs have grown a little full. A hint of interest wells up in their eyes. Inviting the whole village to eat grilled fish, this idea can only have come from Yi Yi, the child king of the Yi family back then. As a child, he often had designs on the Feng family's fish pond. Now Yi Yi is really bold. One after the other, the villagers came out of their homes, feeling the gentle breeze and smelling the fragrance of osmanthus, and hurried towards the Feng family fish pond. Ye's father also moved the 5 jars of peach blossom wine to the car to prepare to enjoy it with the villagers. Originally, Yi Yunfei was also a little reluctant, but when he learned that there were 100 jars of peach blossom wine in the wine cellar, he immediately agreed generously. A little. Gui village, the lawn next to the Feng family fish pond. The blue sky, green grass and clear water form a beautiful picture. This is the picturesque scenery. Hey, Yi Zi, you finally arrived. As soon as he arrived in the field, a figure trotted over from not far away. The first thing he did was to slightly falter when he saw Mu Hanshue next to Yi Xian. I'll be damned, Yi Zi, this is your younger sister, and 2 twin daughters. Upon hearing the words younger sister, Mu Hanshue's pretty face flushed slightly. She had heard Shelley mention that Yi Xian's childhood friend in front of her was named Zhou Zitian, and it was he who had done the paternity test for Yi Xian in the first place. Daddy, who is he? Tongtong looked curiously at Zhou Zitian and asked. Oh, this is your Uncle Zhou, say hello. He petted Tongtong's head fondly and laughed. Oh. Hello, Uncle Zhou. The well-behaved Tongtong said with her big, sparkling eyes. Seeing the little guy's cute appearance, Zhou Zitian grinned, and before he knew it, he had become an uncle. But before he could be happy, Meng Meng on the side tilted her head to the side and said, Uncle Zhou, isn't your aunt here? Zhou Zitian. Meng Meng hit the sore spot with a sharp question, Uncle, where's your girlfriend? Oh, Meng Meng, Uncle Zhou hasn't married yet, he said, rubbing Meng Meng's head and explaining. Married? That's not right. Even if Dad hasn't married, he and Mom have given birth to us. Yi Xian, cough cough, don't talk nonsense. Mom and I are the exception. Oh, I see. Then Uncle Zhou needs to work hard. Oh, we have our own baby, and you haven't even gotten married yet. Poof. The little master of snarky comments stabbed again. Zhou Zitian almost coughed up 3 liters of blood. That was ruthless. Zhou Zitian was impressed. After a burst of cursing, Zhou Zitian sensibly and decisively stopped talking. This is true of a little guy who is just over 2 years old, and if he grows up, what's going to happen? Never mind that. This is the fish grilling tool, I'll take it over there. After saying that, Zhou Zitian shifted the subject and his gaze fell on the 5 sets of barbecue stands installed in the car. Yi Zi, today I... Ha! Zhou Zitian hadn't finished speaking when he suddenly noticed something wrong with the barbecue stand in his hands. His heart pounded, and then Zhou Zitian straightened his back, holding the black cloth bag handle with both hands, and drank. With a low drink, the black cloth bag lifted off the ground, and Zhou Zitian's face turned red from the effort. He had just lifted it from the car, and with a thud, the 5 pairs of barbecue stands fell to the ground, almost hitting Zhou Zitian's feet and scaring him. If something this heavy had fallen on his feet, he would have probably suffered a crushing fracture. I'll do it. Seeing Fei Zhao's face turn red, Yi Xian gave a small smile and took the handle of the cloth bag from Zhou Zitian's hands. Without seeing him exert any strength, the black cloth bag was lifted with ease, as if it had no weight at all. Here, not to mention just 50 caddies, even 500, 5,000, or 50,000 caddies, with his god-level magnetism, Yi Xian could easily do it. Zhou Zitian, holy shit. When did Yi Zi get so strong? I'm dumbfounded. Seeing Yi Xian so easily lift the black cloth bag that he had barely been able to lift with his full strength, Zhou Zitian was overwhelmed. Hee, Uncle Zhou, it's not that I'm strong, it's just that you're too weak. Uncle Zhou, you're too weak, your two hands aren't even as strong as my one hand. Zhou Zitian. Hearing the two little guy's words, Zhou Zitian froze in place, stammering for a long time without saying anything. I'm too weak, damn it, he almost believed what he said. Damn it, it's obviously that black cloth bag that's too heavy, it's just that, what has that leaf been eating lately that it's become so fierce, could it be? Zhou Zitian's gaze could not help but fall on Mu Hanshua, nourished by love, or the effect of the two younger siblings singing and dancing every night. P.S. Thanks, user 11083081, user 10243950, user 58894826. The author has something to say. Thank you. At user 11083081, user 10243950, user 58894826. Tong Tong Meng Meng is being cute and adorable, oohing and awing. Chapter 38, Daddy needs to work hard, and if you win, I'll give you a kiss. In no time at all, with the help of the villagers, the 5 fish grills were set up. Why don't we have a competition? Seeing the whole village gathered here, Feng Arrow laughed and looked at Yi Xian. Before Yi Xian became the child king, Feng Arrow was the child king of Guishu village, and all the children followed him. It had been a long time since they last met, and he wanted to show off in front of the whole village. He couldn't compare to Yi Xian in terms of academic performance, but now it was a different story at his home. Not bad. Feng Arrow was no one else but the grandson of the old master Feng. Although he was now married, his competitive spirit remained undiminished. Of course, it is not impossible that he is seeking revenge for his grandfather. This brat has caused the Feng family a lot of losses, and he cannot let this go. Yi Xian, dare you accept? Feng Arrow's provocative eyes fixed on Yi Xian, while Feng's grandfather looked on with a nose in the air and a mouth closed, as if he knew nothing about it. Seeing the expression on Feng's grandfather's face, the village chief Chen Jianghe shook his head slightly and gave a bitter smile. This old guy, at this age, is still getting angry with a child. Obviously, this matter was definitely Feng's grandfather's idea. If it weren't for this guy sitting in, Feng Arrow wouldn't dare to compete with Yi Xian with such confidence. Yi Zi, it doesn't look good today. Grandpa Feng seems to be a bit unhappy about the invitation to the fish pond barbecue. Zhou Zitian obviously also saw the plot here. Although Feng Arrow is feared by the people in the village, he would not dare to provoke Yi Xian like this even if he had 10 guts. The only possibility is that he has a backer, and the obvious one is his grandfather. Haha, no problem. With a slight smile, he then looked at Feng Arrow and said, how do you want to compare? It's very simple. Feng Arrow, who had already made a plan with his grandfather, looked at his family's fish pond. Without the use of a fishing net, we will limit ourselves to half an hour, and whoever catches the most fish will win. Feng Arrow, that's not fair. Before Yi Xian could say anything, Zhou Zitian spoke up for him. Everyone in the village knows that you grew up in the fish pond, and you have been an expert at catching fish for many years. Using your strengths to compete with Yi Xian is obviously bullying people. Okay, I promise. Zhou Zitian's outcry was not over yet, and Yi Xian readily agreed. This took Zhou Zitian, who was still outcrying, by surprise. Yi Zi, you don't know Feng Arrow's swimming skills, do you? Old Master Feng is obviously trying to teach you a lesson. Feng Arrow heard Zhou Zitian's words. Hey, Zhou Zitian, what do you mean? This has nothing to do with my grandfather, I wanted to compete on my own. As he spoke, Feng Arrow's guilty eyes glanced at his grandfather, who looked calm and collected, and this gave him some confidence. Pausing for a moment, Feng Arrow let out a small sigh of relief, and said persuasively, Yi Xian, if you win, I will give you as much fish as you want in the future, for free, how is that? Ha! As soon as Feng Arrow said this, everyone in the village looked at Yi Xian. You have to know that Yi Xian has always had a close interest in the Feng family's fish pond, both before and now. This is undoubtedly a big temptation for Yi Xian. Haha, really? Upon hearing this, Yi Xian gave a slight smile, taking it as a joke. Okay, if I lose, I will pay 20 silver coins for each fish the villagers eat today. Wow! The villagers from the surrounding Guishu village heard this bet and their hearts trembled. 21 fish? There are dozens of them, and they want to have fun, so they have to order hundreds of fish. In other words, if Yi Xian loses, he will have to pay at least 2,000 taels of silver. Good. A gentleman's word is hard to chase after with 4 horses. Upon hearing this, Feng Arrow grinned, obviously extremely satisfied with the bet. As for Feng's father, he glanced at the field and paid no more attention. However, seeing that Yi Xian did not look the least bit flustered, he had a bad feeling. Come on, Daddy, you're the best. He, in order to be able to grill fish for us at any time in the future, Daddy has to work hard, and if you win, we'll give you a kiss. The 2 little guys cheered for Baba from the sidelines, while Zhou Zitian gave a wry smile. These 2 had been fighting since they were kids, and although Yi Xian basically always won, this time was different. Feng Arrow had an absolute advantage. Oh, okay. Since you 2 want to compete, I'll be the judge today. If whoever loses doesn't honor the bet, I won't give face to either of you. Seeing that the 2 of them were determined to win, the village chief Chen Jianghe, without further consideration of whose strategy it was, took on the role of referee and notary. You have 2 minutes to prepare. You may use any fishing equipment present. 2 minutes to go, start. With the village chief's order, the villagers' eyes fell on the 2 men with relish. One was Feng Jiahu, who had grown up in the water, and the other was the child king who had grown up. No one knew who would win. With a snort, Feng Arrow, who heard the village chief's words, quickly found a bamboo basket and a steel fork, looking very imposing. Yi Xian on the other side was also preparing to end it, only taking the steel fork. Pop. Upon seeing Yi Xian's tools, Feng Arrow let out a pop and laughed. Yi Xian, are you sure you're just taking a steel fork? You're not even taking a fish basket. I don't see how you can win me. Haha, I'll go first. After saying this, Feng Arrow dove into the water with a splash, swimming towards the fish pond. In an instant, he swam several meters. In contrast, Yi Xian took off his shoes and socks, rolled up his sleeves and pants, and stepped into the river with 1 foot. The 2 men, one moving and the other still, started the competition. Splash! In the center of the fish pond, a figure appeared from the water, and in that person's hand was a plump fish. This person was none other than Feng Arrow. Sure enough, the first fish was caught by Arrow. The village chief Chen Jianghe muttered, and in comparison, he also favored Feng Arrow winning. But before Chen Jianghe could think about it, Yi Xian also made a move. The steel rod in his hand turned into a black ray, and with a swish it plunged into the water. It was fast, accurate, and ruthless to the extreme, and it directly impaled a similarly plump and delicious-looking big fish. Then there was a loud splashing sound, and the big, plump fish, impaled on the steel rod, struggled with its last breath, but how could the fat fish, which had been pierced through its body, possibly escape? Coconut shreds, Bobby A has caught it. He, come on Bobby A, keep on catching fish, Meng Meng believes in you. The 2 little ones saw their father's handsome action of plunging the steel rod into a fish, and their little faces were filled with pride, as if they had caught the fish. That kid. Feng Arrow, who had wanted to show off and taunt, couldn't help but pause when he saw Yi Xian's sudden catch. His face became a lot more solemn. Good Yi Xian, it seems I underestimated you. No, what is Yi Zi going to do? Zhou Zitian saw Yi Xian raise the steel drill and swing it forcefully towards the shore, and then it cut a beautiful arc in the air, finally landing precisely in the large wooden barrel full of clean water not far from Mu Hanshua and the 2 cute children. What? The fat fish fell into the water, and Zhou Zitian's pupils suddenly widened. The distance was at least 10 meters, but it actually went in. Chapter 39, 1 spear, 5 fish, a complete victory over Feng Arrow. This guy. Mu Hanshi looked at the fat fish in the wooden bucket beside her, and glanced imperceptibly at the big pig's foot that had fallen into the water 10 meters away. She of course knew Yi Xian's skills, and it was not surprising that he had done so well. Obviously, this guy was showing off again. Kiki, Daddy is so awesome. Yes, he was able to throw the fish in from such a long distance. The 2 little ones didn't care about the consequences, and in their eyes, their father's actions were just like Superman's, capable of anything. When the old master Feng saw this scene, he was also taken aback. That Yi. Before Feng could think, with a splash, Yi Xian, holding a steel rod, plunged it into the water again, and then broke the surface of the water, with 2 plump and delicious fish skewered on the rod like a skewer. 1 rod, 2 fish. Yes, 1 rod went down and directly caught 2 plump fish. Then the rod made a circular arc, and the 2 plump fish, as before, flew towards the shore. Plop. 2 plops. The two fat fish sank into the large bucket full of clean water, splashing up 2 streams of water. The village chief and Zhou Zitian and the others are this skill. If the first time was a coincidence, then is this time also a coincidence? To be honest, they themselves don't believe it. And this is just the beginning. Then, Yi Xian's similar but different operation began. The steel rod was plunged into the water, stuck into the fat fish, broke through the water and fell into the bucket. The movements were smooth and natural, flowing like clouds in water, without a hint of disorder, proceeding in perfect order. However, the only difference here was that instead of 2 fish on one rod, there were 3 fish on one rod, and 4 fish on one rod. In this way, the fat fish in the large wooden bucket next to Hanshe and the 2 little guys on the shore increased at a speed visible to the naked eye. 3, 5, 10, 20. Time passed by minute, and Feng Arrow also did his best to catch fish. Although he could not be as precise as Yi Xian, he understood very well that in the end, it was the quantity of fish that determined the outcome. Half an hour quickly passed. With the help of the young people from the same village, Feng Arrow carried a bamboo basket full of fat fish ashore and then poured them into another large wooden bucket. Looking at the swimming fish in his wooden bucket, Feng Arrow then looked at the wooden bucket next to Yi Xian's, where he was fishing. It didn't matter if he looked or not, but when he did, his pupils suddenly shrank. What? The density. Impossible, how can there be so many more than me? Seeing the density of the number of fat fish in Yi Xian's wooden bucket, Feng Arrow was dumbfounded. Having dealt with fish for many years, he knew too well that Yi Xian's fish count was at least double his. The outcome is clear. A difference of double the amount is not just a difference in quantity, it's a complete victory. Chen Jianghe, the village chief, looked at Yi Xian with deep meaning. This little guy is as naughty as he was as a child. This blow has left no mercy at all. When he was a child, he already suppressed Feng Arrow, and he still does. According to the statistics, Feng Arrow caught 30 fish, and Yi Xian caught 88 fish. Yi Xian wins the competition. Puff cough. What? 8.88 fish. Feng, who was unhappy to learn that his grandson had lost, was about to take a sip of tea to calm down when he was choked by the announcement of the village headman's statistics, 88 fish, which was almost 3 times as many as his grandson's catch. He, I told you that Baba would win. Baba is super great, kisses. Upon hearing that Baba had won, the 2 little ones put their tiny feet into motion and ran towards the omnipotent Baba, throwing themselves into his arms. Baba, kisses. The sweet voices of the 2 little ones could be heard, and with the attention of the many villagers, they gave Baba a kiss on the cheek from the left and right, their hearts full of joy and excitement. Ahem, this dog food is delicious as meow, I'll definitely find a girlfriend when I go back, it's so sweet. Zhou Zitian looked at Yi Xian and the 2 little ones sprinkling dog food, and he almost choked to death from the sincerity. And not only did he choke, but he also sounded so sweet. Yi Yunfei and Zhang Wanqing, seeing their son and 2 granddaughters sprinkling dog food, looked at each other and smiled. This was undoubtedly the scene they were most gratified to see and the first thing they saw. They had originally thought that they would not be able to enjoy this scene for at least 3 to 5 years, but who would have thought that their son would give them such a big surprise? Feng Arrow left the scene in a daze, just as when he was a child, and once again he was defeated by Yi Xian. However, he did not feel too overwhelmed, after all, he was used to losing. His mind could not help but think about Yi Xian's fishing technique just now. 5 fish with 1 spear. Yes, at the peak of his skill, Yi Xian used 1 spear and caught 5 fish. To be honest, he could not have done that even if he had practiced for 10 or 20 years. He could catch 2 fish with 1 spear, and it was already very impressive that he could catch fish every time he speared. Disappointed as he was undoubtedly convinced. And Feng Arrow also knew that from now on, as long as Yi Xian came to eat fish, he could not say no. In the past, when he was a child, he had to sneak around, but from now on, even if he did it openly, no one would say anything. Grandpa, I lost. Feng Arrow let out a frustrated sound to Feng's grandfather. Eh? Forget it, who let that son of a bitch set his sights on our fish pond, let him go. At this moment, the old master Feng also understood that the Feng family could not escape the clutches of that child king. Grandpa, the village chief, you take someone to light a fire on the 5 barbecue stands, and I'll go process these fish. With the efforts of 5 or 6 people, the 2 large wooden barrels were carried to the river. Haha, you can leave the leaves to me next. One of the villagers, a neighbor of Yi Yunfei's, said with a laugh. Don't worry. By the way, Brother Zhou, there are still 5 jars of peach blossom wine I brewed 10 years ago in the car, so you can share it with everyone. Great! Zhou Zitian's mind was still filled with the image of Yi Xianshan operating the fish just now. However, Zhou Zitian's attention quickly returned, and the reason for this was none other than the jar of peach blossom wine he had just opened. Ha! This is Yeezy's peach blossom wine. The mellow fragrance of the peach blossom wine, which had just been opened, spread out from the center of the jar to the four directions, filling every inch of the Feng family's fish pond in an instant, with Zhou Zitian feeling it the most. Zhou, this wine is no ordinary wine, let's taste it. Seeing Zhou Zitian's reaction, Yi Yunfei already knew everything, and the other people in the village also looked at him with surprised expressions. In no time, the mellow fragrance filled the entire place. This wine. Peach blossom wine, it lives up to its name. Chen Jianhe, the village chief, took a sip of the peach blossom wine, savoring the sweet mellow fragrance in his mouth. Even Feng, the old man who had been complaining about Yi Xian, was suddenly filled with admiration. This is the wine that brat brewed. For a while, people of all ages in the fish pond and on the lawn were sipping the 5 jars of peach blossom wine. Wow, Daddy is killing the fish, so cool. It's so fast. While the villagers of Guishu village were savoring the sweet and mellow peach blossom wine, the exclamations of 2 little ones could be heard. Then, when they looked around, they froze. Fish scales were flying, flashing silver light. In Yi Xian's hands, a knife seemed to come to life, flashing like lightning and thunder, and in no time at all the scales were removed from the fish, not a single scale left. It took no more than 3 seconds to remove all the scales. The old man Feng and his grandson Feng'er from Guishu village were both stunned. This kid's level of fish processing is higher than theirs by a long shot. Ahem, Yi Lao, this is our son. Seeing his son's great prowess in the arena, Jiang Wanqing asked Yi Yunfei next to her in a dreamlike state when her own son had acquired such skills. Chapter 40 Daddy, is the grilled fish ready yet? Tong Tong's tummy can't take it anymore. 5, 10, 20. As he removed the fish scales, Yi Xian's hands became faster and faster, until they turned into a blur. His speed was not inferior to when he carved the flying dragon and phoenix and the chrysanthemum tofu. Hiss. My goodness, Yi Xian's hand speed is terrifying. No wonder, even a beautiful woman like my younger sister is impressed. Zhou Zitian looked at the stunning beauty Mu Hanshua from a 2-dimensional perspective. Apart from this reason, he really couldn't think of any other reason that could impress such a girl. Although he didn't know what Mu Hanshua did, from her temperament, she was obviously not an ordinary girl. And the Bugatti Veyron at the village entrance, she had asked her grandfather about it, and it was driven by Yi Xian and his friends. There was no doubt that it belonged to this girl. After removing the scales, Yi Xian then performed a miraculous technique to remove the gills and cut open the belly to remove the entrails, washing them in clean water. After all this work, it is no exaggeration to call it a masterpiece. Even Yi Xian's parents, who have lived with him for 20 years, are a little confused by this scene. Daddy is awesome, you are Tongtong's hero. I really like it when Daddy is serious and awesome, he is so charming. Although the 2 little ones had already seen Baba's culinary demonstrations many times before, they were still thrilled every time. Mu Hanshua knew this, but she couldn't help but sigh. The guy's speed is really... Mu Hanshua, what are you thinking? How can you think about that? That guy bullied your butterfly, and you're still pining for him. You can't think about it, immediately, end this thought. Then insert the skewer into the fish from the mouth and out the tail. Daughter-in-law, go get the seasonings from the car for me, and brother Zhou, get me a jar of peach wine. Okay. Understood. Mu Hanshe's pretty face flushed when she heard Yi Xian call her his wife in public. She looked so enchanting that people really wanted to pounce on her right away. 1 set of barbecue grills can grill 2 fish, and 5 sets can grill 10 fish. The 10 fish surrounded Yi Xian in a circle, making it convenient for him to operate. With all his heart and in an orderly manner, he carried out the most important part of grilling fish, flipping the fish skewer, applying peach blossom wine, and from time to time using various barbecue seasonings that he had redeemed from the system mall. These seasonings alone cost Yi Xian 20 points of daddy points. In no time at all, under Yi Xian's various manipulations, and with the blessing of his god-level cooking skills, it was as if 10 works of art were being finished one after the other. The aroma of the 10 grilled fish dishes spread through the air on the 5 sets of fish grills. The villagers, who had already eaten quite a bit, felt their stomachs rumble at the tantalizing smell of the fish, as if they were saying, "I want to eat." Gulp. Dad, is the fish still not ready? Tone's little tummy can't take it anymore. Me too, Dad. Meng is also starving. The two little ones gulped and swallowed, really tempted by the aroma of the fish. The other little ones in the village were the same, and not just the little ones. Even the village chief and the villagers all cast bright, gleaming glances, their mouths watering without hiding it. Wait a little longer. It's not yet at its best. While grilling 10 fish, there's still time to spoil the little red and little green heads. Although they can be eaten now, this is something Yi Xian, with his god-level culinary skills, will not allow. After waiting for about a minute, when the drool of Zhou Zitian and the others in the field was about to drip out, they finally heard the most beautiful sentence in the world: okay, you can eat. However, there are only 10 fish, so children and the elderly have priority. Parents, daughter-in-law and brother Zhou, please help distribute the fish. The young and strong should just wait for the next batch. Oh, we're fine, the kids can go first. When the young and strong of the village heard Yi Xian's words, the distribution was very reasonable. How could they argue back? Although they said so, their eyes and drooling betrayed them. Wow, this is delicious. No wonder it's Papa's grilled fish, it's so delicious. The two little ones obviously had first dibs. After taking a bite, they praised it without reservation. Then the other little ones in the village also chipped in, their eyes full of happiness and satisfaction. And they included Feng Xianyo, the son of Feng Eru, who was a little older than Tong and Meng. Well, Daddy, Uncle Yi Xian's grilled fish is super delicious. It's so delicious, it's the best grilled fish Nyo has ever had, and it's many times better than what Grandma makes. Shut up. Eating won't stop your mouth from talking. Feng Eru's face turned ashen. To be honest, if his son weren't so young, he would slap him. Can you imagine seeing his biggest rival from childhood to adulthood so successful? How could he be happy? Feng Eru's daughter-in-law, the village beauty from the neighboring village, gave him a cold stare. She knew her husband too well. He was dying to save face and deserved to suffer. The village chief and Feng's grandfather, as respected elders in the village, of course, also got some. Feng's grandfather struggled a little, but in the end, he embraced the mentality of seeing how much of the fish he could eat and took a bite. It was crispy, tender, and had a very good texture, and even had a feeling of melting in the mouth. This is grilled fish. Grandpa Feng's old eyes rolled, he couldn't believe he was eating grilled fish. Hearing his great-grandson's words, Grandpa Feng's gaze on Yi Xian changed. There was no denying it, just from the grilled fish alone, this kid was definitely a grilled fish genius. Oh? This level of grilled fish is awesome. Chen Jianhe, the village chief, took a bite of the grilled fish, a gleam in his eyes, and then looked over at Feng, who was in a daze, and asked, Feng, how does it taste? Humph. It's just so-so. Feng grunted, his stubbornness showing, and the other elderly villagers all smiled slightly when they heard this. So-so? If that's so-so, then all the fish roasters in the world are useless, and they haven't seen how delicious the fish that the old master thinks is delicious is. Ding! Congratulations to the host for grilling fish for his daughter for the first time, and you are rewarded with the Divine Beast Tamer ability. Divine Beast Tamer, with this ability, the host will become the master of all beasts, and will have the kingly pressure on all beasts, insects, and fish. Anyone who is blessed by the host's ability will prostrate themselves at the host's feet. The host can explore the specific effects on their own. Divine level animal control? Lord of all beasts? Kingly awe? Prostrate and bowing? One after another, these words flooded into his mind, turning into waves of astonishment, but then he was overcome with excitement. Isn't this the animal control technique mentioned in the system's cheat codes? He never imagined that grilling a fish for his daughter would result in the animal control technique being revealed. But this ability is pretty good. If anyone dares to do anything to harm his daughter in the future, no matter what influence they have, he can directly summon all the beasts with his divine beast control, and annihilate the enemy in an instant in the midst of the beast tide. That scene is so awesome, just thinking about it makes people's blood boil. Chapter 41, Against the Heavens, Divine Beast Control all beasts worship. Feng's Fish Pond. While I was in a state of fluctuation, the newly acquired Divine Beast Taming ability activated spontaneously. Although it only dispersed, it caused an unpredictable vibration. With Yi Xian at the center, the Divine Beast Taming ability spread in all directions in an instant. 1 kilometer. 2 kilometers. 3 kilometers. In the blink of an eye, the Divine Beast Taming ability spread over a radius of 10 kilometers. The next moment, countless beasts, insects, and fish were in a frenzy. The first to boil were the countless fat fish in the Feng family fish pond. They swarmed towards the shore, a dark mass of an army of fat fish. King! It's the king's aura! I've finally seen the king, I'm so excited! Eat me, your majesty, you enjoy this fish, it is the greatest honor for this fish to become your food. No, your majesty, you should eat me. My meat is tender and delicious, and the texture is absolutely top-notch among all fish. The chattering fish instantly became agitated. Yi Xian was also a little dazed, because he knew the thoughts of every fish, and he knew even the remaining fish in the pond of the Feng family patriarch, 9,687 in total. Yes, that's the number of fat fish in the pond of the old master Feng. Holy cow, look, what is that? A villager scanned the direction of the fish pond with his eyes, and his eyes suddenly narrowed. He saw the river, which looked like waves in the distance, rushing in, and between the waves, which were about half a meter apart, were dark masses of fat fish. What's going on? Is there going to be a fish tide? The many villagers were in an uproar, and Feng Eru was also taken aback. Grandpa, this. A fish riot. Seeing the scene in the field, Feng's grandfather frowned. Could there be something in the fish pond? Something? Feng's grandfather, it couldn't be a python or an alligator, could it? A villager with an open mind said with a slightly pale face, and when Feng Eru heard this, he was so scared that cold sweat broke out all over his body. A python? And an alligator? Grandma, if that's really the case, then it's a miracle that he came out of the center of the fish pond. Hanshe was also shocked when she heard this, and hurriedly protected Tong Tong and Meng Meng. The series of actions were completely subconscious. Anaconda and crocodile, this can't be. Zhou Zitian also looked very unnatural, but his feet leaned towards his grandfather, Grandpa Zhou. Once there was a change, he would take his grandfather away from here as fast as he could. The uproar in the arena also woke Yi Xian up from organizing information, and he was slightly startled when he heard the heated discussion and the vigilance in Zhou Zitian's eyes. Unwittingly, his gaze fell on the beast tied half a meter high in the fish pond not far away. This was the effect of the divine beast taming ability. Just the scattered aftereffects were like this ability was really amazing. Go back to your places. An idea was transmitted using the divine beast taming ability, and the next moment, something strange happened. The fish, which had been rushing forward rapidly, wanting to worship the king, immediately stopped hard when they felt the king's will. The king was angry. Hurry, go back quickly. The king calmed down, we will go back immediately. More than 9,000 fish crashed back down to the water with a loud splash from the half-meter wave, sending up a series of water sprays. Then the water returned to normal, and the fish dispersed and left, never disobeying the king's orders even if they died. On the shore of the fish pond, Zhou Zitian and his party, who had been on guard, were still shaken when they saw the restored and calm surface of the fish pond. What just happened? I don't know. Suddenly all the fish went crazy, and now it's calm again. That's strange. The smell, the fish are ready to grill again. Then, the eyes of the many villagers once again fell on the 10 plump fish that had been grilled, and Yi Xian here had already begun to quickly prepare the third batch. The speed of grilling was also much faster than the previous 2 batches. After all, once the process is adapted to, an increase in speed is only natural. And here, with another batch of grilled fish, the mood of the villagers stabilized quite a bit. Most importantly, there were no more abnormal movements in the fish pond. Meanwhile, in Causeway Bay Town, without warning, all the seafood in the entire seafood market suddenly started to fry. In every seafood market, whether it was fish, lobsters, crabs, jellyfish, eels, etc. Without exception, they all jumped out of the tanks or boxes and rushed towards Guishu village. Not only that, but all kinds of snakes that had been hiding in the shadows also emerged, and even the rats that everyone had been shouting to kill were all over the street. For a moment, there were all kinds of seafood, snakes, mice, cockroaches, pet dogs, pet cats, etc., everywhere. King. We want to worship the king. Your Majesty, wait for us, we'll be there soon. All kinds of animals rushed towards Guishu village, but the Causeway Bay boss and pedestrians were shocked. Holy shit, what's happening? All the seafood and animals are rioting. Shit, is the world coming to an end? Could it be a tsunami or an earthquake? No, my fish, my eels, my crabs, don't go. The entire Causeway Bay was in a complete mess. Some people even directly called the Meteorological and Geological Department of the Demon City to report the situation. The Causeway Bay Town Seafood Market is just a microcosm of the situation within a 10-mile radius centered on Guishu Village. Within a 10-kilometer radius, similar things are happening everywhere, especially in many villages and the jungles where tigers and wild animals are also present. The Meteorological and Geological Department of the Demon City. What did you say? There has been an outbreak of various seafood animals in Causeway Bay for unknown reasons. Jiang Xiaoyu, the director of the Meteorological and Geological Department, looked grave upon hearing his subordinate's report. According to the report, the situation was getting more and more severe. Contact the monitoring department and bring up the satellite map for me. Yes, director. After making the call, Jiang Xiaoyu immediately rushed towards the monitoring department. When he arrived, the department had already retrieved the satellite map, which was a satellite view of the entire Causeway Bay. Next to the satellite view were dozens of surveillance cameras, which showed all kinds of images of the rioting animals and insects. The entire Causeway Bay was in chaos. Investigate. Find out what caused this riot. You must find out the cause and nip it in the bud, otherwise the losses to my city and Causeway Bay will be absolutely immeasurable. Jiang Xiaoyu gave orders and his subordinates officially went to carry them out, because they knew very clearly that this matter was very serious. With a bang. Just then, a figure walked in from outside. Director, it stopped. All the animals scattered and fled, the seafood all stopped in place, the riot is over. What? Upon hearing his subordinate's report, Jiang Xiaoyu's gaze fell on the dozens of surveillance videos. Without exception, all the animals had fled their original positions, while many fish and lobsters had stopped in their tracks. Jiang Xiaoyu. Stopped? After watching the surveillance videos for a while, Jiang Xiaoyu frowned slightly and said, "Continue to monitor the situation around the clock and report any changes immediately." Yes, director. The head of the surveillance department solemnly replied. Jiang Xiaoyu would not be idle here, and immediately told his subordinates to notify the meteorological and geological experts in the city to come to the department for an emergency meeting. Indeed, what happened here was too strange, and the source must be found out. While the outside world was alarmed by the fish pond in Guishu village, the people's palpitations were dulled by wave after wave of deliciously grilled fish. 3 waves. 4 waves. 9 waves. 10 waves. Hundreds of fish were quickly grilled, and by this time the villagers had all eaten almost all of them. Even Feng Arrow, who didn't like Yi Xian very much, gritted his teeth and ate 2 or 3 out of jealousy. Congratulations, host, you have received plus 133 daddy points from Tongtong. Congratulations, host, you have received plus 133 daddy points from Mengmeng. Congratulations, you have received plus 133 daddy points from Tongtong. Congratulations, you have received plus 133 daddy points from Mengmeng. As the father-daughter relationship grows closer, the quality of the daddy points has also improved significantly. Listening to the system's prompts, Yi Xian gave a small smile. It seems that in the future, it will be necessary to continue to spoil his daughter. Belch. The sound of belching came from the lawn next to the breezy fish pond. Every villager was full to the brim. They had never eaten such delicious fish before. Even their taste buds had become picky because of this grilled fish. They really wanted to eat more, but they really couldn't eat anymore. Oh, it was so hard. What should they do? Chapter 42. Hi, Bobby A is bullying Mama again. The Meimei grilled fish feast came to an end in happiness and reluctance. The village chief Qinjianghe, including the old master Feng, were all full of joy and couldn't wait to taste this kind of grilled fish again. If that little Yi can come here often in the future, then... A thought flashed through the old master Feng's mind, and it seemed that he would have to let the kid come to their fish pond more often in the future. If Feng Arrow knew what his grandfather was thinking at the moment, I wonder how he would react. Ding! Reminding the host that the host may encounter danger with a probability of 0.001. Ha! Upon hearing the system's sudden prompt, Yi Xian was momentarily taken aback. What the hell is 0.001? Yi Xian couldn't help but think of the wave of assassins at the previous Shanghai Sports Center. Using the same technique, tracking and seeing through card was successfully redeemed for 10 points of daddy value and used directly. Then, with Yi Xian at the center, a familiar feeling appeared, and his field of vision penetrated the jungle through the layers of obstacles, 10 meters, 50 meters, 100 meters. Soon, Yi Xian discovered a group of people in a hidden jungle clearing about 2 kilometers from their bamboo house. These people's words and deeds were very similar to the previous group, But in addition, there was also a young man in the field. Young master, are we really not going to notify the master? One of the subordinates said to the young man, who was none other than Qin Shua, the son of Qin Lingyu, the chairman of the Mo Du Lingyu group. But he is just a young kid, so although he cannot touch Mu Hanshue and the two children, if that pretty boy moves, he will move. Qin Shua waved his hand without any concern. If it weren't for the fact that this matter can increase my impression in my father's eyes, I would not have come to this place where there is not even a bird to shit. Although the environment is good, there is the prosperity of the demon city. A poor backwater, just the right place for us to strike, and... As he spoke, a wicked smile appeared on Qin Shua's face. Listening to their young master's words, the 10 or so men under him twitched at the corners of their mouths. They really didn't admire their young master's hobbies. However, what Qin Shua didn't know was that his words had already touched a nerve in someone watching them, and the consequences would be quite serious. You want to die. Yi Xian's eyes narrowed slightly, and a dangerous aura surged around his body. Although it was well hidden, Mu Hanshi still suspiciously sensed a hint of it. Yi Xian, are you okay? She looked suspiciously at Yi Xian, and she wasn't sure if what she felt in that moment was real. Haha, what could possibly happen to me? He reached out his large hand and petted Mu Hanshue's head. Feng Yarou and Zhou Zitian and the others were envious of this scene, especially the single guys like Zhou Zitian, who were truly stimulated by this wave of dog food. What are you doing? Everyone is looking. Mu Hanshue of course also felt the villagers' gaze. Her pretty face was flushed. This guy is so bold, daring to do this in broad daylight. Just looking is fine, who let our daughter-in-law so beautiful? Mu Hanshua, you. It's better not to say anything, but once she did, Mu Hanshua's face flushed even more, and it was about to spread to the back of her ears. Ye's father and mother saw their son bully their daughter-in-law like this, and they were also quite amused. It seems that their daughter-in-law is no match for their son, and all their worries have dissipated at this moment. The young people nowadays really know how to have fun, are they all this bold? The village chief, Shen Jianhe, also acted disrespectfully for once in his old age, which made Mu Hanshue's face flush even more. The village elders also smiled wanly, unable to help but exclaim, he truly lives up to his reputation as the child king of Guishu village. You have to understand, when they were young, not to mention the children, even the dogs were afraid. Hee, Bobby A is bullying Mama again. Haha, I like it when Bobby A does that. Zhou Zitian, Feng Yarou and the others. Holy shit. They like it when Baba bullies Mama. This is the perfect little cuddly blanket. This is undoubtedly the dream little cuddly blanket in the hearts of countless men. Feng Yarou in particular looked at his son beside him. To be honest, he really wanted to kick him out. They were both children, but why was there such a big difference? He couldn't help but look at Yi Xian's two little ones, and then at his own son. He shook his head, then leaned over to his wife, next to the village flower, and said, "Wife, how about we try harder tonight and have a daughter just like her?" HM. Hearing her husband's words, the village flower next door also looked at Yi Xian and his family. If they had a daughter, they would definitely be even happier. Then let's all eat more tonics tonight. Feng Yarou's eyes lit up when he heard this. Well, but you have to be quiet. The next door flower nodded with a slight blush on her pretty face when she heard her husband's words. The dog food spilled, of course Yi Xian was completely unaware of it, and so was Mu Hanshi. Okay, you guys clean up here first, I'm going to the wine cellar in the back mountain for something. After saying that, the two big hands pinched the two little guys' noses, and they went home with their mommy to wait for their daddy, who left first. Go ahead, daddy. We'll stay with mommy. Tong Tong and Meng Meng pecked at the rice with their little heads, understanding and obedient. They always listened to daddy because they were daddy's little angels. Good girls, come give daddy a kiss to say goodbye. Bye daddy. I love you, Mua. The two little ones kissed intimately on Baba's handsome cheeks, their sweet and cute appearance overwhelming. The dog food flooded every corner of the Feng family's fish pond, and even the more than 9,000 fish in the river were forced to take a mouthful of dog food, nearly choking them to death. Zhou Zitian. Cough, Yi, I'm telling you to hurry up and leave, and besides, even I, your brother Zhou, am about to vomit blood. Zhou Zitian, who had been dealt a heavy blow, glared at Yi Xian with a saddened heart, filled with envy and sadness. Hey, Uncle Zhou, why are you going to vomit blood? Hearing Zhou Zitian's words, Tong Tong asked curiously. Meng Meng also blinked her big, sparkling eyes, and said, "Yes, Daddy said that normal people don't vomit blood." Mu Hanshua, cough cough, you two stop. Mu Hanshua, who coughed dryly, glared at his two daughters. Do you want people to say that you two little guys are feeding your father a line of nonsense, and that they are suffering a blow? Mom, how can you say that? Tong Tong frowned slightly. Didn't you teach us to say that if we don't understand, we should ask? But now why don't you let us ask? It's so strange. Do you mean that in the future, if we encounter something we don't understand, we shouldn't ask? After saying this, Tong Tong didn't forget to look at her omnipotent father. Father, should we ask or not? Mu Hanshi, you. Hearing Tong Tong's rebuttal, Mu Hanshi, the president of the Tianji group and the eldest daughter of the Mu family in the imperial capital, was speechless. Puff cough. Yi Zi, your daughter is just too cute, I'm really impressed. Zhou Zitian was really drunk after hearing Tong Tong's reasoning, and couldn't help but laugh out loud. But before he could continue laughing, Meng Meng's voice came through again. So the question is, Uncle Zhou, why did you spit blood? Gah! Zhou Zitian was full of shock at the sudden critical strike damage. Yi Yunfei, who was drinking water, directly spat out a mouthful of water with a pop, almost choking. The duo of little experts at making up for mistakes, were they trying to provoke little Zhou to death or what? At this moment, I guess little Zhou's heart was already filled with sadness. Zhou Zitian didn't know what to say in response. He opened his mouth and let out a long sigh, shaking his head bitterly. He never thought that one day he would be confronted with two little girls to such an extent, so embarrassed, so very embarrassed. Zhou Zitian would never forget today's experience for the rest of his life. However, this was not the end. This was not Tong Tong's voice that came out next. Right, Uncle Zhou, we are really super curious. Zhou Zitian. At this moment, Zhou Zitian was really on the verge of collapse. Oh my god, are these two little guys really giving people no way to live? Is this the pace of life that is going to drive you to death? Chen Jianghe, the village chief, smiled slightly and laughed to smooth things over. Tong Tong is so cute, your Uncle Zhou is not really spitting blood, it's just an analogy. After a pause, Chen Jianghe continued patiently, your Uncle Zhou was provoked by your intimacy with your baby. Oh? We understand what the old village chief is saying. Did Uncle Zhou choke on the dog food we and baby threw? Chen Jianghe, the village chief, dog food? Choke? You guys, ahem, who did you learn it from? Did the village elder mean that they were scattering dog food? Of course they learned it from their parents. Tong Tong nodded her head with certainty as she continued, Momo and Meng Meng often show off their love for each other in front of us, and we love watching it. Meng Meng continued, yes, their parents often show off their love for each other in front of us, and we love watching it. Chen Jianghe. Was the village elder provoked by the dog food? Seeing the amiable village elder, Tong Tong blinked her big, curious eyes and paused before adding, Dad and Mom are really good at throwing dog food, but how come we're not irritated? The crowd was speechless. Well, to be honest, a little. Suddenly, Chen Jianghe regretted interrupting. Now he didn't know what to say. It was true that the two little ones had put him in a difficult situation. Seeing that the village chief couldn't handle the two little ones, the other elderly men and villagers didn't dare to interrupt. The way they looked at the two little ones had changed. My goodness, how did these two little ones get educated? Their tongues are so quick. Fomyaru and the couple from the neighboring village, seeing the adorable appearance of the two little ones, looked at each other and both saw the passion in each other's eyes. No matter what, they would try their best to have a little girl of the same type when they returned home. They would be extremely happy, and they silently vowed, Daughter, you must wait for your father and mother. We will create you very soon. Yi Xian saw the two little guys instantly seize the spotlight, and a slight curve appeared at the corner of his mouth. He turned around and left the arena. It wasn't that he wanted to leave, but if he didn't leave, he couldn't predict what the two little guys would do next. Chapter 43, Yi Xian is a god in the midst of a beast tide? Exquisite bamboo building, back mountain. At the moment, Yi Xian looked at a group of assassins not far away. This time, he did not intend to use the god-level magneto from last time, but used another method to destroy the enemy that had come to attack. Of course, he also wanted to see for himself how effective his new ability, god-level beast taming, was. The two little ones are his Achilles heel. That Qin Shui is rushing to his death, so let them have their way. But Yi Xian obviously won't let them die so easily, because that would be too easy for them. Hey! Young master, that fool who doesn't know when he's dead has gone home, and this is the perfect time to strike. One of Qin Shua's subordinates had a teasing expression on his face. As long as Mu Hanshua and the two children were not involved, there should be no mistakes. However, he did not know that this would only put them in more danger. Oh? Is that lucky kid alone? Through the binoculars, Qin Shua's vision showed Yi Xian alone in the wine cellar at the back of the mountain. God help me, act now. We must kill this person in the shortest time possible. I want to see how much this pretty boy means to that woman. Qin Shua sneered, his mouth curling into a sneer. He is the only child of the Qin family, the future ruler of the Qin family in the demon capital, and will also be the chairman of the Lingyu group. How can he not care about this matter? Yes. Young master, don't worry, he's just a pretty face. A group of experts sneered around him, and the image of Mu Hansh's biggest rival learning the news and being in a state of shock also appeared in Qin Shua's mind. At that time, their Lingyu group would carry out a merger and acquisition plan, and in the near future, the entire demon capital would belong to their Qin family. Move. Thinking about this, Qin Shua no longer hesitated, and decisively implemented the first step of the assassination plan. Everyone in the field was a diehard of their Qin family, and the news would not be leaked at all. What they didn't know was that every step they took towards Yi Xian, they were one step closer to death. 2,000 meters. 1,800 meters. 1,500 meters. The Qinshu River and his entourage of more than 10 people are rapidly approaching, and at this moment they are no different from dead men in Yi Xian's eyes. Those who disrespect his woman will die, and those who do his daughter harm will die twice over. 1,000 meters. Just as the 10 or so people from the Qinshu River reached 1,000 meters, Yi Xian made a move. Without any fuss, he directly activated the Divine Beast Taming ability. Not only that, he also redeemed another item from the system mall. Ding! Congratulations, host, on redeeming the Divine Sound Blocking card, which costs 50 points of daddy points. Divine Sound Blocking card can block sound within a certain range. The host will be absolutely satisfied with the effectiveness of this sound blocking card. No matter what happens within the range of the sound blocking card, the outside world will not detect the slightest change, even if a nuclear bomb explodes. You can't hear a nuclear bomb explode? That's a bit of a tall claim. Ding! Congratulations, host, for successfully using the Divine Soundproof card. The range of effect is 1 kilometer in all directions. 1 hour. It was also when Yi Xian exchanged and used the Divine Soundproof card, and the invisible soundproof cover enveloped a 1 kilometer radius that Qin Shua and his party stopped their forward momentum. Roar! The roars of beasts sounded from all directions, rising to the heavens, and the sound was so loud it made people's scalps tingle. What's going on? Everyone, including Qin Shua, was startled by the roars of the beasts around them, and a bad feeling rose in their hearts. Ah, brown bears. That's lions and tigers. Poisonous snakes, so many poisonous snakes, damn it. What's going on? The various beasts of prey surrounded more than 10 people, and there were at least hundreds of them in the dark mass. What was even more terrifying than that was the countless poisonous snakes. Some were crawling on the ground, while others were hanging from tree branches, spitting their venom. The scene alone was chilling. There were at least thousands of poisonous snakes. Damn, how could this be? With so many beasts and poisonous snakes, we gulped. Qin Shua and his entourage were pale as death, looking ugly. Young master, could someone have driven these beasts and poisonous snakes? One of the subordinates looked at the scene with his eyelids twitching. It was really too strange. Impossible. How could there be that kind of ability in this world? Qin Shua immediately rejected it, but his subordinate obviously still had doubts. However, the scene in front of the young master. Although the man didn't finish speaking, everyone understood how to explain the strange scene before them, and they were afraid that there was only that possibility. Hiss. Just as Qin Shua and the dozen or so subordinates felt an ominous sense growing stronger, a sound of breaking the air came, and then in the horrified eyes of everyone, a figure flew down from the sky. That's right. It flew down. This person was none other than Yi Xian. Hiss. Young master, that Mu Hansh's lover, he can fly. Demon, this person is definitely a demon. These beasts and poisonous snakes must have been summoned by him. Damn, what demon can it be faster than a gun? A subordinate of Qin Shua snorted, and a gunshot rang out, directly aimed at Yi Xian's heart. The bullet was so fast that it arrived in the blink of an eye. Qin Shua and the others' gazes were fixed on the target they were supposed to assassinate, and the image of Yi Xian being shot in the head flashed through their minds. Facing the bullet that would terrify the average person, Yi Xian's expression remained unchanged. With the activation of his divine magneto ability, an invisible super-strong magnetic field was applied to the bullet, drastically reducing its speed. His right hand turned into a dark shadow, and he caught the bullet between his index and middle fingers. When the gunshot fell, there was dead silence in the arena. Your Majesty is amazing. Yes, 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 catching a bullet with your bare hands is awesome. You are worthy of the title of Your Majesty, our eternal God. It is our great honor to serve Your Majesty. Listening to the heated discussion between the beast and the poisonous snake, Yi Xian smiled slightly. Your Majesty, this divine-level beast taming ability is really powerful. However, Qin Shua and his group were dumbfounded. No, to be precise, they were incredulous. Blocking a bullet with bare hands, how is that possible? This was completely impossible in their eyes, and now it had appeared before their eyes, so they can imagine how shocked they were. Who the hell are you? Qin Shua's face was gloomy, and the scene in front of him constantly reminded him that this person was not someone he could offend. Who am I? Upon hearing Qin Shua's words, Yi Xian gave a faint smile, and said, according to your understanding, I should be a god. God? Bullshit, kill him for me. In order to avoid any more complications, Qin Shua directly ordered more than 10 subordinates to attack together. Roar! However, the surrounding beasts and poisonous snakes could not possibly allow them to provoke the majesty of their king, so they roared and attacked the group of more than 10 people, and the overwhelming number of poisonous snakes instantly annihilated the dozen people. Ah! No, I don't want to die, young master, save me. A miserable scream sounded from the field. Qin Shua saw a scene from hell on earth and was also shocked. Although he would do anything, he was after all a flower in a greenhouse, or had he seen such a bloody scene? Limbs were severed, heads exploded, and intestines and bowels were all over the ground. The scenes in the field were all provoking the limits of Qin Shua's acceptance. Ugh! In the end, Qin Shua's stomach turned upside down and he vomited while holding onto a tree. It was so miserable that he could faintly hear the sound of bones being chewed and crushed, which made his scalp numb. In less than a minute, except for Qin Shua, there was no one left in the field, and all of his men had become delicious food in the mouths of beasts and poisonous snakes. Devil! You are the devil. At the moment, Qin Shua no longer had the ferocity he had before, and he looked exactly like a frightened rabbit. Da! Da day! Just as Qin Shua's heart and mind were terrified, footsteps came from not far away, and the surrounding beasts and poisonous snakes automatically separated to the sides, completely making way for their king. You, don't come any closer, I'm warning you, I'm the future ruler of the Lingyu group, my father is Qin Lingyu, if you dare to touch me, my father will make sure you never leave the city. A flash of light, and the next moment a steel needle nailed Qin Shua's right palm to the ground. Ah! A miserable scream came from Qin Shua's mouth, and an unstoppable pain came from his palm. How dare you disrespect my woman? Most importantly, you shouldn't have any intentions on my daughter. Don't worry, I won't let you die so easily. Hiss. 3 bright flashes of light once again flashed, and the next moment, Qin Shua's left palm and feet were also nailed to the ground. Another wave of tingling pain almost made Qin Shua pass out. Next, enjoy the gift I have prepared for you. Under Yi Xian's command to control the beasts, tens of thousands of ants came from not far away. However, these were not ordinary ants, but man-eating ants that made countless people lose their nerve at the mere mention of them. Yi Xian did not discover these ants in Guishu village, but rather, he exchanged 10 man-eating ants for 1 point of daddy points in the system mall. Tens of thousands of ants cost Yi Xian a full 1,000 points of daddy points. Of course, it was definitely worth the price. These tens of thousands of man-eating ants were incredibly hardy, and couldn't be killed even in temperatures of 1,000 degrees Celsius. They were 10 times more resilient than the legendary cockroaches known as Little Strongmen. The reason for this was that he wanted to make Guishu village an absolutely safe place. After all, there were too many things here that he cared about, and the 2 little ones would often come here, or even live here permanently. Most importantly, although these man-eating ants don't reproduce quickly, the offspring are stronger than those obtained from the system mall. Ah! No, you bastard, even if I become a ghost, I won't let you go. The man-eating ants spread quickly all over Qin Shua's body. Then, a more miserable scene appeared. The guy who had offended Yi Xian's bottom line left this world in the most miserable way. Flesh, tendons, bones, and internal organs. Without exception, all became a feast for the man-eating ants. This feeling was several times more terrifying than being bitten by thousands of insects. The miserable screams made even the beasts and poisonous snakes look at their king with fear in their eyes, filled with trepidation. The king's anger was terrifying, too terrifying. He tried to take my woman and daughter, he deserves to die. Ignoring Qinshua's screams, under his god-level magnetic ability, he appeared several meters away with a flash, his speed like a ghost, and then disappeared in the field. Only Qinshu, who was being bitten by thousands of ants, and his incredibly miserable and creepy screams, rose in every inch of space within a kilometer of the soundproof card. P.S. Thanks to user 40864516, Mengdao Shizhou, the new leader of the Zhaodian gang mangling, user 11079174, a few days off, Xiaogu who loves to eat doshan soup, Yexuandeo who loves to eat braised silver carp, Forest Town, Dayuanfeng who loves to eat stir-fried old tofu Dayuanfeng, user 974158899, Shui Zhenghao who loves tea cream, Soy sauce old man, fried sky gang gongzi bai, Wang Zai Nyonyo sugar, user 503778890, user 329499706, and life 17 big shots rewarded him. Thank you all for your support. Chapter 44, when Baba showed off his knife skills, he looked super cool, and even Mama couldn't stop drooling. She screamed in agony for a quarter of an hour before she finally stopped. This was the only way to appease Yixian's anger, but after this brutal killing, with his god-level martial arts, Magneto, and animal control abilities, Yixian was even confident that he could take down God if the three were combined. Ding! Congratulations to the host for redeeming and using the body cleansing card, which costs the host 1 daddy point. As the name suggests, body cleansing card is not the same as the body cleansing that purifies all the negative emotions, hostility, and evil spirits on the body, returning it to a natural and peaceful state. He can be murderous and hostile towards his enemies, but he would never bring such negativity to the two little ones. It can be said that Yixian's thoughts here are quite comprehensive and are a true portrayal of a crazy womanizer who dotes on his daughter. Rascal, I didn't know you were such a good cook. If it weren't for Tong Tong and Meng Meng, I'd still be in the dark. On the way back from the Feng family fish pond, Tong Tong and Meng Meng chattered away about how good Baba's cooking was, what Wincy tofu, Filong Huodu, Kosangsi, and Buddha jumps over the wall were, and so on, and they told their grandparents everything, ruthlessly and decisively betraying their most admired Baba. Ye's parents were stunned when they first heard the news, but then they thought about the grilled fish recipe, and realized that this was a necessary skill for a good cook. And so on, they came to the conclusion that their son was indeed a deep person, and that they had never noticed it after living together for so many years. However, they had no idea that Yixian had only acquired this ability less than half a month ago. Papa's knife skills are superb. When Baba shows off his knife skills, he looks super handsome, and even Mama can't help drooling. The two little ones laughed and praised Baba's knife skills, listening to Hanshe lying in the middle of a gunshot, go, what drooling, don't talk nonsense. It's true, don't think we didn't see it. You watched super carefully when Baba cooked, even swallowing your saliva, and you still deny it. Hanshe. Listening to the two little ones, Hanshe chose to remain silent, because they were telling the truth. It's just that anyone would drool at such a dish, okay? Baba just needs to show off his knife skills, and you, grandparents, have to watch closely, because Baba's hand speed is really fast. The two little ones urged and said, urging Yi Yunfei to show off, and in their opinion, they would never get tired of watching him show off 24 hours a day. Oh? It seems that Yi Yunfei really has some skills. Yi Yunfei smiled slightly, then looked at his son, Yi Xian, and said, Xian, why don't you show us? Yi Xian, cough, okay. Yi Xian thought he couldn't refuse the requests of the two little ones, and since the old man had spoken, he couldn't refuse either. He reluctantly agreed, after all, it was just a trivial matter for him. Mom, do you have any radishes at home? Get me one. Oh, you little brat. Wait. Seeing his son bossing him around, if he usually just confronted him head on, but today he'll let the little brat show off, and see what kind of fancy knife work the little brat can do. In no time, Zhang Wanqing took a large radish from the kitchen and said, this one is fine, this is the biggest radish in the kitchen. That's enough. He took the radish from his mother's hands and picked up a small dagger on the table. Daddy is going to carve again. I'm looking forward to it. I wonder what Daddy is going to carve this time. The big, wide eyes of the two little ones blinked as they stared at the radish in Daddy's hands, afraid of missing a moment when Daddy would steal the show. Hanshe also rolled her eyes at Yi Xian, but her gaze also fell on the green radish in Yi Xian's hands. Obviously, although she couldn't stand the big pig's feet showing off, she was still curious about what Yi Xian would carve. After all, this big jerk was bad-tempered, but he could surprise them every time. He saw the knife in his hand flying back and forth, and the crumbs of the green radish falling. Each blow was just right, and every moment reflected the beauty of a finished work of art. Jiang Wanqing, who had not been very interested, saw her son's actions. Although it was not yet finished, it gave her the feeling that her son's knife work was very good. Hey, this food carving looks familiar, as if I've seen it somewhere. Watching her son carve, Yi Yunfei frowned slightly and recognized something. As time passed, the true form of the carvings of the green radish gradually revealed itself, and Yi Yunfei's eyes widened, eventually turning into a look of surprise and disbelief. Oh! This is the 1,000-year-old laurel tree at the village entrance. It's so familiar, it's the laurel tree that he carved. Wow, Daddy is awesome, and look, Mama, under the tree is the village elder, Grandpa Feng, and Grandpa Zhou. Hearing the two little ones' exclamations, Yi Yunfei, Jiang Wanqing, and Mu Hanshua all landed under the tree. They were shocked to see several old men playing chess, and the spirit of each of them was clearly visible. This work is masterful, an absolute masterpiece. This guy. Mu Hanshi looked at the carving in front of her, stunned and lost in thought. The image of the village chief and the others playing chess under the 1,000-year-old laurel tree when she first arrived in Guishu village came to mind. The two overlapped, and there was no doubt that they were the same. Even the leaves on the laurel tree were clearly depicted. Was this big oaf still human? He was able to restore it in its entirety just by looking at it for a while. This brat! Yi Yunfei's eyes suddenly stopped, staring at the carving in front of him. Everything that had just happened seemed like a dream. The only thing that showed that something had just happened was the radish crumbs lying quietly on the ground, which demonstrated the presentation of a near artwork from scratch. Jiang Wanqing looked at her son's masterpiece and was stunned for a long time before she could react. This was her son's carving. Just? When did this happen? She had no idea, just like the scenes of fishing in the Feng family fish pond in the afternoon and grilling the fish. At this moment, Jiang Yuanqing suddenly felt very strange about this son of hers. Although it is indeed her son, it seems that she knows too little about this son. No, it's too little. Oh, Yi Zi is at home. However, while the family was feeling emotional, the village chief Chen Jianghe walked in with a few elderly people from the village, calling them by name. They were obviously here to see Yixian, and the reason was none other than to ask for a jar of peach blossom wine, which even the old master Feng had a part in making. Originally, he didn't want to come, but in the end, he couldn't resist the temptation. Yi Zi, we've been thinking about it. The carving. Mr. Zhou was halfway through his sentence when his eyes happened to catch the radish carving on the table. But what shocked him the most was that he saw himself on it. Not only that, as his vision expanded, Mr. Zhou let out another exclamation. Ahem. Not only me, but also the village chief, Old Feng, Old Zhou, Old Wang. And the 1,000-year-old laurel tree, every leaf, even the texture is clear. This stunned him for a moment, and then the old master spoke again. His gaze could not help but fall on Yixian. Little Yi Zi, this can't be your carving, can it? Seeing the old master's reaction, the village chief Chen Jianghe and the other old masters also looked at the green radish carving in surprise. They were the first to notice that they were all carved on it, and they could all see the village chief playing chess with white pieces in his hands. Of course, who else could carve it out except for Daddy? Grandpa, Grandma, and we can all testify to that. Seeing the surprised looks on the faces of the village elders and the other grandpas, the two little ones were beaming with joy in their hearts. Daddy is showing off again. Hearing the two little ones' words, the village chief Chen Jianghe and several old men looked at Yixian with renewed brilliance in their eyes. It was really their limited imagination that had restricted them. Could it be that the child Wang Xiaoye from back then had grown to such a level? They, Guishu village, had produced an extraordinary genius. The author has something to say. 3 o'clock in the morning. Chapter 45, Baba is definitely right. Exquisite bamboo building. After a short moment of being lost in thought, the village chief Chen Jianghe and the others came back to their senses. Little Yi Zi, did you really carve this? Although they were already sure, Chen Jianghe still wanted to hear Yixian's answer in person. After all, the level of carving here could be described as miraculous. I only know a little about it. He gave a faint smile and spoke, but it was this light-hearted tone that caused the village chief Chen Jianghe and the others to once again look at Yixian with high regard. With such a talent, he can still be so calm. To be honest, even they in their old age don't always feel at ease. Chen Jianghe, you know a little? Hearing Yi Xian's words, Chen Jianghe was taken aback, and then he felt incredibly emotional. He really didn't expect the child king from back then to be so humble one day. The words of the village chief drew a white eye from Yi Xian. Isn't it good to be a little more humble? It's been said that a person who has been away for 3 days should be treated with respect. It's been 20 years now, and he is no longer a nobody, but a man with a system. Hanshe heard her man's big pigs trot being teased by the village chief, and the corners of her mouth curved up in a mesmerizing way. She couldn't help but want to give him a shallow kiss. The charm of this moment was beautiful. Of course, Daddy says that the more capable a person is, the lower they should hold their head, because that is the only way to gain the true respect of others. Just like the ear of wheat that bows its head, the lower it bows, the better the wheat grows. Although Meng Meng doesn't know what it means, what Daddy says must be right. The two little ones chattered and defended Daddy, looking after him like that, and they made Ye's parents smile knowingly. Hearing the words of the two little ones, the village chief and several elderly people were slightly surprised. They had taught by example, and wow, it seems they underestimated Yi Zi. Few parents can achieve such an educational philosophy. Because of wealth and fame, people will naturally become arrogant. This is a weakness of human nature and unavoidable. To be honest, they were all thoughtful. By the way, village chief, why have you come to see Yi Zi? Yi Yunfei smiled slightly as he saw the two little ones fighting so hard for their father, and asked the village chief Chen Jianghe. Well. Hearing Yi Yunfei's words, the village chief coughed dryly, and said, well, we came here because we wanted to shamelessly ask Yi Zihu for some peach blossom wine. Asking their father for peach blossom wine. The two little ones blinked with curiosity in their big, flashing eyes. That's Pa's peach blossom wine. So happy. Oh, Grandpa Mayor, you came here for this. Yi Xian, who was slightly stunned, laughed slightly. As it happened, I was just about to tell my parents to give each of you 2 jars of peach blossom wine. I have the peach blossom wine ready. While he was talking, Yi Xian stepped aside and saw 16 jars of peach blossom wine neatly arranged in the corner of the living room of the bamboo building, which happened to be the same as the 8 people the village chief had brought. After a pause, he said, when I was young and foolish, I caused you all a lot of trouble. I'll use these 2 jars of peach blossom wine as a token of my respect. This little Yi Zi, these 2 jars are too much, we just need 1 jar. Before the village chief could finish speaking, the old master Feng interrupted directly, what's too much? When he was young, this brat didn't poach my family's fish pond a little. Yes, it's true, my family's chickens were also poached a lot. And my family's. Several old men started to complain one after the other. They were desperate to make the peach blossom wine. Chen Jianghe. Before Chen Jianghe could speak again, Feng and the others just started to act. Each of them carried an entire jar of peach blossom wine in one hand and walked quickly towards the outside of the bamboo building, as if they were afraid of any more mishaps. In a short while, only the village chief Chen Jianghe and 2 jars of peach blossom wine were left in the bamboo building. Do you need help taking it home, Grandpa Village Chief? Yi Xian gave a faint smile at the stunned village chief, as more than 10 jars of peach wine were nothing to him. No, that's not necessary. Looking at the peach wine in front of him, he thought about the sweet and mellow fragrance that still lingered in the air during the day, and swallowed, like a 20-something young man, striding towards the door. I didn't realize it, but he is in his 70s and his body is still so good. Yi Yunfei looked suspiciously in the direction the village chief and the other old men had left. It's all for my son's peach blossom wine. This is the first time I've seen the village chief accept a gift like this. Jiang Wanqing laughed, then her gaze fell on her son Yi Xian. Well done, son, you've made your mother look good today. By the way, tonight you have to show me all your cooking skills. You've kept it a secret from me for so long, I'm going to make you pay. No problem. Hearing his mother's words, Yi Xian of course would not refuse. After all, this was the first time he had cooked for his parents since he had attained god-level culinary skills. Hanshe, who was standing nearby, could not help but feel envious when she saw the harmonious and close relationship between Yi Xian and his parents. After all, even before she had fallen out with her father, Mu Yutian, it had never been like this. After dinner, Ye's parents were telling Hanshe and the 2 little ones about the scenes of Yi Xian being the child king when he was young. Hanshe couldn't stop laughing, while the 2 little ones were full of admiration and envy in their eyes. So, it turns out that their father was so awesome when he was young. Ding! Reminding the host that a master is approaching. Although the threat to the host is only 0.005, it should be a friend, not an enemy. Yi Xian, who was blowing in the evening breeze on a rocking chair in the courtyard, heard the system's voice in his head, threatening rate 0.005. Friend, not foe? Under the overdraft tracking card, Yi Xian saw a figure appear under the 1,000-year-old laurel tree at the village entrance, and this person gave him a somewhat familiar feeling. Friend, not foe? Interesting? Under the power of the god-level magneto, Yi Xian disappeared in an instant from the rocking chair. The movement was extremely light and did not alert anyone. After about 5 or 6 seconds, who? Shangguan Xianying, who was looking down at Yi Xian's bamboo house under the 1,000-year-old laurel tree, his eyes fixed, and he looked behind him warily. He didn't know when there was a ghostly extra person behind him, and this person was none other than his target this time. Yi Xian. Upon seeing the person approaching, Shangguan Xianying's scalp exploded. He never expected the person who appeared silently behind him to be the one who had beaten his nephew into the hospital, and who had even been threatened by Shangguan Hontian that if the Shangguan family used their family influence against Yi Xian, he would withdraw from the Shangguan family. Shangguan Xianying knew his nephew's temperament too well. He would do exactly what he said. Because of this, Shangguan Xianying wanted to meet Yi Xian for a while. He wanted to see what kind of monster it was. So this is what happened here. Oh, you know me? After taking a closer look at Shangguan Xianying, I want to know what your relationship with Shangguan Hontian is. I'm his second uncle. His eyes narrowed slightly. Shangguan Xianying did not hide his identity and directly pointed out, "You are the one who sent my nephew to the hospital and made him your disciple." Ha! I took him as my disciple. Upon hearing this, Yi Xian gave a slight smile. I didn't take him as my disciple. He was the one who knelt down and asked to be my disciple. And he took 3 of my palm strikes. He is my disciple. Even your Shangguan family can't question this. Oomph, joke. If you can't ask, I'll see how powerful you are. With a cold snort, Shangguan Xianying's feet turned into a flash of light as he charged at Yi Xian. Although the speed was incredibly fast, there was no killing intent in the attack. Yi Xian could tell from Shangguan Xianying's arrival that he was just worried about the same thing as Mu Hanshua had been before. They were afraid that if the relationship became public, it would affect the Shangguan family's reputation. Testing. Yes, this is the purpose of this visit by Shangguan Xianying. Shangguan Xianying was extremely fast, and in an instant, he punched at Yi Xian. The corner of his mouth curled up in a sneer. He wanted to be his nephew's master with this strength? Just as Shangguan Xianying thought he was going to win, Yi Xian moved.